Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1351 New Beginning. Chapter 1351 New Beginning. 7 Damien spent a few more days in the cell before anyone came to get him, but that wasn't bad for him at all. Rather than a burden, it was a benefit. It was impossible for Damien to marvel at the heavenly world itself. The world was just too big for him to even begin to understand its beauties with such a small stay here. However, its mana was both beautiful and ever-present. Its perfection was incredibly beneficial for him to study, because it was a force closer to existence than anything he'd seen in the lower universe. On top of that, his mana was a unique energy that could transmute into anything. Learning the ins and outs of other energy forms would strengthen him greatly, and the moment he fully understood them and gained the ability to combine or dissect them with a thought, he would reach an entirely new level of power that nobody could touch upon. It was interesting. Every once in a while, Damien released a few strings of void energy to test both its effects and the perception of those around him, and he came to a few conclusions. Firstly, the hidden nature of the void didn't change even here. No matter how much energy he outputted, unless it got to the point where it affected the physical plane and altered it, nobody could sense it. He couldn't speak on gods, but at least demigods didn't outshine his expectations by too much, which was good for him. Secondly, the void's influence was both restricted and freed, depending on which aspects one looked at. Damien had a lot of privileges in the heavenly world that he didn't have in the lower universe. However, he also lacked some of the freedoms a more chaotic law structure granted him, such as his ability to wish. He could no longer let the void do the work for him. Situations like when he helped Yong and escaped the Saint Emperor through a wish rather than direct intervention weren't possible anymore. Most likely, it was because if the void exerted so much influence over a world like this one, it would genuinely disrupt the natural functions of the laws and degrade it to a lower world. Perhaps an accumulation of such events was what created a universe out of a universe world to begin with. There was a lot Damien could learn, but there was just as much inhibiting him, because, unfortunately enough, he was still a prisoner. The gorilla man, whose name he still didn't know, and a few other members of the interrogation force would visit him every so often, and they would have relatively light-hearted conversations about themselves, but because of his status, he wasn't given much information. It was annoying. He was here for transportation only, so he didn't think much of it, but it would have been nice if they at least told him more about the world. However, they had a reason. The captain gave them strict orders to restrict his knowledge for unknown reasons. She was observing him to see what he did without any way to create a plan forward, to test both his psyche and power, and to see if he would do anything to reveal a hidden purpose. But with no changes from him, even after a week, she conceded and stopped testing him. This man is interesting. Damien literally did nothing to pique her interest, but that was even more interesting. He knew she was watching him. She could tell that much. When she'd encountered so many people who acted the complete opposite of him, trying their best to act a certain way to offset any suspicions towards them, and people who would act just like him, but fold after a while because it was a facade rather than their true appearance. The fact that he wasn't trying to do anything special or be anything he wasn't was more interesting than anything else. So once the week passed, she finally gave her shadow the command and summoned him to her quarters. He had his senses isolated again until he reached, and when he did, he finally laid his eyes on the presence he'd been sensing for the past week. So this is that person. The only person on this ship worthy of his attention, a being stronger than even the saint. Emperor, the strongest person he'd fought in his lifetime. And she was just the captain of a starship, not even an important character with high status to be respected. "You are Damien Gray?" she said, glancing over at him dismissively. She had long silver hair and a cigar in her mouth, with seemingly no care towards anything. She was dressed roughly, like someone who spent more time on the battlefield than in social settings, but she had an aura of royalty around her that couldn't be denied. "That I am," Damien responded with a small bow, smiling as he greeted her. This person was interesting, just as she'd been watching him. He'd been watching her, and her senses were definitely spectacular. The fact that he was called here was surprising in itself. She had noticed something off about him, even though he made no moves to confirm or even give reasoning to her suspicions. She must have experienced a great deal of things to have vision like that, and Damien always enjoyed interacting with that kind of person. You said you only came to our ship to hitchhike, but is that really true? She asked again. Damien nodded. When I left the forest, all I saw was an empty land. I didn't know how long it would take to find a city without any knowledge of the surroundings, so when I saw a human artifact in the air, I chose to come here instead. I see. The captain smiled slightly. So you really weren't some mountain man. Damien raised his brow. What makes you say that? He didn't try too hard to maintain the image since it didn't matter much in the first place, but he also didn't give any obvious hints that he was lying. After all, he was careful enough to justify his relative intelligence and social ability as the product of a master who died before he left the forest. But she was able to figure it out already. He was definitely curious about the method. The woman leaned forward, as if to increase the mysteriousness surrounding her as she answered his question. I have observed you quite well over the past few days. While there were no obvious signs, you also did not try nearly hard enough to maintain your identity. What kind of mountain man has the patience to sit patiently for days on end without a problem? And what kind of master would leave his disciple without any clues on how to live in the world once he passed? They were small details that nobody else paid attention to, but because she was specifically trying to uncover Damien's secrets, she noticed them all. You aren't from some dark force or someone who holds hostility towards us, or else you would have done something already. You also don't look like you have a reason to hide your identity other than self-protection. When I put everything together, there's only one answer that comes to mind. She looked into his eyes as if to peer into the depths of his soul. She was certain of it. You are an ascender. Chapter 1352, New Beginning. Chapter 1352, New Beginning. 8, an ascender. Damien immediately questioned the term. Right. You must have just arrived from the lower world. There is no other explanation for your disproportionate naivety. Lower world? What's that? Ha ha ha. The woman laughed. You don't need to play dumb. The existence of the lower world is common knowledge here. It's not like there's been a shortage of ascenders over the past few million years. I see, but what's so important about ascenders? Damien knew there was no point in keeping a facade at this point. No matter what he said, she wouldn't believe him. She trusted herself to the level of delusion, but since she was spot on, it couldn't really be called delusion, could it? He had to know what the treatment of people who ascended was and how they were perceived, because if it was beneficial to him, admitting it was natural. However, what's important, huh? Well, that depends on who you ask. The woman furrowed her brows a bit, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Ascenders are definitely talented. To achieve divinity in the backwater environment of a lower world is extremely impressive. The question is how they respond when they realize how much more there is for them to do once they've ascended. Just as they're talented, they tend to be extremely arrogant. That arrogance usually leads to them dying without accomplishing much or becoming part of the masses after getting their egos crushed. But those that do make it past all the primary struggles shine more than anyone else. It's not like there's a set perception of ascenders, since none of them are from the same influence or have the same values. But for the most part, it's both positive and negative. There will be people trying to recruit them by any means, and people who try to eliminate them before they become a threat. The problem is that most of those who endure this treatment end up going to the lawless region and becoming evil practitioners out of spite or desire for survival. So the general public's perception does lean towards the negative side. As expected, Damien had to keep himself hidden for now. They sound like a troublesome bunch. That they are. Though, you don't seem the same as them. Of course not. If I was an ascender, wouldn't I have to be a divinity? Are you not one? Can't you see for yourself? I can, and that's why you should stop trying to uselessly hide it. Damien smiled wryly. This woman was not easy to deal with at all. Let's move on to something else. Isn't it better to talk about why you called me here? The captain shrugged non-committally. Frankly, I was just curious. I've never met an ascender worth befriending, at least not to more than a superficial level, but you have a different aura around you. What can I say? I've always been told I'm charming. Ah. The captain laughed inadvertently at the insanity of his statement. You know anyone else who said that in front of me would have been killed already, right? Damien smiled back without a worry in mind. If you already know everything, then do you still think you have what it takes to kill me? The woman's eyes narrowed. Bold. I prefer if you called me honest. The captain shook her head helplessly. I guess I expected too much. None of you could ever be normal. Damien shrugged. Normal people don't become divinities. I guess that's true. She glanced at him again, as if telling him to just spit out all his secrets. But his wall was too sturdy, and she didn't have enough interest to bother bringing it down. Here, take this. She threw a thumb-sized token, which Damien caught without much effort. That has some basic world information on it, so you don't have to go around so cluelessly. It also contains some stuff about divinity, so study it well. We're currently on our way to Asteron, which is an important trade region in the area. Confront the map and the token and figure out the rest yourself. Damien's eyes widened in surprise. I'm sure you didn't do this just to hear me thank you. Of course not. Everything in this world comes at a price, but she smiled confidently. I trust my eyes. If there's really something magical about you, making you indebted to me here is worth more than just losing a little face for helping you. Damien nodded. Many experts had this kind of practice, where they would help geniuses for the sake of cashing in favors when those geniuses became experts themselves. These gambles usually ended in nothing, since most geniuses died early, but the select few that succeeded would give them far more rewards than their original favor deserved. You don't have to go back to the cell. I've arranged a room for you, so just follow the staff and they'll accommodate you from now on. We'll reach our destination in another week, so be sure to prepare yourself before then. Your usual excuse won't work next time. Damien nodded and gave a slight bow. I get it. Look forward to the favor I'll do you in the future, and make sure you aren't too surprised when you see how fast I grow. The woman rolled her eyes. Yeah. By the way, my name is Yulia Veritas. Remember it well. No problem. Then, I'll be on my way. Damien gave another bow and walked out of the room, meeting the staff outside who guided him as Yulia promised they would. Left alone, she lit her cigar and rolled her eyes. Kids these days. Damien really had no manners, and his arrogance was through the roof whether he wanted to admit it or not. She didn't know if he was worthy of his arrogance yet, but if he was, the returns really will be worth looking forward to. She grabbed the communication device out of the air and made a call, which was answered almost instantly. Is there anything to report, miss? A voice said from the other side. Put my brother on the phone, she said, her attitude not changing one bit. The other side was silent for a moment, but another voice came through without too much delay. Sister? What are you doing now? Didn't I already say you need to come back to the clan soon? I know you, brat. I'm on the way, she replied grumpily. But more importantly, you would never guess who I just met. Someone who caught your eye? Does that kind of person even exist in this world anymore? TCH, you should watch that tone of yours. How are you supposed to be a clan head with all that snarkiness hidden in your bones? After all, I learned from the best. I see. So you've forgotten what my fists feel like. Anyway, sister, you were saying? There's an interesting kid on my ship right now. Talented? Should I try to draw him into the clan? That's funny. If you tried, you'd probably die, though. The man on the other side of the communications' eyes widened in surprise. Those were words he never expected to hear. There aren't many people capable of something like that. Yeah, but they are. The purple-eyed clan. The man's wide eyes widened even further. His eyelids practically retreated into his skull as they popped out of their sockets. You mean, right, if I'm not mistaken, that kid is a young void. The man's heart skipped a beat. A young male void? I understand. You don't have to worry about it. Yulia smiled. As expected of my brother. Do well this time, and you'll probably be able to cement yourself in that position you worked so hard to claim. The identity of void wasn't something simple at all, nor was it something many could possess. For a new one to appear now. Yulia sighed. Chaos is going to ensue again. Chapter 1353, First Expedition. Chapter 1353, First Expedition. 1. the heavenly world size had been mentioned multiple times. It was huge enough to be a universe in its own right, and with so many people living together, it was difficult to have a hierarchical power structure that could be properly maintained. Or at least, that was what Damien thought. The heavenly world was split into 8 cardinal regions: the northern, northeastern, eastern, southeastern, southern, southwestern, western, and northwestern regions. Each of these regions was split into roughly 10,000 principalities that were run by minor forces, and each of those principalities was split into countries, kingdoms, and states that were run by smaller influences. There was a strict structure where the larger the influence, the more influences they had under them. And no matter how large an influence was, they would always be under someone else, at least for the most part. The number of subsidiary clans and influences was uncountable, but in each region, there were 4 influences that governed all the rest, a total of 32 in the entire world. And above those 32 were 8 great clans. These are the highest authorities of the heavenly world. They each had sovereignty over an entire cardinal region, and they had power greater than the combination of all of those under them, which allowed them to stand on top of the world without having their position shaken. The Stria clan of the north, Vega clan of the northeast, Holy Empire of the northwest, Veritas clan of the east, Dragon clan of the west, Kyushu Federation of the southeast, Divine Order of the southwest, and Void Palace of the south. Together, the 8 great clans ruled the world. They were supreme, and the clan that called itself Damien's birthland was one of them. Wow, I knew my father had some status here, but I never expected it to be to this extent. There wasn't much information on the actual layouts of the cardinal regions or the nuances of each great clan, but just seeing Void Palace listed among forces that couldn't be reached no matter how much of a genius one was definitely had an impact on Damien's heart. So, I need to go to the southern region at some point, and right now, I'm in the eastern region. The Veritas clan, was it a coincidence? Why did the captain of this starship share that surname? There's no way it's a coincidence. Damien didn't believe in coincidences anymore. All of the coincidences he'd encountered in life were guided by something bigger than him, and this one had to be the same. I don't know what position Yulia Veritas has in her clan, but if she can throw her name around without any worries, it can't be small. Then again, perhaps she couldn't say her surname so easily and revealed it to him for another purpose. This is troublesome. I didn't know Void Palace was this relevant, so I didn't take that many countermeasures to conceal myself. If there are any physical traits or other cues that give away my identity, won't I immediately be engulfed in things I can't control? If there was one thing he gathered through his interactions with his father, it was that something complicated was going on in his life. The situation of Void Palace wasn't something he could know at this time, and with his position as a legitimate heir to that place, unless he could be confident he wouldn't be touched, he had to be careful not to die early to schemes. I'll have to change my appearance before I leave. The gears in his mind began to turn as caution filled his veins. He had an end goal to reach Void Palace, but he needed to get strong enough to handle himself in this world before he did. If he could randomly jump on a starship and meet someone stronger than him, he could very well meet people of that level constantly as he traveled. For that, I should create a foundation in the eastern region before I make my way to the south. Phew! Damien took a deep breath. He didn't spend much time on it because of how vague the information was, but he could feel the weight of those great influences on his shoulders. They were filled with true gods, people he couldn't beat with even his current power, and demigods were just regular troops to them. He wasn't at the bottom again. That was an exaggeration made by people from the lower universe who didn't know better. There were countless existences below him, even within the ranks of demigods, but there were just as many above him. He was just average, and he had a ways to go before he could run around like a supreme genius again. Okay, let's start planning. There was more information about the eastern region in the token than the rest, since that was where they currently were, and there was plenty written about Asteron, his current destination. If he wanted to make a name for himself in the eastern region and explore the heavenly world, this was his chance to do so, and he didn't plan to waste it at all. Along with the geographical and societal information in the token, Yulia also provided him with knowledge on the progression one had to undergo in the ranks of divinity. Unlike the vague structure where people just trained until their limit that existed in the lower universe, the heavenly world had a totally defined system for how to rank up and grow. It was less complicated and more complicated at the same time. The leveling mechanic from the system still existed, but the way to increase one's level changed entirely. Just killing was no longer enough. The new system relied on divinity and legends. The demigod rank lasted until level 799, and at level 801 would gain the opportunity to challenge true godhood. Experience would only be granted if one did things that either enhanced one's legend or defined one's divinity. It was a vague way to describe things, but when it was applied to the individual, it was far easier to understand. Damien's divinity was that of the hegemon god. He had to stand above everyone else and conquer. If he accomplished feats that furthered him towards the position of hegemon god that he formed his divinity around, it would be enhanced along with his level. As for the section about legends, Damien was too familiar with it. He'd been working to increase his legend for a large part of his life, and he didn't need an explanation of what it meant to do so. Still, it was a non-linear system that completely diverged from what he knew, and if he wanted to follow it, he needed to completely change his mentality. Kill, eat, evolve, the mentality that got him through the first dungeon finally became irrelevant, and Damien was all for it. Funnily enough, no matter how much he enjoyed the simplicity of the previous system, this one was far better for him, because he really didn't have to do anything. He was Damien Void. He was the man who created legends by just existing. All he had to do was act like himself, and those conditions he needed to fulfill would fulfill themselves naturally with a mechanic like this. How could he not be pleased? Chapter 1354, First Expedition. Chapter 1354, First Expedition. 2. Every 100 levels of the demigod rank was classified in its own way. They had their own names, but for the sake of convenience, most people just refer to them as low rank, middle rank, and high rank. There is a qualitative difference between each rank, and unlike the levels of lower existence, it was common to see both people who could fight between ranks and people who would be absolutely suppressed by those of higher rank. Because along with one's level, the state of one's divinity was important. Someone with a divinity like Damien's hegemon god could fight someone who was at the peak of the demigod ranks if that person's divinity was a mere flame controller or something equally common. The nuances didn't really need to be mentioned, since individuality made it hard to put a conclusive definition on who could do what, but it was easy to understand it when it was taken from case to case. Though, that didn't need to be done now. As Damien continued to study the heavenly world's mana and plan for the future, the starship continued its journey across the eastern region, and after a few more weeks, it finally reached its destination. Damien had a great trip after his accommodations were provided, and by listening in on the conversations of the other passengers, he was able to discover more about how the hierarchy in this world worked. It wasn't like he was learning anything that would progress him forward, but rather than encroaching on more ground, deepening the knowledge he already had was more important at the moment. And when the time finally came to disembark from the ship, Damien met Yulia one more time and thanked her before disappearing into the crowd. As she watched him go, she called her shadow and gave another order. Take a team and follow him. Don't interfere with his activities or stay close enough to intrude when he doesn't want intrusion. Just keep track of his location and help him if it looks like he's going to die. She couldn't do anything to offend someone with his identity, but she wanted to keep him close until the things she spoke about with her brother were confirmed. However, just as she gave the order, her eyes widened. A slight smile formed on her face. What a sneaky brat. Her shadow barely had time to leave before he was summoned back. Forget it. Someone of your level can't track him anyway. The order he was given was retracted in less than a second, and the reason was more than simple. Even Yulia herself had lost track of his life aura within that second. Damien was clearly hiding much more than he was willing to reveal, and if someone of her caliber could still be fooled by him, her shadows didn't have any chance at all. That makes things even more amusing. A genius who lived up to expectations could only ever amount to that much, but a genius who surpassed expectations to the extent of making those who held them feel helpless. The achievements of that kind of genius would be unpredictable in the best way. And frankly, those who were watching them would be at the edge of their seats as they anticipated what was to come. Nice. Looks like this works as well. Damien smiled as he brushed through the crowd. Existence was an extremely convenient law. Just as he was able to change his entire genetic structure to match that of a Nox when he was in Alcatraz, he could easily make himself into a different person at a level where no other person could recognize his identity. Whether it be physical traits or mana signature, they could all be manipulated freely. The current Damien was still an exceedingly handsome man with sharp features, but his bone structure and everything else were completely different. His eyes were a cool shade of blue that held similarities to his father's, and while his hair was still black, it was now short and clean, unlike how he usually kept it. His demeanor still stood out from the crowd. Nobody who saw him would ever believe he was just an average person, but that was also to his benefit. He was now a demigod. There was no such thing as a demigod who looked ordinary, so if he tried to emulate the most unimpressive appearance he knew, he would only be more suspicious. He didn't want to discredit himself, because acting as a lower existence in this world would be extremely annoying. He just didn't want people to know he was Damien Void. I should keep space-time under wraps for now, too. I'll use destruction law to get around, and use existence as a whole when I'm not in a situation where I could be easily exposed. That way, connecting me to Void Palace would be basically impossible. The only question was how Yulia would act, but he could slowly observe in the future. Asteron is a pretty prevalent city here. I should be able to find something to do soon enough. The eastern region had 10,000 principalities under the control of the Ikitas, Virtus, Libertas, and Sapientia clans. Asteron was an verdant principality under the Sapientia clan and was responsible for a majority of trades through the upper quarter of the eastern region. People would travel through the city constantly from all corners of the land, and information was as easy to get as dirt from the ground if one just looked for it. The city itself was massive and modern, with skyscrapers and other similar structures lined side by side for several hundreds of kilometers. It looked like a futuristic Earth more than anything else, and though there was a lot that was foreign to him, Damien felt oddly at home here. As he walked the streets and took in the sights, he enjoyed the ambience and listened to the conversations of passing pedestrians. Whether it be random news about personal affairs or more broad rumors about happenings across the eastern region, he heard it all. He singled out those bits and pieces that would be relevant to him, and while there was a lot going on that he could get involved in, he didn't hear anything particularly interesting. At the end of the day, I'm working to get stronger and find my way to Void Palace, so I need something that can push me towards those goals. Random expeditions weren't what he needed now. Instead, why would I lie to you? I heard it personally from my cousin, who works as a guard for their estate. The Norn family really is looking to explore the Vanishing Dunes. There's no way, even if they're a subsidiary of the Sapientia clan. Isn't that too arrogant of them? Especially to hire mercenaries instead of sending their own troops. Do they not have any regard for our lives? No, you know the reputation they have. The Norn family is known to care for the people, but they can't afford to be careless this time. The mercenaries are being hired to act together with their personal army because... Don't stall and just tell me. All right, but keep this to yourself. Nobody is supposed to know this. You know I will, so just tell me already. What do I even gain from spreading the news? True. Well, from what I've heard, the second young master, Asher Norn, disappeared into the Vanishing Dunes 3 days ago. This party isn't just to explore the ridge. The main purpose is to find him. The conversation took place in a hidden location that nobody should have been able to eavesdrop on them, but the two men were unaware of the presence of the demigod casually drinking tea in the shop below them. A clan directly related to one of the 4 major clans, and an expedition to a strange place. Huh. Damien grinned, his face twitching as he tried to stop himself. But he couldn't. He had to do it. This. He took another sip. Sounds like my cup of tea. Chapter 1355, First Expedition. Chapter 1355, First Expedition 3. The Norn family was openly hiring mercenaries that could pass their tests, so Damien didn't need to do too much digging to find what he needed. The only real requirement was combat power. Everything else was relative, and things like unity were completely unnecessary. There was already the Norn family's personal army among the participants, so the mercenaries were being treated more like meat shields than anything else. Though Damien didn't care much. The reason he chose this task, out of everything else, wasn't that complicated. He wanted to form a connection with the Norn family, and, if possible, find himself an audience with the Sapientia clan. If he could get that far, finding ways to gain experience wouldn't be difficult, and he'd have an umbrella to shield him if a need ever arose. He didn't doubt that he could have gone straight to the Veritas clan with Yulia if he just asked, but that wasn't what he wanted. He had to think things through. In the heavenly world, Damien Void wasn't a nameless genius. He was a high-level figure of Void Palace. Even if he himself didn't consider it so, others weren't the same. If he took a favor from the Veritas clan without knowing anything about the ongoing circumstances, how would that reflect on Void Palace? Whether the Veritas clan was a hostile power or an ally, he couldn't accept favors easily when his decisions had so many implications. Instead, he had to stack up favors from others, so that when the time came for him to see his birthright for the first time, he could approach with confidence in a name that others couldn't look down on. Naturally, forming relationships with other forces was a great way to do this. I didn't think about it, but maybe the Saint Emperor's memories made me more conniving. Those memories had ingrained themselves in his psyche and subtly changed his thinking, allowing him to make informed decisions with more accuracy and caution than ever before. And with that caution in mind, Damien made his way over to the designated location to apply as a mercenary. It was a martial field roughly 10 kilometers away from the Norn family's main residence. From the employer family, there was a strange old man, a woman roughly Damien's age, and a man who looked like the middle ground between them. They watched and vetted the participants as they fought against members of the Norn family's army. Not all those who won would be selected, and sometimes, even if the challengers lost, they'd be recommended for the party. Damien arrived as another nameless mercenary, without even the credentials to prove his qualifications. He watched amidst the crowd as person after person was chosen. The number quickly stacked into the hundreds, and yet the Norn family continued allowing people to test. It really is like grabbing meat shields. If they actually needed help, they wouldn't need so many mercenaries. Damien frowned as his turn arrived. His name was called, and as he made his way onto the martial field, he fell into thought. From what I've seen, those with too much power for the Norn family to control aren't chosen, and those with high defense power are chosen regardless. It's a little unsettling, but the general consensus seems to be that the Norn family cares about the common people, so there must be something more to it. Damien shook his head and took a battle stance. The fight started without delay, and instead of showing off and using his destruction law to win, Damien played a different game. He took hit after hit, to the point where his opponent was provoked by the lack of damage he was taking. Stronger attacks continued to rain down on him, but with his impenetrable skin and authority of immortality, what could this low-ranked demigod even hope to do to him? The combat power he showcased wasn't spectacular, and he painted himself as a martial artist more than a practitioner who had great achievements in law. But it was fine. He was chosen anyway. After all, who could deny someone who could tank so much damage without a single scratch? Several other tests followed, the first one to verify Damien's identity and make sure he wasn't hiding anything dangerous. And after he passed all of these flawlessly, he was sent with the rest into a new facility where they were informed of the mission details. It went something like this. There existed a desert 1,000 kilometers from Asteron that separated it from the cities to the northwest. It was hot, dry, and filled with beasts that even demigods fear. The desert itself was treacherous enough for most to take the long way around it for safety, but within that danger was an even more terrifying environment known as the Vanishing Dunes. They seemed to come and go as they pleased, like vestiges of an ancient environment that didn't want to be forgotten. Anyone caught in the dune area when it vanished would vanish along with it, and when it reappeared, those people and their traces would be gone as if they never existed in the first place. The task was to enter that area and uncover its secrets. Survivors would be paid hundreds of thousands in true gold, the currency of the eastern region, and the families of those who died would be compensated double that amount. It was a great deal, so most of the mercenaries ignored the obvious danger and agreed to participate. Contracts were signed to make sure neither party reneged on the terms, and after over 300 mercenaries underwent the same process, the expedition party was completely formed. Damien went through all the processes without attracting much attention. Since a meat shield could only be a meat shield no matter how good of a shield it was, most people didn't spend time on him. This gave Damien enough opportunities to observe and scope out those he'd be traveling with on this mission. For the most part, there's nobody worth looking at. The Norn family group was interesting, but that was granted since they were the employers. That woman looked around my age, but her soul is a few hundred years old. Is that the standard of geniuses in this place? Geniuses in the lower universe reach divinity after several thousand years, and geniuses in the heavenly world did the same in a quarter of that time at most. Where does that leave me? The guy who reached divinity in less than a century. Wow. If I wasn't me, I'd want me dead expeditiously. Damien smiled wryly. The expedition was set to take place in 3 days, so he had some time to prepare. Not that there was really anything to do. But since I do have time, I should use it properly. Astron was a melting pot. With so many people coming from all over the place, there was no shortage of geniuses in the city. 3 days, huh? Damien smiled to himself. Then, let's spend 3 days properly understanding the standards of these higher world existences, was what he said. But really, truly, honestly, if one looked into his heart, he didn't want to beat some people up to relieve his boredom. It seemed the status of an average man had affected Damien, because his demeanor as a peak genius had completely left him. Instead, he was reverting just a bit to that man he used to be, who didn't have to worry about responsibilities and put his own fun over everything else. Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, only the heavens knew at this point in time. Chapter 1356, First Expedition. Chapter 1356, First Expedition. 4. The people of the lower universe had a skewed perception of the heavenly world. Because it was a plane outside their understanding, they exaggerated it massively and used it as a scapegoat to cover their cowardice. Therefore, to lower universe existences, the heavenly world was a terrifying place where one could die at any moment despite the power they accumulated before going there. They allowed fear to control them and keep them away from this beautiful place. But at the same time, they weren't wrong. The heavenly world had a lot of divinities. There were so many gods they couldn't be counted, and for those below their level, even trying was impossible due to the scarcity at which they appeared in the public eye. As for demigods, the numbers were practically the same as fourth-class existences in the lower universe. They were aplenty, and they were so varied that demigods should have had their own power system to define them. No two low-ranked demigods would have the same power, and no demigod could be judged until their divinity was revealed to the world. Also, it was a very long journey to make it from a demigod to true godhood. It was more taxing than becoming a higher existence from a lower existence, and even the greatest geniuses took at least 10,000 years to make the journey. Still, they needed to reach divinity from somewhere. The only reason there could be so many divinities was because the number of lower existences was even more plentiful. So even if one ascended and became average or less than average amidst the crowd, as long as one was able to put down their pride and slowly acclimate to the world, it was entirely possible to regain that past position without much danger. The problem was arrogance. After being of high status for a long period of time, nobody wanted to return to commonness and become irrelevant. Nobody wanted to be treated normally, because even demigods weren't held on high pedestals in this world unless they truly earned their title. Lower universe divinities who ascended, aptly named ascenders by the heavenly world denizens, needed to learn how to adapt. That was really the only thing holding them back, because while they were unaware of this truth, they had talent that stood out even in the heavenly world. The act of reaching divinity and ascending from the lower universe was enough proof of that. Putting aside the difficult conditions one had to endure to reach that point, ascending itself was a sort of cleansing process that would transform one's body and soul and bring out their full potential. Only Damien didn't experience this, since he technically descended from the void rather than ascending from the lower universe. But that was beside the point. 3 days had passed since Damien passed the test and joined the expedition party for the Vanishing Dunes, and the time to depart had arrived. A strange rumor began to spread through Asteron. As the expedition party made their way out of the city, they couldn't help but overhear the countless rumors that appeared over the past few days, talking about how any and every young demigod in the city had been beaten down by a single person. The craziest part? That person's identity was still unknown. Even those who watched the fights firsthand couldn't remember anything about their identity, whether it be gender or appearance. The rumor definitely gained a lot of traction, but by the time people started to really speculate about that person's identity, the expedition party was long gone, and the person they were speculating about as well. Damien stood in the midst of the crowd without doing anything too special. The conditions of the heavenly world made demigods more similar to mortals than they ever could be in the lower universe. There also weren't restrictions on their power usage, so they had both more freedoms and more consequences to deal with. The expedition party needed to take a break every few days or weeks to rest, and there were people specifically designated to take care of food and accommodations for them as they traveled. It took 2 weeks for them to reach the cusp of the desert with their speed, even though they all had the power to reach it in just a few days. Nevertheless, Damien was trying to stay a part of the group, so while he didn't really speak to the rest, he didn't try to stand out and make a name for himself either. He wanted to see how these people cooperated and moved. When they entered the desert, things became more serious. Beasts started attacking, and the expedition party took shifts fighting and defending as they continued to move. It was interesting seeing divinities move like normal people. Damien was so used to seeing them on pedestals, raised above the masses, that when it came to this, he felt it was a bit bland. There were definitely positives. The Norn family made sure the expedition party remained united for the most part. With their leadership, the cooperation led to progress lower existences couldn't have imagined. Their power also wasn't small. The beasts that attacked them weren't all lower existences. There were plenty of demigod beasts that had developed sentience who attacked their party for various reasons, and seeing how they were subdued definitely gave Damien a lot of knowledge about divinity itself. However, his main takeaway was different. This is suffocating. Damien was never really a team player. There were times when he worked with others, and if they could form a good relationship, the partnership ended up as a net benefit. But Damien never preferred this kind of cooperation. He got the feeling that, if he moved alone, he would have already been at the Vanishing Dunes looking for the Norn clan's second young master. Besides, his strength was definitely enough for him to stand on his own properly. Is there a problem with moving alone? Around the time the first month passed, he began to consider it. He decided to be part of the expedition party because he was still new to this world. He didn't want his arrogance to control him and get him into another situation where he stared death in the eye. But if he had to be honest, he was bored. These people couldn't benefit him at all, and he didn't see any proper chances to form relationships with them that would be beneficial. He just didn't click with their personalities, nor did he feel the need to stay by them. It was a bit difficult to find reasons to stay in the party, and when he realized that, he decided to be bold. Nobody will notice if I slip away, so I should just go. The Vanishing Dunes were why he came, and saving the second young master wasn't something he needed help with once he got there. Damien was an adult now. He didn't really feel the need to have people around him at every waking moment to feel secure. He was tired of all the networking, and he'd prefer if he only did it when it was necessary. Therefore, he started looking for an opportunity to vanish. And soon enough, that opportunity came on its own. Chapter 1357, First Expedition. Chapter 1357, First Expedition. 5. As the expedition party made its way through the desert and fought many battles in their search for the Vanishing Dunes, they experienced a drop in their wariness. It was just for a mere second, after a particularly powerful beast was killed, but that moment was fatal. The Great Desert was that kind of place. It was filled with not only beasts, but natural traps that could activate at any time and pull practitioners into the depths of hell. With the trying environmental conditions supporting them and making it so those traveling through the desert would have their senses weakened with time, these traps were more deadly than even the strongest of divine beasts. When the sand WYRM that blocked their path fell, it created a massive hole in the sand, which, as it was filled, revealed the hidden mechanisms of a natural formation underneath it. A careless mercenary took one step in the wrong direction. That was all it took for the entire group to plunge into the ground below. Damien watched it all happen without a word, and as he observed the trap formation that was consuming them, he took notice of its nuances. It should be a labyrinth formation, so most of these people will be fine at least until they get transported to the labyrinth. As for what happens inside, it should be a labyrinth formation, so most of these people will be fine at least until they get transported to the labyrinth. As for what happens inside, Damien shook his head. It wasn't his problem, but if he could help it, he needed to save the members of the Norn family. I don't think they intentionally try to hide it, but it's only an assumed fact that the woman among them is the young lady of the family. The Norn family head was said to have 3 sons and 2 daughters. The red-haired woman was the eldest daughter of the family, who was said to have a strong bond with the young master, who disappeared. It's a little annoying, but if she was soft, she wouldn't have been able to leave with the expedition party. Her family would have stopped her. The old man was a high-rank demigod, and the middle-aged man wasn't much weaker. As long as she had them by her side, she would be fine. But it never goes that way, does it? Damien smiled wryly as his feet touched solid ground. He was in a damp hallway that was just tall enough to stack 2 of them on top of each other. Its width could support no more than 2 people walking side by side, and it extended in both directions seemingly without end. Damp is a strange thing to feel from a formation found in the desert, but I guess that's the whole point. Damien spread his awareness and tried to find an easy way out of the formation, but it was strangely difficult. The mana is being twisted. I can't see outside of the labyrinth, but I can see the entire labyrinth for what it is. Finding a path to the center was easy, and finding a path to escape was even easier, but if I'm not mistaken, I can use this to my advantage. The labyrinth was massive. As long as he could confirm that it was connected to the real world and not a separated plane of its own, he could absolutely use this to escape the group without much trouble. Then I should start MMGH. Huh, Damien sighed. Right, there was that. On the floor a few feet away was a woman who was just now waking up from her unconscious state. She had bright red hair and green eyes that immediately turned hostile the second she opened them. You are? It's a bit of a shame that you don't remember your own mercenaries. And we are? In a natural formation. We have to find our way out quick if you want to save that young master of yours. The woman glared at him, but Damien didn't really pay her any mind. Isra Norn. She was known as a genius and treated as such by everyone during her youth. She grew into a promising young divinity faster than expected, and her arrogance had grown along with her strength. This woman always had a slightly condescending tone when she spoke to anyone other than the 2 Norn, family members whom she came with. Damien didn't really have to deal with it since he never stood out from the crowd, but facing it directly, he immediately lost all interest in entertaining it. I'm going to start moving now, so you should decide whether you're coming with me or not. Damien was fully prepared to leave her. He already placed a small seal of existence on her body, which would protect her from fatal danger, so he didn't have to worry about the Norn family. I've already done enough to gain their sincere gratitude, but when I save their young master on top of that, well, it would be nice to have a subsidiary clan at his beck and call. With that thought, Damien walked north through the labyrinth, following the path straight without any deviation. Meanwhile, Isra Norn took a few more moments to acclimate herself, took a few moments to curse out the disrespectful mercenary she happened to land with, and took a few moments to scout the area with her awareness. However, it didn't take long for her to realize her awareness was cut off. Not just from the outside world, but completely. Damien offset the ban naturally because he had a half-complete authority of existence, but others weren't the same. let alone the structure of the labyrinth. They couldn't even see 10 feet ahead of them unless they used their eyes. It was an extremely dangerous labyrinth. Several tens of mercenaries and private soldiers already died during the fall, and around 100 more were already killed by the labyrinth's traps. Isra had no way of knowing this, of course, but the second she tried to move on her own and encountered a life-threatening trap, as if it was candy in a candy store, she instantly turned around and rushed in the direction Damien went. She was arrogant, sure, but her survival instinct brought her far enough for her to know when to put down that pride. A semi-permanent scowl painted Damien's face when she finally caught up to him, because as the hours passed and they made their way through the labyrinth, the barrage of questions he was subjected to never ended. What's your name? Where are you from? Do you have any family? What's it like being a mercenary? Why'd you join the expedition? Actually, my brother. The questions were so immense in number, but so lacking in substance that Damien almost doubted whether she was testing him or something, but she really just seemed to be curious for no reason. But he couldn't ignore that fact. No matter how she acted, this woman is at least 500 years older than me. The point was, she talked a lot. For a second, Damien even considered leaving her behind, but he couldn't do that. Unfortunately, they'd come in contact with the other Norn family members soon, so he couldn't do anything that would lower their favorability. Just endure. In another kilometer, we'll reach that place, and I can take the opportunity to escape. He would execute the plan and leave this place alone no matter what, for the sake of his sanity. Chapter 1358, Hidden Plot. Chapter 1358, Hidden Plot. 1. It was hard to see divinities as people who could easily die. The expedition party was made up of both demigods and lower existences the same, and they died all the same as well. The method? Traps and missteps. One might believe demigods infallible, but that simply wasn't true. In the lower universe, there didn't exist anything that could fell a demigod except other demigods. But here, in the heavenly world, where demigods have been a part of their infrastructure for millions upon millions of years, ingrained in a society without any restrictions separating them from the masses, the truth was different. Demigod rank artifacts, demigod rank materials, demigod rank resources, and many more things were prevalent enough to be considered relatively common. If one used an alloy made of metals with demigod rank density and power of their own to create an artifact, how could a demigod be expected to stay unharmed when attacked by it? If a spike pit appeared in the labyrinth, those spikes were made specifically with the intention of skewering divinities. If arrows flew out of the walls, they would be tipped with poisons and venoms specifically curated to murder demigods. The traps themselves seemed simple. No matter how powerful one became, the actual mechanisms didn't have to change. They were the most basic mechanisms because of how effective they were. When those basic mechanisms were taken to a level where each of those spikes had a mind of its own, where each arrow traveled faster than the speed of light, they became something entirely new, something absolutely capable of slaughtering those who shouldn't have been slaughtered. The ban on perception was the most deadly part. Even the weakest of demigods could avoid these traps if they just had the ability to see them. After all, the uniqueness of divinity was the ability to freely control one's law in whatever way one can imagine. But they didn't have these capabilities. It was almost like the labyrinth was made for the sole purpose of slaughtering these great characters. Wasn't it supposed to be a natural formation? Damien originally believed it was. The sand trap that led them here was definitely a product of nature. And perhaps these tunnels were made by nature as well. However, this labyrinth's current form was no longer natural. Somebody created this shit for an unknown purpose. I can't help but be curious about it. Damien was already by himself. When he and Isra Norn ran into the two men who accompanied her from the clan, they began traveling as a group, and Damien was naturally excluded. The two older men both looked down on him for being a mercenary and held great suspicions about his motives for approaching Isra. Naturally, Damien never approached her to begin with. He was looking for a chance to ditch her from the start. They would never believe it, though. They might have been from a clan with a good reputation, but they were still nobles. They weren't going to listen to Damien's words, and Isra, no matter how curious her personality was, didn't have enough speaking power to change their minds. It worked out for him, though. As they pushed Damien further from them and tried to put him in a lower position, he was able to gain distance without alerting anyone to his intentions. By the time they realized he was gone, they'd passed through so many trap formations that they could only assume he'd died. Haha, I'm finally alone. Damien celebrated his freedom silently. I know I'm the one who planned to make connections, but wow, interacting with people of status is annoying. It was different when Damien could be Damien because his power was enough to match their status. But when he was just a regular mercenary, I'm starting to realize where the class divide comes from. Actions like those taken by the two men from the Norn family felt insignificant for them. But for those under them, these were the actions that turned a good reputation into a bad one and made a noble clan lose public support. Still, it's not my business. If they have high standing, they'll probably be able to maintain it. Since I've parted from them already, he was going to go straight to the Vanishing Dunes, but he was curious about the labyrinth after experiencing it for so long. My spidey sense is tingling. His intuition told him there was some kind of plot here, and if he was looking for entertainment, wouldn't something like this be the best? Instead of directly leaving, Damien followed the labyrinth covertly and teleported into the central area. One with dimension was active, sinking his presence into the spatial layers, and with the authority of space-time guiding it, the skill was far more powerful, enough to conceal his presence from everyone in the labyrinth. It almost looks like he remembered the last time he was in a structure like this, in Alexander's body with Lucille and the rest. The room he found himself in when he reached the center was almost the same. The only thing missing was the Nox being sealed in the middle. But something was there. Damien spread his awareness and made sure there was nothing waiting for him. And when he confirmed that he was alone, he made his way to the center of the room and investigated the traces he found there. He closed his eyes and inserted his mana into the ground. The abilities of existence were hard to define. Saying he could control everything in existence made him seem omnipotent, but he hadn't quite reached that level. Still, there were things he could do that were impossible for most, specifically because his law was existence. Things without life had life in Damien's presence. All things had memory, including inanimate objects. When Damien put his mana in the ground, he pulled out the memories of the room itself, the vestiges of past events, and those memories filled his head. As expected, there was something like this. The traces in the middle of the room made him doubt whether the scheme here was connected to the lower universe or not because of how similar it was to back then. There were several beings kidnapped and kept here over thousands of years and used as experiment subjects for a man attempting to create an abomination, something forbidden by the heavens. Damien didn't know what he was trying to make. He couldn't hear what was being said. He could only see what was being done. That man tortured the beings he brought here like a lunatic without any sense of humanity. He did so many unspeakable things that Damien almost wanted to stop watching, but he didn't. Because he realized something. It's not that the schemes are connected. It's more apt to say that it's the same scheme. The labyrinth from back then and this labyrinth, their owners were the same man. Damien thought he died, but it turned out he ascended instead, and while they destroyed the research, he left in the lower universe. I guess he's still pulling bullshit up here. Damien's eyes hardened. That man was trying to make artificial Nox in the past. What was the continuation of that experiment that made it worth continuing in the heavenly world? If I want to find out, I have to go to the Vanishing Dunes. Suddenly, the expedition party's fall didn't feel like a coincidence anymore, nor did the second young master's disappearance. The expedition party was meant to die here, and their target, if I don't hurry, he's probably going to become the first success. Chapter 1359 Hidden Plot. Chapter 1359 Hidden Plot 2. Damien checked for any secret rooms before leaving, since he knew what that man's usual habits were like. Unfortunately, this labyrinth wasn't a main base and was just a death trap, so there was no information stored here. Once he was certain about this, he immediately used his control over existence to bypass any and all restrictions and return back to the surface. The problem is that this is still just the Great Desert. I need to find the vanishing dunes. From what he knew, they appeared and disappeared randomly and had been around for so long that they were involved in countless ancient myths and folk tales. That meant they weren't a product of the mysterious man, but a natural phenomenon he'd taken advantage of for his benefit. It'd be easier if he made it. That way, I could at least predict the pattern. The Great Desert was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. Even for Damien, it was impossible to immediately find something so elusive in a large area like this. With no other choice, he began to teleport randomly in search of any traces of the phenomenon. They supposedly leave a huge disparity in the environment when they disappear, and when the sand fills in the gaps, it creates a unique pattern. But even though all these years have passed, nobody has found a pattern in the movement of the dunes. If it was really just a phenomenon, it would have to follow a pattern of some sort. Nature is filled with unique geometry like that, and true randomness is rarer than one might expect. If it's really random, there's a possibility it isn't a natural phenomenon at all. And if it isn't that, the only remaining answer is... Damien shook his head. He didn't want to think of the worst-case scenario here. Instead, he diligently tracked trace after trace. He didn't even know how to determine the vanishing dunes apart from any regular part of the desert. So it was an especially annoying task. But as he continued teleporting, he suddenly felt a sensation like he was passing through a wall of slime. He stumbled out of the spatial layers due to its interference, and though his surroundings didn't change much, he knew he'd found what he was looking for. That barrier wasn't something simple. This is probably it, the vanishing dunes. Without delay, Damien tested the majority of his abilities to see if he'd been placed under any restrictions. There's nothing that can actually affect me, but there's definitely a ban on divine energy. Those who travel through this place have to use their bodies alone. That must have been why Damien was stopped by the barrier in such a forceful manner. His divine energy was blocked, and his teleportation was cancelled. Void energy and other forms like what the Envoy demon race uses are fine. Only the divine energy of the heavenly world is restricted. Damien could still function at full capacity, but he didn't immediately make that known. If there's someone else here, it's better to make them think I'm defenseless. He couldn't raise any alarm bells without knowing the full situation. After all, with that thought in mind, he spread his awareness and took note of the boundaries of the vanishing dunes. After developing a clear understanding of how much space this area contained, he began the search he came here for. That second young master, what was his name again? Right, Asher Norn. Damien recalled the information he knew about the man, mostly that which was provided by the Norn family. His affinity is fire, but fire laws are so prevalent in the desert that it's impossible to distinguish a specific frequency of them. His appearance isn't too obvious, and overall he's a pretty average guy. He didn't really get what significance Asher Norn held for his family to spend so much manpower on him, but that was a question for another day. If I can't find his traces, I have to look for anything else. He explored the area, which was around 10 million kilometers wide and 50 million kilometers long, on foot. His speed was something to marvel about, and despite the great distance that was seemingly impossible to scour without mana, Damien did it without much issue. Of course, if he had to search every corner of the space, it would have taken him many months at the very least, but Damien had an awareness that surpassed the perception of even some gods. He was able to find the first trace through it and beeline there. After that, going from trace to trace wasn't too difficult. They were physical, after all. Slight indents in the dunes, traces of battle, and even footprints hadn't disappeared, making it evident that they were left not too long ago. He disappeared around a month ago. If he was actually kidnapped, these traces wouldn't be so obvious. I think he came here for some other purpose, and the kidnapping happened when he collapsed from weariness. Damien's presence here was caused by a collection of coincidences, which made him a bit uncomfortable, but he ignored that feeling, because after almost a full day of searching, he found what he was looking for. The final line of footsteps led to a clearing in the range of dunes that made up this natural phenomenon. In the desert, this would have been nothing special, but in this place, flat ground was basically non-existent. They weren't called the Vanishing Dunes for nothing. It was basically a mountain range of sand, with each valley just barely wide enough for a single person to fit through on the flat area. So when Damien found the clearing, he immediately felt suspicious. His awareness didn't find anything off, and when he walked across it, nothing special happened, but the smell of blood is too thick. There had to be something here. If blood was the key, my blood happens to be quite the delicacy. Damien grinned. He cut into his palm and allowed his blood to drip onto the ground below. He even cut off transcendent regeneration to let copious amounts of the red liquid paint the ground, just in case a few drops weren't enough. Nothing happened instantly, but Damien knew he was on the right track. After all, the sand wasn't stained. His blood sunk below the surface and disappeared into the mouth of something. And when that something got a taste of the heavenly treasure known as Damien's blood, rumble, an earthquake shook the vanishing dunes. The sand in the clearing sifted to the side as something rose from beneath it. It's an altar of blood, a sacred yet corrupted imagery that Damien wasn't expecting to see appeared before him. And along with it, as if par for course, an altar guardian. Damien's eyes widened. Is it that time? He hit his fists together in excitement. The beast before him was a true chimera with a lion's head, a scorpion's tail, and the claws and wings of an eagle. Its aura was tremendous, flaring out with such intensity that it increased the gravity in the area several times over. It wasn't just an aura of power. It was an aura of true divinity. Was there any better situation? Damien flared his aura back, making his intentions known. It was a challenge. Damien had seen many demigod beasts as the expedition party moved through the great desert, but he never had the chance to actually fight one. Now that the chance had come, how could he let it go easily? He raised his arm and pointed at the chimera with a large grin decorating his face. You're fucking dead. Chapter 1360 Hidden Plot. Chapter 1360 Hidden Plot. 3. Damien hadn't had a chance to test his power in the heavenly world yet, so he was definitely excited for this fight. He'd have beat up a bunch of young geniuses, but that wasn't much of a test for him. It was more to see what the standard for geniuses was in the region. He couldn't use the majority of his power in public yet, so he had been eagerly awaiting a moment like this. And now that it had come, why would he hold back? He slammed his foot into the ground with such force that the sand below was directly melted into particles of glass. He shot forward with the same intensity, approaching the chimera before it could even try to take the first move. The chimera was massive. Its head was the size of a 2-story building by itself, and the size of the rest of its body could be imagined. Damien arrived under its chin in an instant and punched upward with extreme force, lacing the law of destruction into his mana as he did so. Boom! Its head was snapped back with such force that the rest of its body toppled over. It used its wings to regain its balance, but Damien was already gone, high above its head with his hands together. Boom! A beam of reddish-black energy struck down like a pillar from heaven and burned into the chimera's back, slamming it into the ground. It opened its mouth to roar in pain, and its scorpion tail whipped through the air to force Damien away. But its attacks were futile. After all, no matter how restricted he was, Damien was still a spatial practitioner. How could the speed of a blind tail match his? Boom! 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 Damien teleported all around the chimera and barraged it with beams of destruction. Once its skin was torn, he pushed in and dug his mana into the wounds, using his laws to make sure they'd never heal. He tried to use destruction exclusively. It was both because of the decision he made in the previous days and because he wanted to train this affinity that he was naturally born with. As for why Damien chose destruction out of all his laws, it was because destruction was rare, but not absolutely unique. According to Dante, Damien was the sole inheritor of destruction, but that title was nuanced. People still had destruction law, just as the Saint Emperor did. Others had also comprehended destruction and gained the affinity in the later years of their lives. These people couldn't be considered inheritors of destruction, and They would never be able to wield it like he did, but they could still wield it all the same. Damien wanted to be seen as a genius among geniuses. If he could be regarded like those people, as someone who comprehended destruction and gained an affinity, but at an age far younger than anyone else, wasn't that perfect? Plus, he wanted to get more familiar with the affinity closest to his soul. Therefore, he fought with destruction and absolutely enjoyed himself while doing so. The law of destruction didn't have any real form of its own. It could be anything Damien wanted it to be as long as it was laced with the intent to destroy. Damien's most preferred method was through fire. He could use his own void flame, which had been upgraded in the ancient battlefield, and combine it with the flames of destruction to create something absolutely terrifying. The Chimera felt it with its body. The burning black flames seared into its skin and aggravated its injuries so they could never heal. It dug deep and corroded its flesh and bones to weaken it with every passing second, and no matter how much divine energy was used, it couldn't be extinguished. The worst part was its effect on the soul. The Chimera's consciousness was subtly slipping away, making it less aware of reality. It was so calm and indiscernible that the beast was barely able to sense that it wasn't a natural thing, and despite sensing it, it simply didn't have the time to counter it. Human, the Chimera roared. It was a divine beast, a demigod-level existence, so naturally, it had a sentience of its own. The process for beasts to reach divinity varied a lot from humanoid life forms, and while sentience wasn't necessarily a requirement for them to do so, most of them had sentience by the time they reached 4th class. The Chimera was here as an altar guardian. It had been protecting this place for tens of thousands of years without any problem, but recently, it had encountered setback after setback. Another man bothered its rest several thousand years ago and almost killed it. It only lived after begging for mercy, and it was still being used by that man who broke into the place it was supposed to be guarding. It knew that atrocities were being committed in its sacred land, but it couldn't do anything about it if it wanted to stay alive. That day, it learned how weak it was. Despite millennia upon millennia of training, it could still be treated like a dog when someone stronger arrived. So it trained even harder to become strong enough to truly stand on its own. For several thousand years, it did its absolute best for that purpose. But why did it have to be like this? Why did it have to run into another monster out of nowhere? It tried to attack. It used the height of its physical capabilities, the power granted to it by the combination of traits that created it. It used its laws, a twisted version of fire laws that was specifically designed for chimeras. No matter how weak it seemed now, it couldn't be underestimated. It was a powerful demigod that could cause mayhem if it was let out of the vanishing dunes. It was a shame that it found itself facing an even greater monster. That monster didn't give it a chance to shine at all. That monster made it look like some weak cannon fodder that had no business being an altar guardian, because that monster was enjoying himself greatly. Damien explored every bit of destruction law he could in this battle. He transformed it into thousands of different forms, caused physical and ethereal damage, attacked the mind, twisted the environment, and even affected the high heavens to cause phenomena that he then controlled to attack. The Chimera was definitely unresigned to dying like this, but at the same time, it didn't think it would ever find a better way to die. The swirling colors, the twisted laws, the fractured environment. When put together in the eyes of a beast that had never left its territory, it created a beautiful picture of chaos unlike anything the world had ever produced. The Chimera fought to its last breath. It accepted that it couldn't win, but it still wanted to fight, to prove that its attempts to become strong weren't in vain. And as Damien entertained the beast and allowed it to relish in its last moments, their battle came to an end. He stood on its head with a pitch-black sword of energy stabbed directly through its eyes. The beast was already dead, and only he remained. Huh. He laughed quietly, clenching his fist and unsummoning the sword. Good battle. Chapter 1360, One Hidden Plot. Chapter 1360, One Hidden Plot. 4. Once the Chimera fell, Damien naturally devoured it before he went to the altar. Through its memories, he learned a bit more about the mysterious man and the ruins this altar led to. But since the Chimera remained outside the ruins its entire life, the information it had wasn't much. What a single-minded beast. The Chimera had no real reason to remain a protector of the altar. The duty was assigned to it at birth, and it followed it mindlessly without a single question. It was a bit of a pathetic existence, but that was that. I should focus on what needs to be done. The only real useful thing in the Chimera's absorbed existence was the method to enter the ruin properly. The ruin is supposedly a relic from an ancient society. It's meant to have some sort of religious background belonging to a god from the past, and the person who clears it is meant to inherit his legacy. Of course, the ruin was now being used for something more nefarious, and that legacy was probably long rotted to the point where even the mysterious man who made this ruin his home didn't recognize its existence. Anyway, He approached the altar and stepped on a few weighted pressure plates. The ground rumbled, and the ruin changed to its second form. Here, Damien used his mana to trace a specific pattern in the shape of a sword wrapped in lightning. The pattern pushed deep into the ground and shone bright enough to light up the entire altar. Spatial fluctuations filled the air, and the ground opened up to reveal a staircase. Interesting. The mechanism did transport one to a new space, but it was a gradual transportation that happened while one took the stairs. Even the stairway is a test. Damien glanced around as he walked, the all-seeing eyes showing him through reality. His body and soul were being scanned by various mechanisms. They were trying to determine his potential, his alignment, and many other things, but because of Damien's unique existence, it wasn't able to do much at all. I'll probably be deemed unworthy of a legacy, but as long as I'm not spit out, it's fine. The winding staircase was long. It extended more and more the farther Damien walked, as if it refused to let him into the ruin. But he was already prepared for this. You expect to scare away a spatial practitioner with spatial tricks? The only reason he was following the ruins was because he wanted to go through the spatial displacement without setting off any alarms. Since he was already technically within the ruin now, there was no need to keep doing things legally. Damien put his hands forward and pushed them apart like he was prying open a set of elevator doors. Space tore with his movements, and as he stepped into the crack he created, he found himself in a new space. This should be something like purgatory, a space in between spaces, an intermediary. From here, Damien could take one of many paths that could take him through the plane he was currently in, and as he looked through them, he quickly found the one he wanted. I should observe for a bit first, he thought. He opened that space, expanded it, and allowed its light to pass through his eyes. Like that, a scene was revealed. The scene of a plot that had remained hidden for tens of millennia. It looked similar to the inside of a church. There were no pews, nor was there any religious imagery. All these things had been removed long ago. In front of the stained glass windows that made up the space's rear wall, a man was chained in the air. His arms were spread diagonally above his head and shackled to chains that came from the roof, while his legs were in a similar position, chained to the floor. His head hung low, strangely lolling from side to side, as if the bones holding it up were twisted and broken. In fact, many of the bones in his body were in the same state. His skin was covered in thick, pulsating black veins of unnatural birth, and overall, he wasn't in any condition to be considered alive. Yet he absolutely was. In place of where believers once stood and worshipped their god was now a myriad of machinery used by the one who desecrated this space. The readings showed the chained man's status, along with many unknown percentages and numbers that nobody but one man could understand. But that man was currently not present in the room. Instead, he was a bit further away, a few rooms down the hall in a damp storage space of his creation. He stood by himself amidst a mountain of corpses. Not a single one was natural. They were chimera-like fusions of various races with humans as the base. Some of them had angelic wings, while others had the features of dragons and beasts. Some seemed like homunculi, while others were more golem-like. But they all had a single common point. In the middle of their chests, they had cavities filled with a certain dark material. Their cores, the pinnacle of the man's research, but also the very thing holding him back. Almost. He spoke to himself. He held a syringe in his hand, filled with an unknown solution. With this, I can accomplish it. The light in his eyes was mad. His sanity had long left him as he sunk himself in degeneracy. He was once human too, but that was his state no longer. No, in a situation where he'd be exposed if he took too many victims, he was forced to experiment on himself just as much as he did others. He was a twisted and gruesome sight to look at, perhaps even worse than the corpses he left in his wake. But after so long, he finally did it. Everyone who followed him was killed. In the lower universe, the majority of his research was burned, and the scapegoats he prepared to cover him were slaughtered mercilessly. The plans he had made to conquer the Nox race broke down, and without any choice, he fled the lower universe and came to the heavenly world. He never knew this would be his salvation. This world, so massive that a single existence was nothing, gave him the freedom and the opportunity to do whatever he wanted without restriction. And the beings he found here, paired to them, the Nox were mere toys. They became the source of his obsession. He didn't want to join them. No, he'd hardly made contact with them since his arrival. But the goals he had when he was trying to create artificial Nox transferred over to them, and the intensity of his desire scaled to their power level. He spent thousands of years on this. Thousands of years to create his own version of those beings, so he could one day conquer their entire race for his own benefit. He only knew trial and error, experiencing barely any progress in the time he spent working. But somehow, by some miracle, his life changed 100 years ago. His stunted progress seemed like a work of imagination because of how fast he was making improvements, and finally, the moment came. He found the perfect vessel, and he found the perfect equation. Nobody could stop him this time. He was going to succeed no matter what. Chapter 1362 Hidden Plot. Chapter 1362 Hidden Plot 5. That man's name was Richter Snow. His history wasn't anything significant. He started as an ordinary person who wanted to become strong, and along the way, he developed a sort of obsession with that which should not exist. However, his view of that concept was different than most others who sought the same knowledge. Rather than the ethereal forces that qualified under the umbrella, he focused on existences. His pursuit took him to the Nox first, and when he wasn't able to remain in the lower universe any longer, it led him further to beings he had no business being involved with. That was why he never made contact with those beings. He knew he didn't stand a single chance against them. He couldn't abuse them because they didn't have the same limitations that the Nox race possessed. He got his hands on materials related to them, genetic codes, and organic samples through black market dealings. And with those materials, he was able to conduct experiments for countless years. As for why he hadn't been caught, how many like him were there in the heavenly world? This place was too massive for every psycho to be pursued, and since he hid his research extensively, nobody knew how close he was to completing it. But the most important factor was his mobility. He constantly moved. He had been through all the northern regions, moving from base to base as he did experiments on a variety of peoples and beings. The base in the Vanishing Dunes was his main base, so he spent a lot more time here than anyone else. But as long as he had the spatial mechanisms in this ruin under his control, he could return from everywhere. He had confidence, and with that confidence, he approached his next experiment. Asher Norn, to think such a specimen would be hidden in an insignificant clan like theirs. Asher Norn didn't have a great talent for comprehension, but he was born with a unique physique that could acclimate to any condition, which allowed him to make up for his lacking talent and grow at a speed rivaling geniuses. It took weeks, but I am finally certain. His body will perfectly adapt to the foreign genetic code and become something extraordinary. Richter tested it with small samples and isolated experiments using pieces of Asher's DNA, which he extracted, and since he had surety now, he was ready to act. He approached the chained man with a smile on his face. This is the moment you become something grand. Asher couldn't hear him. There were too many sedatives in his body for that to be possible. And Richter wasn't going to fly up to where he was chained either. He inserted the syringe in his hand into a nearby arm-like device. It was one of three that rose up and injected different parts of Asher's body to prime him for the procedure. Next, I must remove his heart and replace it with the dark core before his body withers. It was a precise process that had failed every time he tried thus far, but it was different now. The past failures showed him the path to success. Richter was on the ground, surrounded by machines. He himself was within a machine that could control the rest like his own limbs. With that, he could properly operate on the subject without relying on processes he couldn't personally oversee. Tens of robotic arms surrounded Asher as the procedure was brought to its proper start. And as the only observer in the area, Damien frowned to himself. I should probably act now. He wanted to see what Richter was up to, so he waited. Unfortunately, the mad scientist was quite set in his ways and didn't reveal much on his own. Plus, he digitized all his research, so Damien couldn't easily access it unless he got his hands on one of those machines. I guess he learned from what happened in the lower universe. It was a bit annoying, but looking at how Asher was about to be cut apart, he didn't really have a choice but to act now. Luckily, Damien was a unique individual. He didn't need to keep his targets alive or convince them if he wanted to extract information, especially now after his ascension. Devour allowed him to take everything from his opponents, including the very core of their existence. Basically, there was no longer a situation where he needed to keep the enemy alive. He pried open the spatial door and stepped through, arriving in the space. His presence went unnoticed at first because Richter was far too focused on the surgical procedure to focus on what was happening outside, but Damien wasn't planning to make a quiet entrance. Yo, wake up. Boom. He slammed his foot into the ground. The physical force alone caused the earth to quake, causing a large portion of the machinery to malfunction and some to even break apart completely. Who? Richter took off the headset he had on and looked around, his eyes quickly landing on Damien. Who are you? Damien raised his brow. He does crazy shit, but he seems pretty rational in moments like these. He wasn't lashing out or immediately attacking. He saw an intruder who couldn't be estimated easily and took a cautious stance from the get-go, which was something Damien could appreciate. My identity doesn't really matter, does it? Bottom line is that I'm here to stop you. So shouldn't we start fighting? Damien grinned. He wasn't going to entertain all the talking and stalling. He had no interest in Richter. He only needed the man's memories. Boom! Damien let his mana pulse out. It rushed through the room, pushing Richter back and destroying all the machinery left in the vicinity. You, Richter stammered, his eyes wide as saucers. He simply couldn't believe what was happening. It happened too fast and too suddenly for him to even process it. But before he knew it, most of the facilities in this place had been broken into heaps of garbage. My research, it wasn't gone. Because he digitized it, he didn't have to worry about losing it like that. However, the resources needed to build a facility like this cost far too much for him to easily get his progress back in a matter of years. You monster! You monster! It seemed the insanity within Richter was being brought out by the previous series of events. Damien patiently watched it happen. He was going to kill Richter regardless, but he wanted to see what the man could do before he died. He deserved at least that much of a chance, right? Damien glanced over at the suspended man in the background as Richter continued to break down. He looks fine, but that stuff he was injected with earlier can't be good for him. For now, let's... Damien flicked his fingers indiscernibly and separated Asher from the current reality. That should be good. The target was safe, and Richter seemed right about ready to fight. So without further ado, I'll kill you. That enraged scream marked the start. Rumble. The ruin quaked. Boom. The doors leading to the space shattered, and countless shadows appeared from beyond. Damien grinned. Good then. Let's fight. Chapter 1363 Hidden Plot. Chapter 1363 Hidden Plot. 6. Richter was never a fighter. He was a researcher. He didn't put his time into personal strength, but that didn't mean he was weak. When the doors to the space opened up, hordes of chimeras, both humanoid and not, poured into the room. There were at least hundreds of them. Most of them were weaker, lower existences, but there were several tens of demigod-level chimeras among them as well. "You've been putting in work," Damien complimented as he panned his gaze over them. "Work that you ruined in one sweep." Richter was evidently angry, but he didn't raise his voice again. "Since you've come, then don't even think about leaving." He had his chimera horde, which gave him confidence in winning. Without hesitation, he commanded them to charge, and within an instant, Damien was surrounded by so many life forms that his body disappeared under their shadows. Boom! 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 Damien looked around calmly. There were attacks coming at him from every side, but he was dodging without much of a problem. Bang! A massive hybrid chimera with a bare body swept its claw at him and struck him in the side, throwing him away. He stabilized himself and quickly twisted his body to avoid the mantis chimera that swung at him from behind. "I see. Their physical strength is pretty impressive, but do they not have affinities?" He didn't immediately attack because he was testing them, but after a few seconds of aggravating them further and further, he figured that they were already using everything they had. I mean, yeah, if it was a normal demigod, the number alone would be enough to put pressure on them and maybe even kill them. But has he really been doing all his research for just this? Damien couldn't really see the value in chimeras like this, especially considering the risks and inhumane acts that were needed to create them. Whatever. It's not my business, anyway. He was here to save Asher Norn. He had to remember that this man's business was not his own. Their slight shared fate from the lower universe was just that. He had no reason to actually get involved with the man. I guess I'll just destroy them. He had fun fighting the chimera outside, but this fight wasn't the same. He was already bored, even though it hadn't started yet. Plus, he really had no need to entertain all this. Boom! 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 He shot beams of destruction at the demigod chimeras one by one. Each beam was powerful on its own, but when they struck each other, they combined and exponentially increased their power. By the time the spiderweb of destruction beams finally coagulated into its true singular form, it was a beam strong enough to eradicate the demigod chimeras with a single strike. Whoosh! The beam was like a snake. It zigzagged and twisted through the air, striking each demigod chimera multiple times before moving on to the next and giving them the same treatment. Their number was large, but their strength wasn't so much. After all, chimeras were already soulless beings. Without affinities, they were weak, and because of their inherent disadvantages, they were weak. They fell one by one without a chance to fight back. It was an unbelievable sight. Damien was controlling everything, so he could have ease and boredom in his heart as he fought. However, for Richter, who was watching from the outside, it was insane. The roars and cries of chimeras filled the air with so much sound that the air itself vibrated. The ground rumbled and quaked as they moved, their steps strong enough to collapse the ruin through physical strength alone. They were tightly packed, but they were moving in an orderly fashion. The hundreds of chimeras worked together in perfect formation to surround and eliminate their enemy. Unlike how Damien described them, the chimeras really were terrifying. But what was even more terrifying was the reddish-black beam that cut through them like they were nothing. It was like a hummingbird buzzing from target to target. It didn't show any mercy. It couldn't be impeded by anything, and the longer it existed, the more the chimera horde was broken into something not worth mentioning. I must run. Richter accepted defeat far faster than any other opponent Damien had met. After all, he wasn't a fighter. The second he saw the chimeras falling so easily, he let go of any pride or anger he might have had and began plotting a route of escape. He took everything he could take with him and ran out of the room, ignoring even Asher Norn, who he considered the best vessel for his research in the world. He ran through the corridors of the ruin that he'd memorized after spending so many years here, and within the minute, he arrived at a secluded room that was locked behind a myriad of protections. A key was all it took to remove them all, and as he entered, Richter rushed to a nearby mechanism. His fingers flew as he inputted command after command, and finally, the device was ready. Boom! A teleportation gate opened. Richter didn't even wait to see what was happening behind him. He ran at full speed and practically leapt to get through it. But what was he expecting? It was the consequence of not knowing who he was up against. Instead of finding himself in another location, he found himself falling face down on the floor where the gate once stood. "You trying to run?" A voice came from behind. He shakily turned his head. There stood Damien, covered in bright red blood, smiling with his eyes closed with an extremely menacing expression on his face. "Unfortunately for you, space happens to be my specialty." Damien's steps resounded through the room, especially loudly due to the circumstances. He approached Richter and opened his eyes, looking down at the man on the floor. "Wait," Richter exclaimed. "I can give you anything. All my wealth, all my research, anything you need to know, I will give it to you. Please spare my life." "Oh," Damien hummed in interest. "But I don't think you could give me anything I can't get on my own." Richter's body was shaking. He'd been in this situation dozens of times before. He'd been cornered by tens of powerful beings who wanted things from him, but he always managed to survive. Whatever they wanted, he gave to them. Whenever they tried to kill him, he escaped. Whether it was through the spatial gate or other means, he always managed to get away, after which he could always hide somewhere until the heat was off his back. But something told him it wouldn't be the same this time. "Anything I can give." He reached into his coat pocket as he spoke and pulled out a pin-shaped device. "Work." He clicked it. If it worked as intended, the space would have been filled with light that blinded the enemy, so he could run and activate one of the many spatial devices he kept in storage for this very situation. However, I told you that's not going to work. Against a man who controlled existence, puny tricks were truly nothing. Richter tried to beg again, but Damien already lost interest. He really didn't expect anything from this man anymore. "Whatever you want to say, I'll hear from your memories. So, kindly die so I can eat them." With those words, as the last Richter would ever hear, Damien stepped on the man's throat, crushing it into pieces. Richter died. His body and soul were consumed by a deep blackness beyond all else. And Damien brushed his hands off as he returned to the main space. Now that that's over, let's get back to the fun stuff. Chapter 1360, 4 Hidden Plot. Chapter 1364 Hidden Plot. 7 Damien didn't waste time freeing Asher. The chains that hoisted him in the air were thick and made of metal that wouldn't break easily even if a demigod thrashed around in pain. But since Damien had all of Richter's memories, he didn't have to forcefully break them. He undid the shackles using the correct method, which was far easier than messing with the chains. And after bringing the Norn child to the ground, he inserted his mana into the man's body to check for any abnormalities. It doesn't look like any permanent damage was done yet. There had a lot of internal bleeding and injury, and whatever that liquid was definitely had some effect, but I shouldn't have to worry about it. Heal. First things first, Damien took the necessary steps to get rid of the physical injuries. Once Asher's bones and tendons were reconnected, once his organs were returned to their rightful places, and once the traces of past surgical procedures completely vanished, Damien sunk his senses into Asher's soul to check there as well. It really is an interesting physique. It emulates one aspect of the Void physique, but takes that aspect to its maximum potential. A body that can adapt to anything is also practically ready to inherit the Void. The only thing it's missing is a connection. Damien almost wanted to fill Asher's soul with Void energy to see what would happen, but naturally, he refrained. Such experiments weren't his style. Putting all that aside, at least from what I can tell, the serum itself didn't have any negative effects. Rather, it's a net positive since the following experiments were never done. The serum was meant to prepare Asher's body to receive everything Richter wanted to give him. The primer's basic effect was to enhance Asher's inherent qualities, since the things he was going to be fused with were far too great for even his physique to digest without help. If it went unchecked now that Richter was dead, the solution would have dispersed into Asher's bloodstream and damaged his physique. However, since Damien was here, that didn't have to happen. Rather, the solution could be used to provide a permanent enhancement to the man's qualities. Phew, it's good that that's over with. Asher's state was brought back to normalcy within half an hour, and with nothing but time and some chimera blood on his hands, Damien created a chair and sat down, leaning back and closing his eyes. No matter the world, there's always trouble. Damien absorbait de richesse existence. He didn't care about the legends of a man like that, but the memories he held encompassed far more than Damien had seen since he arrived in the heavenly world. This was the first time Damien was able to devour the memories of a heavenly world being. Thus, this could be considered his first introduction to the heavenly world in its truest form. He already knew about the layout of the world. That didn't need to be reiterated to him. But there was a lot Yulia left out of her explanation. Maybe it was for his own good, or maybe she had her own agenda. But she did forget to mention some of the most important details, like the fact that this grand world isn't as secure as one would think it is. Damien expected it. No, he already knew it would be like this. Ever since that day on Alcatraz, when he saw the memories of the corrupted foreign material, he'd been painfully aware. The heavenly world was not safe. Just like the lower universe, the heavenly world was facing a grave threat. It was a threat greater than anything Damien could have ever imagined. The foreign races. That was how they were known. Their true name wasn't known. They never tried to spread their legends through the world. The people of this world called them the foreign races because they truly did not have a word to describe these existences otherwise, nor did they have a way to logically explain where they came from. Those beings were the creators of the Nox, and as if their agenda in the lower universe foreshadowed a greater plot, they were treating the heavenly world the same way, like a plaything, like something they could destroy as they pleased. Richter has more knowledge on them than the average person, which is better for me, since I don't have to wonder and speculate about their existence. The foreign races shared a lot of similarities with the Nox, but they differentiated themselves plenty as well. Mainly, they don't have the flaws of a Nox. Things like limited intelligence or insatiable desire didn't exist in the hearts of these beings. In the first place, those were flaws they created the Nox with for the purpose of controlling them. The foreign races were all intelligent, and their power was greater than or equal to that of the heavenly world. And they'd been at war with this world for millions of years already. The heavenly world hasn't been insanely corrupted or put at a disadvantage yet, but that's only what can be seen on the surface. If I learned anything from the wars of the past, it's that believing in the external appearance of affairs will only dull one's senses and point them away from the truth. The problem was that, while Richter did plenty of research on the foreign races, he was never actually involved in the war. He only knew about their races themselves, not the details behind their invasion. It's useful information, sure, but I don't have anywhere to use it right now. Damien's eyes hardened. The current game plan was formed under the assumption that things would be calm for a long time, but I can't rely on that anymore. Damien needed to change his goals. He couldn't slowly explore this place and go to Void Palace as he pleased. I need to reach Void Palace as soon as possible and find the people who I need to meet. I need to gain a footing in this world fast, because I can't let this situation deteriorate like it did in the lower universe. Back then, ended in total destruction. Damien might have saved a large portion of the universe by sending it into the sanctuary, but compared to what was lost, he saved less than 1%. The heavenly world was still largely intact, enough for the threat of the foreign races to still not be catastrophic. They were his lifelong enemy, and the lifelong enemy of countless subordinates who entrusted their lives to him. He naturally wanted to crush them before they could cause so much harm that more tragic cases like those he'd seen in the past became common. Hugh, let's organize first. He took some time and sorted out his thoughts, forming a relative path forward while considering the possible futures he'd been ignoring before. And in that time, Asher Norn also awoke. Damien turned his eyes towards the man who was confusedly taking in his surroundings and stood up, allowing his chair to dissipate into mana. My wariness was never something I could drop. He'd accepted it. Slow and steady was never an option available to me. He'd accepted it. I need to end everything with my power. He clenched his fist with determination, so that I can enjoy everything I'm forced to ignore because of this bullshit. Chapter 1365 Hidden Plot. Chapter 1365 Hidden Plot 8. A strange room A strange man, a strange body. When Asher Norn's consciousness returned to him, everything seemed unfamiliar. Ah! He winced. His hands went to his head as a stabbing pain filled his skull. Memories of past events came back in fragments. He couldn't recall it all because most of it had been repressed by his trauma response, but the bits and pieces he did remember were terrifying enough. From his head to the rest of his body, his hands rapidly patted him down as he tried to assess his condition. By all logic, he should have been at least half dead by now. If not, then crippled. But looking at himself internally and externally, there didn't seem to be a problem. Then, when considering everything else, "You saved me," he uttered, still overcoming his confusion. "I did," Damien responded. "Ah!" Asher exclaimed without knowing what to say. If this man was here, the one who tortured him was likely already dead. And if that man was dead, then he was in a position to regain his freedom. "My savior, how can I thank you?" He didn't think of anything else. Kindness had to be repaid tenfold. If not because one wished to be just, then because not doing so could very well attract ire from the very one whom one called one's savior. Rather than that ire turning into a grudge with unknown consequences, wasn't it better to put everything down first and express gratitude? Damien smiled slightly. His thoughts were barely ordered after he found himself confronted with a new enemy that needed to be eradicated, but the demeanor of the man named Asher Norn was refreshing enough to take his mind off of it. After all, Damien could see into his soul. This man was weaker than him, so whether it be thoughts or subconscious beliefs that even the man himself didn't know, they were all clear to him. "You don't need to be so tense. I'm here because I accepted a commission from your family, so the repayment is already in order." "I see." Asher nodded his head in understanding. "Then, can you explain the current situation?" His relative calmness was impressive, and since Damien had nothing better to do, he slowly told Asher about what had happened to him. "There was such a plot," Asher exclaimed after hearing the story. "I apologize, but this is something I must report to the family head immediately. If it isn't included in your pay, I am willing to add additional compensation if you can escort me home." "I'll hold you to your word, then." Whether extra compensation was needed or not, Damien wasn't one to refuse. "But before we go, I feel bad for the ancient god who originally made this ruin, but it has to be done." Damien lit a flame of purgatory in his hands and threw it nonchalantly to the side. That flame would eventually devour everything in its path and consume the ruin whole, leaving no traces of Richter's research for others to find later. As for his other hideouts, Damien would slowly destroy them one by one for that purpose. Such experiments didn't need to be continued, but that was a story for another time. "Shall we go now?" Damien smiled and turned away from Asher. The man was more than capable of walking on his own now, and Damien already clothed him before he woke up. "Absolutely," Asher nodded. "But how?" "Ah, that's the easiest part." Maybe his teleportation was restricted, but warp was a broken skill. It ignored such things as restrictions. As long as Damien knew where he was going and had the mana to take himself there, he could move anywhere. At his current level, that included travel between planes. A portal opened up behind him, leading to the same martial arena that was used to test mercenaries before the expedition began. Damien and Asher came out on that side and saw the sunlight of the Verdant Principality once more, and while it meant nothing to Damien, it was obviously different for Asher. He knelt on the ground and cried. He tried to hide it, but the tears wouldn't stop flowing from his eyes. His mind refused to remember his suffering, but his body recalled it clearly. The fact that he'd escaped that hell only set in now, and naturally, that realization was accompanied by a rush of emotions. "This is going to take a bit." Damien stood by without a word and waited for Asher to get himself together. Several minutes and a short apology later, the two were on their way to the Norn family estate. It was a decently large area that encompassed several dozen acres of land, but compared to the grandiosity of structures Damien had seen in the lower universe, it wasn't anything much. Well, this is also one of the lowest levels of influence present here. There are 10,000 like it in this cardinal region, and if you include the rest, the number is uncountable. Damien followed Asher to the gates and once his identity was confirmed, the two were able to enter the estate without much trouble. They passed by anything and everything until they arrived at the main house, and waiting in front of it was a refined man with hair as white as snow. "Asher," he said incredulously. "It's me, Father," Asher responded in the same tone. The two had a touching reunion that Damien had no business being a part of, and when it was over, the questions finally started. "Why are you here?" "The expedition party hasn't even entered the Vanishing Dunes yet," the man who was evidently the family head of the Norn family asked. "I was saved by this man. It is also due to his power that we were able to return with such haste," Asher responded, giving Damien the credit he deserved. The Norn family head turned his gaze to Damien for the first time and scanned him up and down. "First and foremost, I'd like to sincerely thank you for saving my son. However, I hope you can understand my doubts." Damien sighed to himself. "Naturally, so just ask away. I'll answer what I can. Then, please excuse my rudeness. It started with a simple, 'How did you know my son was missing?'" Damien gave his background as a hired mercenary, and the follow-up question was naturally, "Why are you here before the expedition party?" The questioning came to an abrupt halt here, because Damien's answer wasn't something the Norn family head could easily fathom. They were too slow, so I ditched them. Damien said it as it was, and while the Norn family head definitely had more questions to ask, he had to refrain because Asher's true circumstances were brought to light. The kidnapping, the torture, and everything else, all leading up to the conclusion that he would have been dead by the time the expedition party arrived if Damien hadn't moved ahead of them. Asher Norn was an upright person. He made sure Damien was given the treatment he deserved and told his story in such a way that glorified his achievements. In this way, Damien would be able to properly reap the rewards of completing the mission, which, in Asher's understanding, was the reason Damien did everything from the start. The trio entered the mansion as their conversation continued. The topic of rewards, small talk about worldly affairs, some prying into Damien's identity, and much more ensued, but Damien was only half paying attention. He let the events fly by. His original goal seemed meaningless now, because the slow and steady approach he was attempting to take had been crushed to bits. The connection with the Norn family had already been formed, and as a reward, he already requested a meeting with the Sapientia clan. Since they controlled the information network within the eastern region, they were a perfect match for the current Damien. But first, I need to find Yulia. That woman from the Veritas clan will be the biggest contributor to his current plans. So before anything else, he needed to meet with her. But did he know? Just as he was looking for her, she was looking for him. Their meeting was fated from the start, and it wouldn't be too long before it took place. Chapter 1366 Undercurrents. Chapter 1366 Undercurrents 1. The setting was somewhere secluded, a place where no witnesses could reach. There were meadows all around, and two people sat at a table with a bottle of spirit liquor between them. It took a lot of effort to find you. Should I say I'm impressed? The one who spoke was Yulia Veritas, a woman who both had fame and the ability to move without being recognized, a combination barely anybody could replicate. As for the one she was speaking to, it was a very familiar man. I don't know about all that. I think I should be the one impressed by the person who managed to find me despite all that. Damien finished his business with the Norn family without much difficulty, and since they were able to contact the expedition party, it seemed Isra and the rest managed to escape the labyrinth somehow. He didn't have to worry about them. He did want to deepen his friendship with the clan, but since his mentality changed, he didn't put too much emphasis on it for the moment. Instead, this meeting was more important. Who would have thought he didn't even have to look for it? By the time he was done with the Norn family, he already felt the presence following him. And when he led that presence to a secluded location to confront, he found that it was a friend rather than a foe. He sat down with Yulia without much of a fuss. She was too sure of his identity for him to convince her otherwise. The problem was how she found him, whether it be his physical genetics, his aura, his mana, or even his soul. They had been altered to trick the general public. For someone to see through this, regardless of strength, meant they had means that were mysterious even to him. I want to ask about it, but I'm sure you won't tell me, right? Naturally, a woman's secrets aren't so easy to uncover. Damien rolled his eyes. What a cheeky answer. I didn't expect you to be a womanly individual. HM? Was that an insult? I guess you've gained some confidence after spending time here, haven't you? Something like that. Yulia entertained the conversation normally, but she wasn't lying when she said she spent a great deal of effort to find him. None of her sources or subordinates were able to find a trace of him, and only when she personally took action did she even find a clue. It was surprising. She was forced to use the strength she was hiding. Not just anyone could force her into a position like that. She wanted to meet Damien, to forge a relationship with him that would draw him closer to the Veritas clan and confirm his identity. But what surprised her was his desire to see her as well. Did he realize something? She wanted to probe him and see what he was thinking, but Damien wasn't the type to talk in circles, something she should have realized from their last meeting. I have to thank you for the information you gave me last time, but didn't you hide a little too much? Damien started, bringing up the main point without delay. What are you talking about? Yulia responded, still trying to see what he knew. The foreign races. Yulia's eyes widened just slightly. She expected him to talk about Void Palace or something along those lines. She never expected the first thing on Damien's mind to be a hidden enemy that had no connection to him. What about them? She asked. Tell me everything. Everything you know about them, and everything about their invasion. I won't let it slide if you keep hiding things right now. Damien's gaze held a level of seriousness she didn't know he had in him. For some reason, I feel like my strength has become less significant. She was hiding more than Damien could ever imagine, but she suddenly got the feeling that even with her hidden strength, she wouldn't be able to act as she pleased. Though, this doesn't have to devolve to that. She didn't hide information about the foreign races with hostile intent, nor did she do it to help him. Since he was clueless about the heavenly world, the main thing he needed to know was the structure and power of their denizen races. As for the foreign races, people would always learn about them eventually if they just continued living here. It wasn't information that needed to be prioritized, especially since new soldiers didn't really need to be drafted for the war right now. Damien was leaking a subtle yet noticeable aura of hostility, not towards her, but towards the subject in question. She couldn't just half-ass her answer here. I don't know how much you already know, but it's something like this. She reiterated the information Damien learned from Richter's memories first. The foreign races appeared on the periphery countless tens of millions of years ago. They never made their reason for attacking known, but the fact that they had high intelligence was well known, not only through their scheming nature and cautious movements, but also due to attempts made to communicate with them. Their stance was something similar to a dominator. From the highest ranks to the lowest, they viewed the people of the heavenly world as prey, people who weren't worth communicating with. And unlike the Nox, who had a physical place in the lower universe, the foreign races came from somewhere else. Nobody knew where that place was. No matter how much they investigated, it was impossible to find its location. However, when the foreign races invaded, a connection between those two places was formed. They're called dimensional cracks, Yulia said. Their connection points between the home of the foreign races to our world. The heavenly order has made moves to combat them, which gives us some advantages. But if we cannot make full use of those advantages, the foreign races can turn portions of our land into their territory. The war has been proceeding slowly. I'm not sure what they've been waiting for, but they've never gone all out against us. For the first few million years, they just tested the waters and moved in the shadows. After that, they started invading slowly, but never really pushed us. We know that they have high-ranked beings among them, but none of them have made an effort to invade the world yet. Damien could understand it somewhat. Since the foreign races had been plotting in the lower universe during the time they spent probing the heavenly world, they clearly had plans to take everything the universe could offer before destroying it. But since the lower universe was gone now, would they continue to wait? Damien didn't speculate much. There was definitely more Yulia had to say, but she stopped explaining there. I'm not sure what kind of grudge you have against the foreign races, but that's hardly what you should be worrying about. Yukia's eyes narrowed as she observed Damien's reactions. Right now, I think you should focus your attention on Void Palace. After all, their situation has been getting more desperate by the day. Chapter 1367 Undercurrents. Chapter 1367 Undercurrents 2 Void Palace. Damien was surprised when she suddenly brought it up. He had no idea she'd figured out his affiliation, nor did he know how she did it. What do they have to do with me? There's no point trying to act uninvolved. Unfortunately for you, each of the 8 great clans has their own insignia to set them apart from the masses, Yulia replied with a smile. For our Veritas clan, it's the 3rd eye on our foreheads. She raised her bangs so he could see it. It wasn't a physical eye, but a tattoo-like marking faded into the skin like it was natural. It looked mystical, and just gazing into it made Damien feel compelled to tell the truth. And for Void Palace, it's your unique purple eyes. Void Palace was different from the other clans because their trait wasn't a marking, but something genetic. It made it seem like everyone in the clan was from the same lineage, but that wasn't true. The direct descendants of the Void Lord were born with natural purple eyes, while the members from other lineages and those taken in from the outside would eventually develop the same eyes when they started practicing Void Palace's techniques. There was a difference between the two, but it wasn't something known to those outside the clan. The direct descendants of the Void Lord were born with natural purple eyes, while the members from other lineages and those taken in from the outside would eventually develop the same eyes when they started practicing Void Palace's techniques. There was a difference between the two, but it wasn't something known to those outside the clan. You did a good job hiding when you left the ship, but you made a mistake forgetting to hide before meeting me. Damien raised his brow. It's definitely an interesting thing, but haven't we already had the conversation about me being an ascender? You know that kind of thing doesn't exist in the lower universe, right? Yulia's smile widened. Isn't that the most curious part? She grabbed her cup and took a sip of spirit liquor, pausing as if she wanted to make her next words more impactful. This rule applies throughout the entire cosmos, whether it be here or the lower universe. The fact that you are an ascender just makes your existence even more mysterious and far more amusing to understand. Damien didn't know what to say. Well, that's some shit. He really got played. Don't worry, Yulia continued. My crew is absolutely loyal. None of them will reveal anything unless I tell them to, and most of them probably didn't even put 2 and 2 together on their own. The unique traits of each clan were definitely noticeable, but there was also a specific demeanor that those who ruled the world possessed. It was impossible to stand in a position where quintillions of existences bowed before one's feet and remain someone without regality. However, Damien didn't possess it at all. He did have eyes that set him apart from the rest, but he acted like a commoner. It was a small detail, one that nobody would directly notice but inherently understand, but it was enough to make people believe in coincidence. Damien sighed to himself. I guess there's nothing I can say to deny it. Nothing at all. Then let's just continue with the conversation. What's the situation with Void Palace? Yulia nodded, her brows wiggling slightly as she reveled in her victory. A few million years ago, Void Palace wasn't an influence that could be considered one of the 8 great clans. Rather, it was an influence that stood above us all. Unfortunately, that status couldn't be maintained. It all changed so fast that it seemed like it happened in a day. As the story went, the war with the foreign races had become large and small over the eons, but it always had a place in the heavenly world's history. And because they came through dimensional cracks, the influence known as Void Palace rose to prominence faster than anyone else. On top of their main lineages, whose powers and abilities were varied and unpredictable, they gathered all the spatial practitioners in the world and became a haven for them. These spatial practitioners were incredibly important because only they had the ability to regulate dimensional cracks, which gave the heavenly world a great advantage against the invading enemy. With the passing of time and the growth of their power, Void Palace rose and rose and rose until nobody else could stand up to them. And naturally, that attracted ire from other forces. They had large and small conflicts with several influences, including a few of the 8 great clans, and their power was diminished to an extent, but even then, their foundation couldn't be shaken. Until that day, the Void Lord disappeared. They lost their pillar, the man who created Void Palace and led their development. the man who was the source of all of their inheritances and legacies, the man who was regarded as the strongest in the world. That man disappeared from the world, and no matter how much time passed, he never returned. Void Palace could never be broken. Their influence is too strong. The common people support them to almost a fanatical level, and their importance to the world is too great for anyone to force them to disband. But without their pillar, they weren't able to maintain their previous status. They eventually became the 8th of the 8 great clans, and their land was encroached upon by several other forces. The Divine Order of the Southwest and the Stria clan of the North both started biting off chunks of the southern region. And while the Kyushu Federation never showed real hostile intent, as a mercantile empire, they naturally started expanding as well. The legacy of Void Palace became weaker, and they were forced to hold themselves up in their own principality. They haven't been able to properly fight against those trying to destroy them. Their geniuses still come out and show their strength to prove that Void Palace is still a great clan, but that isn't enough to fight the other great clans. The situation has been getting worse recently. Divine Order seems to have encountered something that greatly raised their overall combat power, and the Stria clan has become more forward in their conquest. If this continues, the southern region will be divided between other powers in at most a decade, and Void Palace will lose its standing. They need a leader, they need unity, and they need a chance to start fighting back. Yulia basically finished her overview there. She outlined the enemies and allies of the clan among the 8 great clans, where the Veritas clan was called their greatest ally, but Damien didn't pay much attention to that part. He could hear it directly from the people at Void Palace when he got there. His mind had been elsewhere for a while now. The Void Lord, his father, Dante Void, has been missing for millions of years. Damien knew something was wrong. Dante had been in a situation where enemies and tragedy pursued him everywhere, even when he was born, but Yulia was saying it had gone on for millions of years. No, more importantly, he's still missing. He was still gone. The man who had been speaking to him as if nothing was wrong ever since the first time he met his projection was missing at a time when his clan was being attacked from all sides. He might be an absentee father, but the Dante Void I know would never leave this situation alone if he knew what was going on. There was something deeper here. Something was happening to his father and his clan. He needed to find out what it was as soon as possible. Void Palace was meant to be the backing that allowed me to move freely in the heavenly world once I had some status. Even the plans I made for the foreign races relied on their influence to an extent. He was staying in the eastern region because he wanted to prove his worth to those people before heading there. But, as Yulia said, he couldn't be so leisurely anymore. The southern region, he had to go there. But not yet. Yulia said the Veritas clan is our greatest ally, but they seem relatively uninvolved in the happenings of the southern region. His plans didn't necessarily change overall, but the intent had to be revised. Rather than recognition, I now need backing. He needed to pull the Veritas clan into the struggle, so Void Palace could gain the footing to return to its proper place. And to do that, his eyes hardened. I need to work. His gaze turned to Yulia once more. He took a deep breath and calmed himself before opening his mouth to speak. Let's make a deal. Yulia's eyes sparkled in interest. This brat. She smiled to herself. Her thoughts didn't need to be spoken. She was the only one who needed to know them. But she was looking forward to it. The moment Damien Void returned to his palace, that is, Chapter 1368 Mercenary. Chapter 1368 Mercenary 1. The deal was simple. Damien Void would be an exclusive mercenary for Yulia Veritas for 5 years and follow her command. In return, she would guarantee the Veritas clan's support in Void Palace's endeavors. It was an odd deal on paper. What Damien suggested was a deal that would result in the Veritas clan's support, but he didn't know what they wanted, since he didn't have any sort of deep relationship with Yulia or anyone else from their influence. Yulia herself was the one who suggested the 5-year mercenary side of the deal. She didn't specify exactly what she wanted him to do in that time, but because it was a negligible condition for the rewards it would beget, Damien was clear on the fact that he would be worked like a slave for 5 years doing things he couldn't even imagine. Still, he signed off on the deal, and with the heavenly order as witness, it became something inviolable. Through this, Damien also managed to learn that Yulia was someone with enough say in the clan to guarantee support with her promise. The two of them parted ways after making their agreement and exchanging information so they could contact each other. Damien had 1 month before he would be given his first task. That was 1 month he could use to set up a foundation for himself. It's time to visit the Sapientia clan. They were another important step in his plan. No matter how strong or influential the Veritas clan was, and no matter how loyal the Sapientia clan was to them, he couldn't guarantee their support just because he had a deal with Yulia. He needed to form a separate relationship with the Sapientia clan. Why? Because they were people who controlled information better than most other forces in the entire heavenly world. Only the Kyushu Federation had an information network better than theirs, and since they didn't move for anything other than profit, Damien wasn't interested in working with them quite yet. He didn't have enough to bring to the table. After all, what did he have to bring to the Sapientia clan then? The answer was still nothing. Damien was just a baby in the heavenly world. Unlike the lower universe, where he had plenty of time to become something before he got involved in the larger scheme of things, he immediately jumped into muddy waters the second he arrived here. When facing influences large enough to control billions, trillions, or even more existences with a single word, he couldn't just say, "I'm strong, so form a relationship with me," and get it over with. Not yet, at least. But at least he had a point of connection with the Sapientia clan. He had a relationship with Yulia Veritas. Even if that was something they formed outside the public eye, there was no way the Sapientia clan didn't know of it. Yulia already raised his value, and the Norn family did the same. His power was mysterious enough to outstrip everyone on the expedition party that went to save Asher Norn, and he had the ability to travel faster than any single practitioner anywhere near his power level. These facts gave the Sapientia clan a reason to pay attention to him. So when he arrived on their doorstep for the meeting they'd arranged beforehand, they welcomed him with open arms. He was taken into a small Eastern-style abode and served tea as he waited for a representative to meet him. When they finally came, the conversation started easily. The goal was another deal. Damien wanted the Sapientia clan's information network for himself. He wanted access to what they knew, and he wanted the privilege of moving their forces to find out things he wanted to know, both within the Eastern region and without. As for what they asked from him in return, information. The representative was a woman with strange cloud-like eyebrows and eyes that remained closed regardless of anything else. She was mysterious and dressed like an ancient scholar, but spoke in an approachable tone that was off-putting considering everything else about her. What she requested was information Damien had that the Sapientia clan didn't. It wasn't what he expected. The Sapientia clan is tied to the concept of wisdom. They don't just gather information, but have an obsession with it because they believe information is the foundation of wisdom. Even if said information is useless to them, they still want to possess it to deepen their foundation. It was this belief that allowed them to become what they are today. To gain knowledge from them, one had to give knowledge to them. It was a completely equivalent exchange. And if it was information they didn't know, Damien had plenty of it. After all, there was no way for a heavenly world clan to spread their influence into the lower universe. Damien had a wealth of knowledge they couldn't fathom, and thus, no matter what he wanted from them, he could get it. This is more convenient than I could have hoped for. Ascension was a rare phenomenon. People didn't just reach the demigod rank willy-nilly. There were definitely people who came to the heavenly world and used this same method to gain standing in the past, but none of them knew what he did, because Damien possessed all the knowledge of the lower universe. In totality, how much do you know about the lower universe? He asked so he could gauge what to share and what could be avoided. He could also use this to learn how much different pieces of information about the lower universe were worth. The Sapientia clan knew about the Nox, the different sectors and their dominant races, the power structure in clans, and a lot more general information. However, aside from facts about specific sects and races that were gathered from other ascenders, they didn't have much detailed knowledge. Damien could provide them exactly that. And more than anything else, he could tell them the secrets of the Nox and the Abyss that nobody else knew. especially information about the Nox race's connection with the foreign races. That's probably worth more than everything else combined, since it actually has a place in the heavenly world. I could tell them now, but I should save that for later. There's a part of him that wanted to make it public knowledge for the sake of the greater good, but he couldn't be so kind right now. Cooperation was more important. He could personally spread that news when the time came. To gain what he needed, Damien started with Grand Heaven's boundary itself. The dimensional leaderboard, the war that collapsed sector after sector, and a few tidbits about the Nox that heavily implied the wealth of knowledge Damien was withholding. The Sapientia clan representative noted down everything he said on a jade slip as he spoke, her expression remaining still as always. But the wiggling of her eyelids as she tried to keep them closed made it obvious she was surprised. I will consult with the council, but this exchange should grant you high clearance, she said when he finished. It was a short business interaction, and they only said what needed to be said, but it was enough. The representative left, and Damien waited for her return. Okay, he was calm. He was calm. He was remaining calm, but it was difficult. He wanted to be done with all of this. He wanted to move, get stronger, and reach a point where none of this was necessary anymore. He missed it a lot. He didn't realize how much he'd miss it until it was gone. But he understood them now. Standing at the peak was amazing. The convenience was hard to let go of once it was experienced. So even if it came at the cost of wasted talent and potential, he understood why those lower universe demigods refused ascension. However, he was already here. He had to go through this, because only after going through these steps could he get back to that place where he wanted to stand. It's annoying. It was incredibly annoying. Still, he did it without fail. And as his cooperation with the Sapientia clan was eventually established, he left them with a task and went on his own way to train. 29 more days passed after that. And finally, Damien's communication device rang. The person who called? Naturally, it was Yulia Veritas. Chapter 1369, Mercenary. Chapter 1369, Mercenary 2. Are you ready? Those 3 simple words held a deep meaning. Was he ready for 5 years of slavery? But his answer was just as succinct. Yes. He had mentally prepared himself long ago, and he was waiting for this moment to come. Good. I'll mark a location somewhere within your radius. Find it and reach it within 3 days. That's your first task. Damien smiled wryly. No more information than that. None at all. You need to be at least that good if you want to prove yourself. Damien rolled his eyes. Understood. I'm still being underestimated. Huh, 3 days? That's laughable. Damien cut the call there. He didn't need to pry more. When she says somewhere in my radius, that could mean I'm either already there or it could be 1 billion kilometers away. And when she says she marked it, am I looking for a structure or something mana-based? Well, it doesn't matter either way. If she wanted him to find it on his own, it had to be something he'd recognize. He spread his awareness first. Hundreds of millions of kilometers were covered in an instant. And as he sifted through all the information coming into his head, he quickly learned that whatever he wanted to find wasn't there. However, there were clues. She's toying with me, he thought with a smile. There were markers everywhere, some large and some small. They all stood out in his perception, and it was clear she wanted him to go to each and every one to see if that was the designated location. However, he had no need to do so. Should I work a bit harder? He knelt down and put his hand on the ground, activating an ability he developed in the ancient battlefield. Absolute perception. Back then, he only had partial existence law. Even with that, he was able to search the entirety of the ancient battlefield and find traces of someone as elusive as the ancient sovereign. So what about now? That incomplete law had now become an authority. It wasn't complete, but it was far greater than anything he could have imagined at that time. When he entered the state of absolute perception, he was no longer just becoming one with the earth, but with the mana as well. His spiritual body became one with the entire atmosphere, and his perception became that of the heavenly order. Puff! Damn! His mind was instantly overloaded with information. Blood puffed out of his nose like a cloud of mist and leaked down his ears and eyes. There was too much. Whether it be what was happening below the surface in various bestial societies, or what was happening in the skies where a few select races made their homes. He saw it all. It was just too much. The heavenly world was massive. It had been mentioned to death already, but it seemed like Damien saw the true extent of that grandiosity every time he did something new. He saw far more than he ever wanted to, because he forgot to limit the range of his perception. From hundreds of millions, he instantly jumped to hundreds of billions of kilometers. He practically had half the eastern region in his grasp. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on, but that's not my problem right now. I have to limit my search radius. He wasn't nearly equipped to deal with this level of perception yet, nor did he need it at the current moment. I should definitely get used to it, though. If I can see this much unregulated, I should be able to get a lot more out of the Sapientia clan than I originally thought. Nevertheless, he enclosed his awareness in a 10 billion kilometer radius. That was the greatest his mind could handle. Now, if I filter for just traces of Yulia's existence, everywhere she'd left traces were revealed to him. He sifted through them one at a time. He could directly see what was there instead of receiving it as information, so it was easy for him to find what was a facade and what was true. In the end, there were 3 locations that caught his attention. The first is a totem in the middle of nowhere, the second is an empty land that has an active underworld, and the last is a den of shady characters. Since he didn't know exactly what he was looking for, it really could have been any of those locations. But my gut tells me it's the third. It was a place perfect for a mercenary, a bar where only people who desired the freedom of such a job could stay. Let's beeline then. It was roughly 6 billion kilometers away, a completely random distance. With 10 million kilometers covered with every teleportation, and every teleportation taking roughly a second, it only took Damien 10 minutes to arrive at the door. He opened it and walked in. The atmosphere was rowdy. Those gathered were all crass individuals who didn't care to abide by social customs if it meant they could be themselves. They were from all different races, with so many strange personalities and appearances that the word strange became irrelevant. This was a place those with status like Yulia would usually avoid, calling it uncouth, but Damien quite appreciated this kind of environment where everyone could be in the same room regardless of differences because of their shared passion. Plus, I don't know what it's like for others, but Yulia would definitely fit in here. Damien walked past several tables full of mercenaries who eyed him as he passed and sat down at the bar. The bartender glanced over, but didn't go out of his way to attend to him. "Unwelcoming, aren't you?" Damien said sarcastically. "I apologize, but you look a bit too pristine to be in a place like this." Damien raised his brow and looked at himself. Is cleanliness a problem? Or maybe I look too much like a noble? He shrugged to himself. I don't think bartenders are supposed to care about shit like that. Just serve me some good liquor and be on your way. The bartender scrutinized Damien with his gaze for a moment before sighing to himself and doing as he was told. As the drink arrived as Damien ordered, someone sat down next to him and ordered their own drink. "What do you think?" Damien said as he took a sip of the liquor. It burned, and the taste was piss poor. It wasn't like the liquor he personally made, but it had its own charm like a barbarian warrior on a battlefield of blood. When you went on about underestimation, I got a bit curious, but 10 minutes was beyond my expectation. The person beside him spoke, taking a sip of her own drink. "Didn't I tell you when we first met? This is normal for me. Elegant brat. Isn't that why you picked me?" Touché. Damien and Yulia sat in the bar and finished their drinks as if they were regular customers. But there was a silent war going on between them. They had a contractor-contractee relationship that was close to a slave contract, but Damien refused to be treated like a slave. Yulia respected it, but she also expected him to act like someone who was taking orders, because she couldn't put a wild card into a team of mercenaries who had their own hierarchical structure. What Damien wanted to show her was that he didn't need something like a team, and while she didn't like it, she had no choice but to accept it. He'd won this time. Oh, whatever. Welcome to the Denver. This is where you'll be taking your missions from now on. And that guy, Yulia motioned towards the bartender with her eyes, is the one who will act as the middleman between the two of us. Damien nodded. All right, then. Since you're here now, I'm assuming you're giving me the first one on your own? Naturally, Yulia responded with a smile. It wouldn't be any fun if I wasn't present for the initiation. That. Damien frowned. The air in the bar suddenly changed, and all eyes were on him. It's simple, Yulia said. She grinned as she stood up and started walking away. Either defeat everyone here and get your way, or lose and do things my way. She opened the door to the bar and gave him one last look, her eyes slyer than ever. Well then, good luck. Bang! The door closed, and murderous intent ran wild throughout the bar. Good, Damien said with a grin. You guys might not know this, but letting off steam like this is one of my favorite pastimes. He stretched slightly and turned to face the crowd, raising his own aura to match theirs. They wanted to fight? Then he would give them a fight they'd never forget. It was becoming his signature phrase at this point, so he felt the need to say it. Come at me, bitches. Chapter 1370 Mercenary. Chapter 1370 Mercenary 3. Well, that's that. Damien brushed his hands off and walked over to the bar. The last one was a little bit disappointing. How about trying one of mine this time? He pulled out his own spirit liquor and poured himself a glass, glancing at the bartender, who sighed and raised his own glass as well. As the two enjoyed their drinks, they completely ignored the scene behind them, a bar full of broken bodies. Nobody was dead, but there wasn't a single one who didn't have at least 5 broken bones. The worst ones were covered in bruises and leaking blood from various places. They'd be unconscious for at least a few days. The rest, well, while they were doing better than that, they were still groaning and clutching their wounds in far too much pain to pay attention to anything else. It was an easy fight, to say the least. The fight itself didn't even need to be mentioned because of how easy it was. And naturally, it was fast too. Yulia re-entered the bar with the same surprised look on her face that she always had since she met Damien. Do you have a habit of finishing fast or something? Only when I need to. You can be assured that I don't have the same problem in other situations. Gross. I agree. That was my bad. Damien smiled wryly. He may or may not have forgotten Yulia was a woman for a second, but saying that would probably actually get him killed. Plus, it was too easy. She's not stupid, so she definitely knew I would say something. Damien shook his head and ignored it, moving on. I've been tested quite a lot since I got here, and I'm getting a little tired of it. We're done with all the useless stuff, right? Yulia rolled her eyes. She wasn't a fan of his arrogance, but she couldn't deny that it was warranted. Yeah, I won't bother doubting you anymore. Your first task will be simple, but it'll get harder with time, so be prepared. Naturally, nodding slightly, Yulia stopped delaying. She explained the task both simply and complexly at once. The task itself was the simple part. Yulia didn't test Damien without reason. She needed to gauge his capabilities so she could use him to the best they offered. Through these tests, she learned that Damien was an all-rounder. He had movement speed beyond movement speed, surveying and intelligence abilities that rivaled the greatest among his power level, and combat power that could do more than just protect himself. He was pretty much a cheat character. The struggles he went through in the lower universe didn't allow him to have any weaknesses. The ones he did have were properly smoothed out with time, and now that he'd reached a level like this, the only growth he really needed to undergo was in his abilities themselves. Nevertheless, since Damien could be used in any kind of mission, Yulia really didn't have anything left to worry about. She already planned how these 5 years would go. The first task is a simple information-gathering mission, she said. He was a one-man army. The tasks she usually needed to use multiple teams for could be done in quick succession by him. Go to the Unix Principality and investigate the ruling powers there. There's been news of a brewing rebellion and rumors about demonic forces infiltrating the ranks of the larger clans. Verify what needs to be verified and disprove the rest before coming back. You have 1 month. This part didn't need much explanation. It was fairly simple and straightforward. The complex part came after. It was a rundown of the Western region's affairs. Everything Damien needed to know, not just about the principality he was headed to, but about its neighboring powers and the large and small conflicts taking place across the Cardinal region, was explained to him piece by piece until he had a clear understanding of the Eastern region in its entirety. All right, seems easy enough. Do I just report back here when I'm done? He asked. Pass any information you have to Sebastian. You can trust that it'll get delivered to me no matter where I am. Damien glanced at the bartender, whose name was apparently Sebastian, curiously. I wonder what kind of person he is for her to guarantee something like that. But just as soon as he gained that curiosity, he shrugged and dropped it. It's not my problem. He had long since reached a point where he stopped caring about things he didn't need to care about. I'll look forward to your work, Julius said, standing up to leave. Yeah, look forward to it, Damien replied confidently, bidding her farewell. Without another word, he vanished from the bar. He already knew where he needed to go. Yulia's first token he got on the starship was incredibly detailed about the layout of the eastern region. After all, the only ones left in the den were Yulia and Sebastian, along with the mercenaries who were just now coming to their senses after the beating they received earlier. What do you think of him? Yulia asked. He's dangerous, Sebastian answered immediately. Dangerous, huh? Yulia smiled. Maybe Damien didn't know it, but she was the one who hired Sebastian. She knew his capabilities better than anyone else. For him to call someone dangerous. Would you win? Sebastian frowned. He looked down at the cup on the bar, still half filled with the spirit liquor Damien had poured for him. I don't know. He couldn't answer that question. Damien didn't take any effort to defeat a bar full of mercenaries, and none of those people lying on the ground unconscious right now were weak. Some of them had great reputations in the eastern region. Some of them had names that resounded through multiple cardinal regions, while some were unknown but more powerful than the other two groups combined. They weren't characters who should have been left in pieces after 5 minutes, especially not when over 30 of them were working together. Damien Void. Yulia's eyes narrowed strangely. I guess a great change really is coming to our world. Yulia was confident in her intuition, and she was confident in Sebastian's experience. When both of those things aligned and agreed that one man who appeared out of nowhere was great enough to shake up the entire world, the question of helping him wasn't even important anymore. Getting involved in Void Palace's conflicts was something the Veritas clan was already planning to do. Helping Damien just meant getting involved more directly, and to do so in return for 5 years of servitude. Yulia wasn't really trying to gain anything. She wanted to form that positive relationship. Because while Damien didn't know it, his importance was already understood by those who'd interacted with him for a longer period of time. The only thing that remained was to decide if they were going to stand with him or against him. And the Veritas clan was not an evil influence. Rather, they were a people who held an absolute conformity to righteousness. Whether we'll stand behind them or stand beside them. Yulia's lips curled up. We will be on the right side of history. Chapter 1371, Mercenary. Chapter 1371, Mercenary. 4. 1 month went by fast. That 1 month included travel time, but with Damien's speed, it only took around 3 days to reach the Unix Principality. Afterwards, accomplishing the mission was easy. He spent most of the time relaxing and enjoying the sights of the Principality's main cities. As for the work he had to do, with absolute perception backing him, what did he have to worry about? By the time a month passed, he had more than enough information to report back, and when he gave it to Sebastian, he learned that he actually did more than what was expected from him. He didn't care, though. He was here to work, so he would work properly. That mentality allowed him to do mission after mission without rest. After the first information-gathering mission, where he found out the plots and schemes within the Unix Principality, the second task he was given was to suppress those very forces stirring up trouble. He fought and killed, solved the conflict, and came back within 3 months. The next year was spent doing similar things all around the eastern region. He solved conflict after conflict and brought peace to the common people. He didn't realize it until around 6 months after his first few missions, but there was a central organization driving most of the plots he'd stopped. By the time he was halfway through his second year as a mercenary, he was fighting them with all his power. He went through demigod after demigod, killing and stealing the core of their existences to strengthen his own power, until finally he found their leader and took his head. He was a high-ranked demigod. The organization itself was only mildly influential in the large scheme of things, which was why Damien was dispatched to deal with them rather than gods from the Veritas clan, but it was sufficient practice for him. He also ended up with a reputation in the eastern region. The name Damien Gray was never mentioned because he didn't give it out easily. The only ones who knew it were influences loyal to the Veritas clan, who made sure they wouldn't spill his information carelessly. As for his title, there wasn't one specific thing they called him. He came and went like a passing breeze. He solved things with great power and force like a great mountain, and he was righteous like a spirit of nature. He held the mantle of a hero in the eyes of the people. But for mercenaries and people more involved in the world of practitioners, he was more like a demon. The people didn't see the scenes he left in his wake. The utter destruction was menacing, to say the least. His enemies were either mutilated or killed so cleanly that it felt like nonsense. The environment was always in tatters, to the point where one had to wonder if a natural disaster passed through the area. But for some reason, the destroyed environment maintained its vitality and would always heal back to normal within a few days or weeks. Nobody had seen his methods and lived, but just the speculations one could make from what he left behind made him someone nobody could mess with. His status among those who worked for the Veritas clan was the highest it could be already, and the missions he got assigned became increasingly complex. From small matters like before, Damien got involved in more important conflicts. He was sent to spy on the Kyushu Federation a few times, and he was even sent to facilitate relations with the Vega clan to the north. The connections he could make for personal gain weren't many, but the ones he made were ones that would help him immensely in the future. His reputation and status were already what he wanted them to be by the third year. But he encountered another problem. It was within himself. Existence was a law that wasn't a law. It was only classified as a law because there was really nothing else to call it. Damien could control existence to an extent. He could do things like perceive the world or touch the ethereal aspects of life that other people couldn't see. However, he couldn't actively move existence to his will. He couldn't control a mana that represented the concept. Why? The more he encountered the problem, the more he thought about it. Why hadn't he made any progress in his authorities since he got to the heavenly world? Why hadn't he been able to do anything as he wanted to no matter how hard he tried? There's a method. He knew there was. There's definitely a mana that represents existence. It's similar to void energy, but only one side of it. It exists, but I can't find it. He didn't know how to find it or how to control it. He needed to find that method. So he searched and searched and searched. He went through the eastern region specifically with this thought in mind. His missions became a secondary priority because if he couldn't get stronger, nothing else mattered. He even tried the opposite and calmed down, taking a break from it all. Damien went to the sanctuary every few months and spent time with his wives and family. He helped them in their endeavors and guided them as they made their way towards divinity. Elvira was also someone he met often, whether for comfort or for business. She was someone he could always turn to. This problem, however, couldn't be solved with rest or effort. He needed an opportunity, and thus, the fourth year arrived. After he worked in the shadows for so long, he was finally given a mission in the light. The younger generation of the Veritas clan will be entering a secret realm soon. It will be attended by the future experts of the Kyushu Federation, Vega clan, and Stria clan as well. Your job is to go with them and make sure they don't die. The one who spoke was Sebastian. Damien was still taking missions in the den, but the atmosphere was a bit different than before. It was subtle, but everyone avoided him. He was the only one sitting at the bar, and nobody dared to approach him. Is it that easy? Damien asked. Ease is relative. The Stria clan will definitely aim for their lives, and nobody can predict the movements of the Kyushu Federation. Damien nodded. He'd done enough reconnaissance in the southeastern region to understand how convoluted the interests of that place were. On top of that, the secret realm itself is incredibly dangerous. It's the most important training location in our eastern region, so you can imagine the kinds of risks and rewards that are present there. Damien nodded again. If 3 other great clans were coming to a secret realm in the eastern region, it meant the Veritas clan was forced to share in order to protect their assets. Such a big pie couldn't be eaten alone, after all. When is it? They'll leave in 10 days. Understood. So should I head straight to the Veritas clan? That would be ideal. Damien stood up and turned around. It's almost over. There was just 1 year left until he could go to Void Palace. And this will probably be the most important factor in securing the Veritas clan support. If he could properly protect their younger generation, they'd owe him a favor beyond what his mercenary position begot. Good. Damien left the den and made his way to the Veritas clan. Come to think of it, this is my first visit. Let's see what a great clan of the heavenly world really looks like. Chapter 1372, Mercenary. Chapter 1372, Mercenary. 5. The Veritas clan. It didn't exist somewhere one would expect a great clan's estate to be. It wasn't directly in the center of the eastern region, nor was it somewhere on the edges, as if putting the entire region in its shadow. Instead, the Veritas Principality, which was essentially just a clan estate that was too big to be called as such, was around 50 billion kilometers south of the central area of the eastern region. It wasn't a location that had much significance at first glance, but if one was able to peer into the truth of the world, one would soon come to understand the decision to build the heart of the Cardinal region here. This specific location was where the fate lines converged. It was where all things were birthed and where they'd return upon death. It was a location close to samsara, yet one that absolutely denied the concept. Veritas, a word that meant truth in a language long forgotten, at least in most people's perception. But just as much as it meant truth, it held another meaning. Reality. The Veritas clan was one that existed to protect reality as it stood. They would not allow it to be shattered by others' machinations, and they would not allow its law to be broken regardless of the consequences. They existed within reality and melded with it. Rather than normal practitioners who sought to leave its bounds, they wanted to strengthen those bounds and become its embodiment. It was a strange way of thinking, one Damien couldn't understand, but he respected it. After all, in the end, they were just influence. In the 4 years he'd spent working for them, he learned a lot about how they operated and why they were able to maintain the position of a great clan for tens or even hundreds of millions of years. The generations changed, the beliefs of those living changed, and the world changed through innovation and conflict, but their core ideologies always remained constant. They helped the common people and made sure they could live stably. Those influences under them who were loyal and just were given benefits that made it impossible for them to even think about turning traitors. The quality of life was amazing, to the point where if someone tried to overthrow the Veritas clan, the entire eastern region would rise up to make sure they never succeeded. Was there a way to not respect a clan who'd created relationships like those? When Damien arrived at the Veritas Principality, he was instantly greeted by a wall, so high even he couldn't see where it ended. This wall had gates every 100 million miles or so to facilitate entry and exit into the region. Several guards, both demigods and lower existences, guarded every inch of it day in and day out, making it an impenetrable fortress. Damien was granted entry relatively easily since his reputation was known and news of his arrival was sent to the gates beforehand. Once he was in the Principality, he headed to the location Sebastian told him about without wasting any time. The Veritas clan's main estate should be in the middle of this place. I thought that's where I'd be going, but I guess I was wrong. He'd been in the heavenly world for a few years now, and while he was still relatively naive about the cardinal regions beyond the eastern side of the world, he was more than just knowledgeable about the eastern region itself. He had become a key player in their operations, someone with enough importance to know secrets the Veritas clan would never tell outsiders. With Yulia's backing and friendship as well, he was practically a member of their clan already. But even he couldn't gain access to the main estate. I heard the Veritas clan keeps a record of all the knowledge in the world there. It's a physical representation of reality itself, an almost impossible concept that exists somehow. The Sapientia clan focused on information and wisdom, but they couldn't even come close to what the Veritas clan was hiding. Even regular members of the clan can't enter there, unless it's the Patriarch, the Grand Elders, or someone who has received unanimous permission from the Council. That ground is off limits. The main lineage of the Veritas clan wasn't an exception to this rule. Fairness beyond all else. This was how the Veritas clan rose to their grand position from the start. Though, Yulia doesn't seem to have a problem going there. Well, everyone else has a problem with it, but she does it anyway. Yulia Veritas was an outlier that nobody could control. Her true strength, her motives, and everything else about her were too hidden for people to make guesses. But her loyalty to Veritas was absolute. So while people raised a fuss about her actions, nobody actually tried to stop her. What a nice position. It was basically where Damien wanted to be in the future. She was someone with the same standing as the patriarch without any of the responsibilities. She was a free spirit to the core. Damien wondered what the same position in Void Palace would look like as he reached the destination in question. He was the first one there, but eventually people arrived to join him. It was three at first. A man with a bushy beard and a barbarian-like appearance. A woman who was the complete opposite of him, elegant and graceful, and another man who was dressed like a scholar from ancient times. They approached Damien with the barbarian at the head and introduced themselves. "You're Damien Gray, right?" The barbarian said. "I've heard too much about ya to not say hi. You can call me Harutos. I don't really care about status or anything like that, but for the sake of introductions, I'm the sixth elder of the Veritas clan." Damien shook the grinning barbarian's hand with a cordial smile and returned his greeting. In quick succession, the other two introduced themselves too. The woman was named Regalia Veritas, and the scholarly man was called Talarius Veritas. They were the seventh and eighth elders respectively, and along with him, they were in charge of protecting the geniuses of the clan. "They sent 4 of us, but there's supposed to be 6 geniuses going to this secret realm. I guess the Grand Elders will be coming too." Regalia wondered aloud. The Veritas clan had 24 elders and 8 Grand Elders. While the elders were all high-ranked demigods with great power, the Grand Elders were true gods beyond imagination. For them to be acting, the young master and young lady are participating in this expedition. Talarius spoke to confirm Damien's thoughts. Protection targets that demigods didn't have the power to protect properly. They would be joining this expedition. Grand Elders, if true gods were participating as mere protectors, this secret realm will probably be much more interesting than expected. And by interesting, naturally, he meant dangerous. As he glanced into the sky and watched the spirit ship that held those illustrious characters approach, he contained his thoughts. A nagging feeling. It filled his heart, and it only grew more prominent as the spirit ship approached. He knew what his intuition was telling him, and he refused to ignore it. "I might have to use it this time." He frowned and stepped forward with the other 3 elders. "Ah, and I thought I could hide for a little longer." Chapter 1373 Mercenary. Chapter 1373 Mercenary 6. The spirit ship came from the main estate of the Veritas clan. The Grand Elders directly left from there and picked up each party one by one, giving them adequate time to get acquainted with each other. The Veritas clan's patriarch, Julian Veritas, only had 2 children. They were the young master and young lady mentioned before. The rest of the geniuses of the clan came from collateral lines or were picked up from the outside, but the Veritas clan didn't treat them any differently. Their fairness principle applied everywhere. As long as one had talent and ability, one could do anything. There wasn't even a real Veritas main family. The family of the clan head was considered as such, but the clan head was always chosen fairly through competition whenever the time came for the previous head to step down. Nevertheless, the young master and young lady of the clan in this generation were still put on a pedestal above the rest, not because of their status, but because of their ability. When Damien and the rest entered the spirit ship, they were immediately greeted by the Grand Elders, whom they respectfully greeted back. Afterward, they were separated and taken to the geniuses they were meant to guard. Right, this is how it should be. Rather than just having a few elders focus on central targets, each genius had a powerful protector that couldn't be looked down upon. Only, Damien was the only one who didn't have true status in the Veritas clan, so he did feel a bit strange. He didn't plan to shirk his duties, though. He put away thoughts about the talented youths and focused on the woman in front of him, the genius he'd be protecting. "Hello," she greeted him optimistically when they first saw each other. "My name is Celeste Veritas. Please take care of me." She bowed respectfully and looked at him with shining eyes, as if expecting him to introduce himself with the same enthusiasm. I'm Damien Gray. I don't know if you've heard of me, but I'm confident in my abilities, so don't worry about anything else and focus on your opportunities in the secret realm. I won't let you die. Was it a bit too direct? The expression on Celeste's face became a bit awkward for a moment before she regained her usual positive demeanor. There wasn't much else for them to say to each other. It was a 3-day journey to get to the secret realm from the nearest teleportation gate, and while most of the geniuses spent time talking to each other, Celeste had a habit of bothering Damien instead. Oh, what an energetic individual. She reminded him of the past Damien, the one who had endless energy and will to do whatever they wished. But why is she clinging on to me? Is it just a whim, or? He did notice a strange atmosphere among the geniuses, as if they were avoiding Celeste. A few of them did try to make conversation with her, including the young master and young lady, but after just a few minutes, they left awkwardly and didn't approach again. Either her position in the clan is strange, or something else is going on. I don't know, and I don't plan to get involved unless they try something. He knew the Veritas clan's reputation, but he didn't put it past them to attack their own if the need came. After all, there wasn't such thing as a major clan without conflict. Even if they plan to do something, it'll happen in the secret realm, so I should focus on that now. Damien still didn't know much about where they were going, but just a few hours ago, he was given a jade slip describing it. Since he'd gotten rid of Celeste and found peace in his own room now, he could finally take a look at it. What? It's unnamed. That was his first thought. It was always just referred to as the secret realm, or something along those lines, never specifically named. That's lame. But considering the contents, let's call it the Forbidden Secret Realm. It wasn't a good name by any means, but it was better than nothing. Plus, since when was Damien good at naming things? It makes sense why the surrounding forces, even allies like the Vega clan, made a fuss about this place. It was an environment he found familiar. It was a secret realm, but he understood its mechanics at a glance. This is just like the first dungeon. According to the information, the Forbidden Secret Realm was a birthplace of gods. Every beast and creature in the place had some sort of divine bloodline, whether it be god-beast blood or something of similar strength. Every plant and material was heavenly and could be used to craft countless artifacts and treasures that couldn't be comprehended by a common practitioner. It was basically a land of only treasures. However, it had its own mechanics. Everyone can only bring out one thing, no matter where the treasures were hidden. Even if they were placed in an alternate reality, they'd disappear once one left the secret realm, leaving only one behind. There were mechanisms through which one could gain the chance to take out 2 or 3, but never more than a number under 5. Plus, to even get your hands on something good, and keep it is difficult in its own right. This was that type of secret realm. Every treasure would be accompanied by dozens of more dangers, and even the treasures the Veritas clan knew of were contained within roughly a fifth of the secret realm surface. The rest is unexplored, not just by the Veritas, but by all of them. The entire battle has taken place in this fifth of the secret realm for as long as it has existed. There were boundary steels blocking off the rest of it from those who entered, and even the power of a true god wasn't enough to break them. How fun! Damien started getting a sense for the kind of encounters he would have in that place, and the things he needed to watch out for. It's quite novel when I think about it. This time, I'm not the genius exploring the secret realm. He'd grown past that point. Rather than the one adventuring for opportunities, he was the one protecting that person from the shadows. It's quite novel when I think about it. He'd experienced the former side of things, but he'd never been in this position before. He'd never even considered it because, to him, he was still counted as a young genius. But these people don't know. Except for Yulia, nobody knew. He was still in his 70s. Each and every person at his level was at least a few thousand years old. No, even disregarding them, most of the so-called geniuses in this place were older than him as well. But who could guess that? His altered appearance didn't let people easily guess his age, and with his power level that rivaled high-rank demigods easily, who could ever imagine that he was only a few decades old? Even Yulia, took several years to finally come to terms with this fact. But that was also beside the point. Since he was in this position, he'd gladly accept it. It was more fun experiencing new things from his perspective, after all. And with 3 days passing in a flash, the group finally arrived. Dozens of spirit ships decorated the skies around a seemingly empty mountain range. This was the location where the gate would spawn. Sometime in the next few days, they would enter that place. The Forbidden Secret Realm. Chapter 1374, Forbidden Secret Realm. Chapter 1374, Forbidden Secret Realm. 1. There were 4 main groups who arrived at the Forbidden Secret Realm, but they weren't the only ones. Aside from the 4 great clans who were participating, several smaller influences from the eastern region were given the chance to prove their worth through this expedition. Their younger generations would experience trials and triumphs, and when they came out, they'd become people worthy of representing the Veritas clan as its vassals. Whatever rewards they gained inside were theirs alone. The Veritas clan would never interfere and try to take a reward by force, but many chose to offer their gains to them regardless. Otherwise, if the Veritas clan truly desired something another party gained in the secret realm, they'd pay for it properly and give the clan in question a rise in status matching their achievement. Because of this system, the smaller influences were all eager to have their geniuses show their mettle and prevail. They lined up around the area as the anticipation for the coming event rose. The 4 major clans of the eastern region were also participating. They didn't require much status since they were already at the greatest height they could reach, but with their loyalty, it was only granted that they'd enter and try to aid the Veritas clan to their greatest capacity. Nevertheless, when the geniuses and their protectors exited their spirit ships and reached the ground below, the main players whom everyone focused their attention on naturally came from 4 influences: the Veritas clan, the Vega clan, the Kyushu Federation, and the Stria clan. Of them, 2 were allied, while the other 2 were individual wolves hungry for a piece of the delicious meat known as the Forbidden Secret Realm. Each of the 4 had 6 geniuses who were given the right to participate. They faced off in a mental battle the second they met each other, their auras both concealed and openly provoking their opponents. Damien watched as the more well-known geniuses approached each other and began a battle of words. He watched as the more high-spirited ones challenged each other and raved at the opportunity to battle. Ah, youth. He smiled slightly. He remembered the days when he was in that position, a young genius who wanted to challenge the world. Standing as someone who had been on top of the world before, all these small things seemed novel to him. Whether it was the mind games of those who were intelligent or the aura battles of those who weren't, they all reminded him of experiences from the past that shaped him into what he was today. There are a lot of secret realms throughout the cosmos, and they're pretty much the main challenge for the younger generation who wants to grow, but there's a reason for that. No matter what other method there is, this one is always the best. Even the dimensional leaderboard relied on secret realms of its creation to raise the geniuses of the lower universe. Was there a better method? The geniuses would be forced to challenge themselves with real-life experiences, and because most secret realms had restrictions, they would be able to do so against people of their own level without being impeded by people they didn't have a chance to defeat. The fall of most geniuses happens because of that. People who don't want to see them grow cut them down before they can. And unlike the usual secret realm, this one didn't have much of a power restriction. It only had a limit for the number of people who could enter at each stage. For instance, there were godly protectors next to the young master and young lady of the Veritas clan, along with the top geniuses of the other clans, a total of 8 across all 4 great clans. That was the maximum number of gods allowed by the secret realm. If another god tried to enter after them, they would either be suppressed down to the demigod level or just banned from entering the secret realm at all. We waited for 2 days in the spirit ships before descending, so I can only assume the secret realm will open soon. He glanced over at Celeste, the woman he was protecting this time around. She's not like the rest. I understand why she'd be excluded on the spirit ship, since that's exclusively amongst the Veritas clan members. But even here, she's not interacting with anyone. It was a little confusing from his perspective. Celeste was an energetic person. She always found time to annoy him with her overly positive attitude, and she didn't seem to have a bad personality that would drive people away from her. But when she was around people of her own generation, she never showed that side of her. It wasn't that she became cold and ruthless. It was more like she put on the guise of a weak and vulnerable individual without the confidence to approach others. Is she someone who likes to toy with others? He didn't really care about her habits, but he needed to know her general demeanor if he wanted to plan for the future. From what he'd seen so far, she didn't overtly go looking for trouble, but she seemed like someone trouble would be attracted to regardless. Damien shrugged. At this point, it's already useless to speculate. After all, he glanced at the sky. Some others sensed it too. Space was fluctuating imperceptibly. With every passing second, its chaos became more pronounced until even the weakest among them could clearly feel the changes. It's time. As if it was waiting for Damien's declaration, the entrance to the forbidden secret realm ripped open. A large, swirling, galaxy-like portal formed where the space tore, opening the way to heaven. No words needed to be said. This wasn't the first time the secret realm had opened, and it wouldn't be the last. Those who were impatient rushed ahead instantly, and those who were cautious waited a bit longer before entering. But regardless of their nature, they all entered within a minute. As for Damien and Celeste, "Shall we go?" she said in a peppy tone. "I'm just here to protect you. So do as you please," Damien responded stalely. "TCH, you're no fun." Celeste pouted a bit, but it was just for show. She'd already begun moving towards the portal. Damien pulled out the small jade token he was given, one connected to a similar token Celeste held. This would allow him to be teleported to the same location as her without fail, since everyone would be spread out randomly when they entered the realm. And as she walked in, he walked in as well. Under the familiar feeling of reality itself, twisting and morphing into something entirely different, he arrived in a new plane, and he immediately felt it. He took in a deep breath of the air. His eyes narrowed. His heart pounded. There's something here. There was definitely something in the secret realm that was related to him, something absolutely critical. He didn't know what it was, but since he was here, he wouldn't leave without finding it. He smiled to himself. I knew it wouldn't be a normal secret realm expedition, but I didn't expect that there'd be something like this. The mysterious treasures of the most important secret realm in the eastern region. Just what did they have to offer? Chapter 1375, Forbidden Secret Realm. Chapter 1375, Forbidden Secret Realm 2. Damien glanced around at his surroundings. The first thing he saw was Celeste, who was just a few feet away. Unlike him, she'd been affected by the spatial transmission and was currently regaining her composure. After that, it was the environment itself. They were in a large jungle, or maybe it was more apt to call a rainforest. It was filled with verdant greenery lush enough to be considered overgrown. The color green that spread in every direction was almost too vibrant to be real, and the sky was blotted out by the densely packed vegetation. The roars, chirps, and buzzing of beasts came from all over the place, courtesy of the flourishing ecosystem within this place. And from the auras that came from those sounds, everything around here has reached divinity. It wasn't Damien who spoke, but Celeste. She also sensed everything around her after regaining her senses, and she immediately went on alert. "It's not quite divinity," Damien responded. "It's similar, but they didn't reach the divine level normally. It's more like they're mortals with the strength of a divinity." Divinity was something special. Regardless of whether it was something grand like Damien's hegemon god, or something basic like a single-element divinity, it wasn't something that could be achieved easily. That wasn't to say none of the beasts in the secret realm had the capacity to reach that point, but an entire ecosystem of divinities who slaughtered and ate each other just wasn't possible. But for them to reach a power level similar to what a demigod had without actually gaining divinity, while it seemed more improbable, was actually far easier. Damien knew how beasts worked more than anyone else, since he was basically one of them for a while. He understood how easy it was to kill, eat, and evolve until one reached an unimaginable level. I wonder what the intelligence standard is. If they all had high intelligence, things could be far more dangerous than he was expecting. But it's not my job to figure all this out. After the first tidbit of information he gave, he didn't say anything else. This was Celeste's time to shine. If he played too large of a role here, it would stun her growth rather than aid it. So he quietly watched as she slowly gathered information about her surroundings and set out to explore the secret realm. For now, Damien's job was easy. He already knew how this went. Celeste fought against beasts, struggled, almost died, and grew. She never got injured or endangered to the extent that would require Damien to intervene. So as the days passed, he quietly faded into the background and watched her grow. Of course, not helping her didn't mean he wasn't making his own observations about the secret realm and Celeste herself over this period. Surprisingly enough, we're pretty close to the boundary steals. I was expecting everyone to arrive far away, since there haven't been many real attempts to break past the steals, but I guess there was something more to it. The aura he had been sensing since he first got here was coming from beyond the steals, so his attention kept going in that direction. It's unfortunate, but I won't be able to get there in the near future. The time they had in this place wasn't actually guaranteed. The forbidden secret realm opened when it pleased and closed when it pleased. When the time came for it to disappear from the world again, it would simply eject every foreign entity back into the heavenly world as if they were flies in front of its power. It might be as little as 6 months, and it might be so long that the situation outside has become something unimaginable. Damien shook his head. There's no point dawdling on it. Worst case scenario, I force my way out. More importantly, that woman. Celeste was a demigod in her own right. From what Damien could sense from her soul, her divinity was also something related to stars, as if her destiny always led to the celestial. The power she uses mimics the natural elements, but isn't actually a part of their order. She's an anomaly amongst anomalies. Normal people definitely couldn't sense it, but he was different. There wasn't anyone with a greater connection to the celestial than he did. After all, he was the owner of an entire universe. From what I can gather, it isn't like the power of my celestial class, or anything like Ryue's Old Moon Affinity. Rather than drawing power from the stars, it's like her entire body has become chaos from which the stars can be born. He didn't know how to properly explain it, but it was definitely interesting. Her growth was incredibly linear, as if the cosmos itself wanted her to grow fast. The stronger she got, the more chaotic her soul became, yet the more ordered her power was. This woman is special. She was still a young genius. She was around 100 years old, and she'd been sheltered in the Veritas clan for the majority of her life. The treatment she receives outside might be because of her unique physique. I don't know if they can read it as well as I can, but there's no way the gods of the Veritas clan didn't notice the oddity of her existence. Whatever the case was, the Celeste he was seeing now wasn't like the side she showed in the outside world. He was sure she'd already forgotten about his presence, because she truly looked in her element. She wasn't hiding anything or putting up a front. She wasn't being reserved or overly outgoing. She was just being herself, absolutely enjoying the feeling of strength filling her every bone. In a way, she's similar to me. Damien smiled. Months passed without him having to intervene in her adventures. Celeste found a variety of treasures, some of which she discarded and some of which she consumed directly. She even found a beast companion, a small black snake that didn't seem like anything special but had a unique aura about it. She was doing well, and Damien was having fun watching her growth. However, good times could never last. Hostile presences. They were surrounded by them constantly, but these were different. These were human. Celeste's eyes turned in that direction with a ferocious glint. There's no way another group would approach with good intentions. Those individualistic and prideful geniuses moving as a group? Laughable. Without a question, Celeste raised her guard and jumped into a nearby tree. She withdrew a bow from her spatial ring and got in position to fire. The group slowly arrived in the vicinity, and Celeste hid her presence to an extreme degree that impressed even Damien. The two of them watched as the group below split up and searched the area. When they realized Celeste was nowhere to be found, they reconvened in the clearing. "The target isn't here," the leader among them said. "Should we leave?" Another asked him. No. The leader's response was instant without an ounce of hesitation. Remember our orders. If we can't accomplish our mission, we'll be killed or brutally tortured. This is the only chance for us. His eyes hardened and his teeth gritted. The expressions of his men became equally solemn as they reflected on their position. There was only one hope for their survival, and the leader knew it well. The future of Veritas must fall today. Chapter 1376 targeted. Chapter 1376 targeted 1. The group that arrived in search of Celeste consisted of only one person who was recognizable. He was the leader. The man who controlled the rest was one of the geniuses who appeared with the Stria clan group. Other than him, the rest were all people who shouldn't have been in the secret realm at all. These people, Celeste's eyes narrowed as she watched them. Her presence was hidden enough for them to not notice her. And as they made their way through the atmosphere looking for traces of her, she followed them and observed. She already figured out that they were from the Stria clan, and it didn't take a genius to realize that they used some unscrupulous means to find a way into the secret realm. They aren't talking enough. She hadn't acted yet because she was waiting for them to reveal something of use, but the most they did was report on her traces. I left more traces in other directions on purpose to distract them, but she was able to split them up as she hoped. The only problem was the lack of information. They're targeting the whole clan. That's all I know. And in a sense, that was all she needed to know. When combined with the knowledge that the Stria clan was involved, there wasn't much more that needed to be said. Then just kill. She gave up on gathering intel and drew her bow. There are 12 total. She felt the wind and closed her eyes. Vision was irrelevant right now. Her senses became one with the atmosphere, and the positions of those she wanted to see became clear to her, clearer than they ever could be with physical senses. The brushing wind, the way the foliage moved as they stepped through it, the position of the surrounding trees relative to both her and them. She took them all in, and as she stood with her bowstring drawn, a set of 3 arrows gradually materialized in their rightful place. They were white, shining like the moon, and ethereal like moonlight. They were weightless, but Celeste could clearly feel their weight on her fingers. And as she let go of the bowstring, they flew true. Shick, shick, shick. 3 arrows flew on 3 separate paths and struck 3 different targets. One went clean through a man's head and came out the other side before dispersing into the atmosphere, as if it never existed. Another went through a man's heart and dropped him before he even knew what was going on, while the last struck a man in the shoulder and slammed him into a nearby tree. By the time the 3 arrows hit their targets, another 3 were already whizzing through the air. Shick, shick. They hit the same 3 targets. The first 2 alternated their targeted areas on their original targets, leaving both with injuries in their heads and hearts, while the last hit the man's other shoulder and pinned him to the tree, restricting his movements. The third man was finally given a chance to scream out in pain. The first 2 died instantly. The arrows weren't regular wooden weapons, after all. They were made of pure mana and laced with the strange laws that were born from Celeste's physique. Not only did they cut the connection between an individual and their mana, but they also corroded their souls with its power until those souls were absorbed and turned into arrows of their own. Celeste called them banishing arrows because those who were killed by them would be banished from existence entirely. Bows were generally looked down upon by the majority, since there usually wasn't a case where a practitioner would meet an arrow they couldn't dodge, but what happened when those same arrows were put in the hands of someone who knew how to use them. It was a scene like this. The roars of the man Celeste left alive resounded through the rainforest, drawing the others in his group towards him. As attention focused on him and people searched the surroundings for the shooter, Celeste moved with the dexterity of a true native of this ecosystem and rushed to a different location, from which she drew her bow again. Shio! 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 9 arrows were fired in quick succession. They split up and targeted 6 people in a similar pattern to the ones before. Celeste switched locations again and repeated this pattern one more time before putting away her bow. At this point, the group was well aware that there was someone targeting them, and they were too alert to fall for another ambush. But that was still according to Celeste's plan. She never used a bow as her weapon anyway. Instead, she'd been able to maim and injure a majority of the group within the first few seconds. That damage would gradually worsen due to the qualities of the arrows, which left her in a situation where 1 against 12 didn't seem so difficult anymore. Twin daggers appeared to replace her bow, and using the tree branches as footholds, she launched into the crowd and began her dance. Arc, act, ichiyuke. Sounds of pain were the only thing that followed. She didn't fight like anyone Damien had seen before. Her every movement was calculated, but there was no rigidity at all. It was smooth and flexible, yet extremely erratic. Sometimes she'd be in the air, hidden daggers made of mana raining down on her enemies. Sometimes she'd be on the ground, facing them head-on. But even then, she always had something following her back to take them by surprise. She never stayed in one place for too long. Even if she successfully broke the enemy's guard and had the opportunity to make a fatal move, she didn't. Instead, she'd leap away and inflict more sustained damage while focusing on those around her, never giving them an opportunity. In no time at all, a group of 12 was taken down to 2. The man pinned to the tree who watched in horror as his comrades fell one by one, and Felix Stria, the genius from the Stria clan. He wanted to exclaim something, but he didn't know what to say. He couldn't predict the woman in front of him at all, and none of her information matched what he'd just seen. He opened his mouth again, but before he could say a word, his eyes shook. There she was, directly in front of him. 3 slashes of light appeared in the air. 3 guttural sounds rang out. Felix's eyes widened as pain suddenly racked his entire body. Both of his legs were broken in that instant, and a shallow cut was formed on his neck. It was purposeful, as if Celeste was telling him she could kill him whenever she wanted to, but was choosing not to if she just pushed a little further with that last slice. He didn't even want to think about it, but if his life was spared, it could only be for one reason. Tell me, Celeste said, where are the rest of your people? She didn't need to know the reasoning or anything like that. Those questions could be answered later. But right now, the rest of the Veritas clan geniuses were also being attacked. Regrouping with them and forming a united front was her top priority. From the skies above, Damien watched her with a smile. Nice, he thought. This woman has a good head on her shoulders. Chapter 1377 Targeted. Chapter 1377 Targeted 2. Damien glanced down at the body in his hands. This guy was a high-ranked demigod. There was no way geniuses would be sent alone for a mission like the one that they were on. There was a contingency plan in the form of a high-ranked demigod that was more powerful than any of those Damien had met from the Veritas clan group. If it's like this for them too, it'll be trouble. The geniuses were at roughly the same level. They could fight in single combat and the outcome would be unknown, but when the enemy was in a group of 10 or more and supported by such a strong divinity, the outcome would obviously be different. He kept forgetting, but the young geniuses were demigods as well. I guess this is where the massive gap between divinities comes into play. Because in front of people like the corpse in his hand, people like Celeste wouldn't stand a single chance. She's moving in the right direction, though. Since she's been hiding her strength so thoroughly, she's the only one who can help the others. Celeste was definitely at a much higher level than her peers. The reason she was able to toy with Felix Stria and his group was exactly this. And since she had Damien watching her back, she had the freedom to act as she pleased. As for the others, their protectors are strong, but not strong enough. And the 2 gods in the group are probably fighting stronger gods. It was a troublesome situation. The Veritas clan was relatively careless in the way they handled the secret realm, because its restrictions had been inviolable for so long. It wasn't their fault, but it was a mistake nonetheless. Since the Stria clan found a way to circumvent the realm restriction, the problem was probably much, much worse than Damien and Celeste were thinking it was. If so, we need to move ASAP. He glanced down at the ground, where Celeste was just finishing up her interrogation. She'd gotten a decent amount of information from the dying Stria clan genius, but it wasn't nearly enough to make a difference. Damien disappeared and reappeared near her as she cut the throats of the last 2 men left alive. What did he say? He asked. Only general direction, Celeste responded. That's enough. Guide me, and we'll get there in time. She glanced at him strangely, but nodded regardless. The first was the location of Rebecca Veritas and Hugo Veritas, who were traveling together. They were the ones protected by Gerudos and Regalia Veritas, the 6th and 7th elders of the clan. They were towards the west, a location closer to the barrier steel, but still not close enough for it to be relevant. Damien didn't need much more information other than direction. He grabbed Celeste with his mana and pulled her along as he moved through the spatial layers, providing her cover so she didn't get affected by the teleportation. "What's your true level?" Damien asked as they moved. "I'm not sure," Celeste responded succinctly. Damien nodded. He figured this was the case from the way she fought. She didn't seem to use laws as much as she should have, but her laws were so deeply ingrained in her attacks that she could fight like a mortal and still show the combat power of a divinity. It was an inherent thing. Celeste herself didn't have much control over those laws, but they would support her as they were needed, so her not knowing her actual strength made some sense. "Did you see anyone that could be a threat?" The next question was the important one. Even if she didn't know her power, she definitely had the instincts of a hunter. No. Her response was just as simple, but it was enough. "Good. Handle things on the ground while I help the protectors. We'll reconvene when both battles are over." With that sentence, Damien vanished from Celeste's vision, and suddenly, her blurred surroundings became filled with the sound of weapons clashing and mana being thrown around. She was already on the battlefield, conveniently placed on a tree branch above the commotion. That man, she shook her head. He was more than she expected, but she could ask him about that later. For now, she had a task to accomplish, and she would complete it without fail. As expected, the two Veritas geniuses were surrounded by over 20 enemies, battered and bloodied as they desperately fought back. Despite their state, their protectors were nowhere in sight. If so, Celeste drew her bow. She had to give them an opening to exploit. After that, she could intervene as she was needed. 10 arrows whizzed into the air as one. They synchronized their movements and danced through the environment like a flock of birds making their way towards their prey. The battle below was fated to change from that point. As for what was happening in the sky, boom, boom, boom. It couldn't be heard from the rainforest due to the natural barrier created by the canopy, but the high-ranked demigods were having quite the battle above said canopy. There were 2 of them on the enemy's side, while there was only one remaining for Veritas. As Damien approached, he first took a second to understand the situation. Regalia died. It was probably an ambush. Gerudos has been holding them off on his own since then, but he won't be able to end this battle. The most he could do was stall them, but that was fine. He stalled long enough. Help had arrived in the most unexpected form. A shadow appeared behind one of the enemy demigods before anyone knew what was happening. The state of their battle beforehand didn't even matter, because the second that shadow showed itself, it was already over. A hand was placed on the enemy demigod's back. Bang! A pulse of mana flowed through his body and invaded his soul. Both crumbled to dust in an instant and were swallowed by a terrifying black energy not long after. High-ranked demigods. They weren't a match for Damien anymore. It wasn't because he grew in power. No, his power growth had actually stagnated. It was because he finally got used to the heavenly world's flow. He understood its mana, and he understood how its fate moved. With that wisdom, he could accurately mobilize his own mana in a way no other demigod could imagine. And his power was no longer restricted by the laws of the newfound world. Rather than growing, he reached the level he had been at since the day he devoured the Saint Emperor. He turned to the last remaining enemy in the sky. "It's your turn." That man's fate wasn't much better than his allies. He was torn to shreds within 3 seconds of combat, and his body was devoured by an unknown force. Damien glanced over at Gerudos, who was speechlessly standing around and trying to process what just happened, before looking at the ground, where Celeste was once again in the process of finishing up her battle. Not bad. The scale was different, but she was almost keeping up with him. It was impressive to say the least. I almost want to take her as a disciple, but that's a matter for another time. He had the memories of those men he'd killed, so he knew where the rest of the Veritas clan's members were being attacked. Gerudos helped them finish up on the ground and wait at this location. If I'm not there in 5 minutes, Use this to hide the group until the secret realm ends. He threw a token at the man that contained both the location he had in mind and an array formation he specifically made for concealment and protection long ago. Haruto's nodded subconsciously, and by the time he realized what he'd agreed to, Damien was already gone. His thoughts were similar to Celeste's. Damien Gray was definitely a greater man than any of them realized, and perhaps he would be the key to saving the Veritas clan from tragedy. Chapter 1378 True Gods. Chapter 1378 True Gods. 1. Damien went after Talarius and his accompanied genius first. He was the last demigod among them. The ones remaining from that point would be gods. Can I take them? Damien was confident that he was stronger than most demigods. But what about gods? Despite working closely with people related to them, he hadn't actually come into direct conflict with a god before. He didn't know exactly how their power worked, nor did he know about the nuances that made gods what they were. Either way, I have to do it. He wouldn't know if he had to act until he got there, but even if he didn't, it would be good for him to see what he'd been wanting to see since he got to the heavenly world. True godhood. He continued thinking about it as he saved Talarius and the young genius he was protecting. He went through the motions and didn't pay them much attention, simply sending them towards Haruto's and Celeste. To be titled a god was massive, especially to Damien, who grew up on Earth. His perception of that level was beings who were all-powerful, people who were above people. Seeing them living in society and acting as regular leaders, Damien couldn't imagine them being the same people who were idolized and turned into mythological figures in his homeworld. But there had to be something. He refused to believe the cosmos would title people true gods without the justification to use such a term. He knew where they were, and he knew the opponents they would be facing. So he went there without hesitation, his curiosity reaching an absolute peak. He could feel the world rumbling from hundreds of millions of miles away. It wasn't a physical vibration, but a reaction in the mana that made up all things. It's resonating. These weren't random vibrations created through battle. It wasn't chaotic or disordered by the disruptive force that offensive mana was. Rather, it was harmonizing and resonating with the few people that existed at that far distance. Damien hid himself in the folds of reality. He used the authority of existence to absolutely cloak himself to the greatest of his capacity. And after taking a few minutes to prepare to the best of his abilities, Damien moved closer until he could finally see them. There were 4 of them in the sky. Unlike with the demigods, gods weren't a disposable force. They couldn't throw numbers at the problem to solve it. So the gods sent by the Stria clan numbered the same as those they were facing, but they were strong enough to make sure the grand elders of the Veritas clan wouldn't survive past today. The 4 of them stood in the sky, facing each other. They weren't making any special moves, but the mana was still acting as if they'd been fighting for a great deal of time. In the rainforest below, the young master and young lady of the Veritas clan, Romulus Veritas and Riva Veritas, were back-to-back, fighting a group far greater than any of the other geniuses. They don't look too injured. The battle should have been ongoing for several minutes already, but despite being surrounded by over 50 enemies, the two didn't have any injuries besides some surface-level cuts and scratches. I'll send a clone down, but I don't need to do anything unless the situation starts devolving. A piece of mana separated from Damien's body and dropped to the ground indiscernibly, weaving through the harmonic ambient mana so the gods wouldn't sense its presence. As the clone reached the ground and started acting on the orders given to it, Damien refocused on the gods. Why aren't they moving? They weren't speaking or battling, so it was a little confusing, but something was definitely happening. The harmonized mana is flowing in 2 different directions. The stream he was in moved towards the group from behind him. He was standing behind the Veritas Grand Elders, so it felt pure and, without blemish, natural beyond nature. However, he could sense it now that he was close. The mana behind the Stria clan gods was flowing in the opposite direction, pushing towards them and clashing with the Veritas gods' mana in the space between them. They're not the same type of mana, either. Here it feels like the ambient mana of the world, but on that side, it's far more chaotic, almost similar to the abyss. I can't see it, He couldn't no matter what he tried. Why can't I see it? It wasn't due to his abilities. He had control over ethereal existence, just as he did its physical counterpart. There should have been nothing in this world that could hide from his eyes unless the power difference was just that grand. Is that what it is? He didn't want it to be that simple. He didn't want it to be a mere difference in strength. Or maybe it's not a matter of strength at all. Maybe it was a matter of league. Perhaps his state of existence hadn't reached the required level. But I know I can do it. State of existence wasn't something that mattered to him anymore. The void physique had fully merged with him. There should have no longer been boundaries separating him from the peak of the universe. No, that's arrogance. Even if I've been acknowledged by the void, I still have a ways to go before I can reach it. However, there was a way. He had to become one with the world and use absolute perception. He had to strengthen the all-seeing eyes with void energy. He had to do everything in his power to enhance his perception. That was what he did. His state of mind reached an entirely new level he'd never experienced before. He wasn't just viewing the world through its eyes. He had opened an eye that was never meant to be open. He looked through the eyes of reality itself and peered into the secrets of those true gods. He experienced another world. Wow! He let out a breath of wonder. This is law. Law. The power that governed the universe. He was familiar with it. He was far closer to it than anyone else he'd met. Until today. Until he saw God use their power. He controlled laws like he was a part of them. He was able to see through the world's eye and assimilate himself with them. However, these gods were different. They didn't have to control or assimilate with laws. Laws actively obeyed their will. The manna of the world acted like a servant waiting on its master. They were true rulers, true possessors of authority over laws. It was a level Damien had imagined many times. He'd peaked at the peak when he spoke to the void. It was just that he had no way to understand what that peak meant, because he wasn't anywhere close to it yet. This was the closest representation he'd seen before. These gods were above the laws and used the laws however they pleased. They could wield concepts as if they had no bounds and turn laws into absolutely anything. And as Damien watched, a thought came to mind. I could do that too. Chapter 1379, True Gods. Chapter 1379, True Gods 2. It was an instinctual thought. Damien suddenly felt like that place wasn't far away from him. He definitely didn't have the pure qualifications to go there, but he thought he could do it anyway. He just had to make the eyes of reality his own. If his current perceptive ability became the norm, and he was given the time to assimilate with the manna, that plane would be at his mercy. He was confident, but not now. Now, he only had the ability to see it and understand its nature. Heavenly God Plane. That was its name. The Heavenly God Plane was something like an alternate reality. It only existed for godly combat and couldn't be visited on any other occasion. It barely even existed in the first place, instead being like a reflection of reality. Damien began to understand why gods were so high above everyone as he explored it with his eyes. They would automatically gain access to this place when their divinity strengthened to a certain point. After that, if they even wanted to express their power against another god, they had to come here. It wasn't necessarily a restriction. True gods could show their power as they wanted and fight in the heavenly world if they pleased, but because of how mana reacted to their very presence, it was difficult to do so. Even if they didn't actively will it, all the mana in the surrounding few tens of millions of kilometers would be beckoned by their existence and become part of any attack they used. In that situation, not just their targets, but millions or more innocent lives would be involved in their disputes. There were few gods that didn't care about the common people, and even fewer who held an utter disregard for the environment itself. Therefore, they fought in the heavenly god plane. Did they have a reason not to? Even for the crueler gods, the chance to show the absolute best of their ability and crush their opponent in every single way, something the heavenly god plane gave them, wasn't a chance they would give up just for the sake of showing their power to common mortals. However, that wasn't to say that all battles between gods took place in the heavenly god plane. If two gods of equal power fought hard enough for the heavenly god plane to stop accommodating them, if that battle was forced into the real world. Situations like those were what allowed those beneath them to find a reason to worship gods. Situations like those were the source of myths and legends. Anyway, the current forces in the heavenly god plane that Damien was observing were the two gods from the Veritas clan and the two gods from the Stria clan. Their battle was blurry. He couldn't necessarily make them out until he gained the power to enter the heavenly god plane without restriction. But from his current perceptive ability, watching from the outside in, he could at least see how the flow of law changed hands. The Veritas Grand Elders are holding out well, but they don't really have a chance. It was designed like that from the start. Their opponents were people handpicked for the purpose of killing them. It was never an even battle. It was the same on the ground. Romulus and Riva Veritas were struggling more as time passed. 50 enemies had been culled down to 30, and that number was slowly going down, but there were only 2 of them. They didn't have the opportunity to rest and recuperate their mana. They were being pressed constantly, and because of the endless nature of their enemies' attacks, their mental states were being exhausted as well. By the time they got the number down to half of what it started at, Damien's clone had already taken action. It ran through demigod after demigod, killing, devouring, and moving to the next before the bodies even had a chance to drop to the ground. One would expect the slaughter to end in a mountain of corpses and a river of blood, but when Damien acted, it was the opposite. Not just those he killed, but those who lay on the ground after losing their lives earlier were swallowed up by a swarm of blackness, leaving the battlefield, cleaner than it was before the battle began. But perhaps that was more terrifying, because even though they were being saved, the 2 future leaders of the Veritas clan were terrified in their souls by the one doing so. After all, while other demigods couldn't sense the true nature of the void, they could absolutely feel its terror when it bared its fangs so close to them. The Damien on the ground controlled the situation relatively easily, and as he took the 2 Veritas geniuses into an isolated part of the sanctuary temporarily, his main body in the sky acted as well. I'm not sure of their numbers, but the loss of 2 gods will definitely hurt. Saving geniuses was the priority, but it was also important to preserve the combat power the clan currently had, so those geniuses could be properly fostered. He almost didn't want to get involved without absolute certainty, but at the same time, I really can't help myself. I want to know what happens. He was not in the heavenly god plane. Maybe the situation where a god's body in the real world was damaged while they were in the heavenly god plane was rare enough to be negligible in most cases. However, most cases. Damien was a unique existence who was already stronger than most other demigods. He didn't know, but he really wanted to find out. How much damage could he do to a true god? This wasn't time for him to hold back. He moved away from the Veritas gods and approached behind the 2 from the Stria clan. As he felt earlier, the surrounding mana was far more chaotic and destructive than anything on the other side, but this was better for him. Contrary to what the enemy would expect, this kind of mana only enhanced his force. He crept up behind the 2 gods and picked his target. That one seems to be causing the most trouble. The 2 were a man and a woman. Of them, the man was the stronger-looking one, but from what Damien saw in the heavenly god plane, the woman was the one contributing most of the battle. Then, he was directly behind her, but she couldn't sense him. Was it because her mind was in a separate plane, or was his concealment just that good? It was likely a combination of both, but Damien didn't spend much time thinking about it. He raised his arms and hovered his hands beside both sides of her head. He gathered void energy in his palms and transmuted it as he wanted. Destruction, death, and lightning. Those were the 3 laws he infused along with the authority of existence that governed them all. The black force that arced across his fingers was the epitome of chaos. It was a combination of all the most destructive forces in his arsenal, an attack only possible for him now that he'd become equipped with his power as a demigod. He flexed his fingers and took a deep breath. His power coalesced. It became harder to conceal his mana from the world. The god he was targeting noticed his presence, but he was already moving. He slammed his hand sideways, crushing her head between them, and once he made contact, he let loose all the force he gathered. The result was something magisterial. Chapter 13, 80 True Gods. Chapter 1380 True Gods 3. The heavenly god plane was an ethereal plane, which meant when gods went there to battle, they'd leave their mortal shells behind in the real world. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The soul of a true god was effectively their true body, so a physical shell could be considered a limiter for them. However, it was still necessary, because until one reached the highest levels of true godhood, one soul wouldn't have the capacity to exist without a physical vessel for a long period of time. After all, souls were fragile. No matter how much power they could output, what was the point if they could be shattered in 1 or 2 attacks? There were several protections every god would take when they entered the heavenly god plane. Their physical bodies couldn't stay unguarded, and if they were injured, the damage would rebound onto their souls as well. Therefore, whether it be through mana or physical materials, there were always layers upon layers blocking the physical bodies of gods from any outside force. However, in front of Damien, those defenses were paper thin. He already knew how to meld with the mana. When he moved, he did so in perfect synchronicity with the ambient energy to the point where even the gods that were a few feet away from him couldn't sense his presence. He already knew how to meld with the mana. When he moved, he did so in perfect synchronicity with the ambient energy to the point where even the gods that were a few feet away from him couldn't sense his presence. And when he attacked, using that extremely destructive force of blackness directly on the head of the enemy god, the effects could be imagined. First and foremost, a chaotic burst of mana from Damien's body disrupted the relatively even flow between the two sides that were facing each other. The balance they'd created before entering the heavenly god plane was broken, and they were all thrown away from each other as the rebound struck them and pulled them out of the heavenly god plane. It was relatively less harmful to the Veritas gods since they weren't directly attacked, so once they woke up and took a second to stabilize their bodies, they didn't have many problems. However, for the opposing gods, the man among them was thrown back several hundred kilometers by the waves of power emanating from the mysterious figure who attacked them. He had several internal wounds, nothing too severe, but more than enough to stop him for a few seconds. And the woman who got attacked, naturally she couldn't walk away easily. The skin on her head was completely burned off, and the muscles and bones beneath were scarred beyond belief. Her body wasn't given the chance to move with Damien holding her in place, so all the force that landed on her was tanked directly without any external aid. Because of that, she was riddled with internal wounds, and even her mana was fiercely rebounding, causing constant damage to her organs. Her soul wasn't in better shape, because it received a portion of the physical body's injuries. It was crippled to an extent that made her no different than a demigod. She was dangerously wounded, even as she screamed in agony and tried to tame the rampaging forces within her. She wasn't able to identify her enemy. Not bad. Damien already retreated before all of the above happenings took place. He was using a clone to maintain the female god's position, so she would be hit with the maximum damage possible. And even then, that clone was soon torn apart by the energy naturally emanating from her. I knew I could do damage, but I didn't expect it to be this good. The heavenly god plane mechanic was a great way for Damien to cripple godly enemies, at least if he just looked at this instance as an example. However, he knew this wasn't true. If they were this fragile, they wouldn't be using the heavenly god plane in the first place. Either I'm even more of an anomaly than I thought, or Damien's eyes narrowed. These gods are at the lowest ranks of their power level. The latter was far more probable, because if they weren't the lowest ranked gods, not even the great clans like Veritas and Stria would be willing to use them as disposables for an operation like this one. After all, even if the Stria clan succeeded here, they have to answer for their crimes somehow. If they controlled the situation well, these gods being sacrificed was the best way for them to avoid greater retaliation while maintaining the upper hand. That was probably their plan from the start. If these are just scapegoats, then Damien marveled as he got a glimpse of how strong the strongest of gods could be. Though, he didn't get to maintain that attitude for long. Who goes there? The male god among the enemies roared and let his mana loose. The ambient mana was disrupted, and Damien's position was revealed to the world. As I thought, I can't hide from them when they're present in reality. Damien figured this would happen, but it was still part of his plan. Are you the one who did this? The man questioned. And what if I am? Damien responded with a grin. Then you must die first. The man charged towards Damien without hesitation. At the same time, his female companion finally stopped suffering under the aftereffects of Damien's attack. She managed to calm the chaos inside her body. However, the wounds on her head were not easily healed. Damien used void energy to support his attack, so her common divine energy wasn't enough to heal those scars. Her muscles healed to an extent, and a grotesque covering of something similar to skin covered them. But she was now deformed and had lost sensation on a majority of her head. She was livid to say the least. She felt a thirst for blood beyond anything she'd ever felt before. And as her male companion's yells rang out, telling her exactly who caused her current circumstances, her rage boiled over into something uncontrollable. Both gods were now charging at Damien with fervor, but he didn't panic. Even this was part of his plan. His eyes went to the Veritas gods who were watching everything happen. They were just about to start acting to protect him, since they remembered who he was and were thankful for his help, but he stopped them before they could. This is where your people are. Regroup with them and start a counterattack. That was the mental transmission Damien sent to them. With it, he included both the location and situation so the two gods could understand everything they'd missed while they were fighting. The two on the ground are fine too, so be sure to protect everyone. As for these two, he grinned to himself. Just leave them to me. Without giving the Veritas Grand Elders a chance to respond, Damien vanished, teleporting while leaving enough traces of himself to keep the Stria gods on his tail. Very good. This was perfect. He was able to feel the power of gods personally. He was able to gain several favors from the Veritas clan, and more than anything else, I found a great weapon to use against the Boundary Steels. He was able to get away from his duties as a protector because of his actions, and he didn't leave any loose ends that the Veritas group couldn't handle. So now was his chance. He was headed straight for the mysterious force that had been calling him since he got here. Chapter 1381 True Gods. Chapter 1381 True Gods. For the Boundary Steels were close. Actually, he got closer to them as he went through the groups and saved everyone from Veritas. After all, that was how the Forbidden Secret Realm was laid out. The closer one was to the Boundary Steel, the more dangerous the environment around them became. The more talented people were naturally closer to it than the rest. Celeste could be considered an exception, since she had the talent to approach far closer than someone like Romulus or Riva Veritas, but chose not to for her own reasons. Nevertheless, at the current distance, only a few million kilometers stood between Damien and the Steels. The problem was, he wasn't alone. Boom! 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 The force of a god. Damien was feeling it personally now. They never hit him directly, either because of his nimble movements or because they were corralling him in a certain direction, but just from the damage done to the surroundings as the two Stria gods chased him through the realm was terrifying. Massive, deep-rooted trees were torn out of the ground like they were made of paper. Beasts were shredded by just being in the vicinity, and the earth was sundered to the point where it wouldn't be able to house life again for many eons to come. Damien maintained his track to the Boundary Steels. He didn't pay attention to anything going on behind him, whether it be the rampant mana or the incessant yelling of his enemies. He was single-mindedly focusing on reaching the Boundary Steels. Boom! A furious explosion rang out only a few feet away, pushing Damien in the other direction and burning the side of his body. Damn! He clicked his tongue and teleported, rapidly regaining his momentum. They aren't going all out. That was the first thing he noticed. Unlike when they were fighting the Veritas gods, these two gods weren't using the entire capability their authority over law allowed. Rather, they weren't using laws at all. Is it because I'm a demigod, or is there something I don't know about at play? With the female god's hatred against him maximized to the fullest by his actions, there was no way she'd let him go easily. Maybe she wanted him to suffer, but this wasn't the way to cause that suffering. So why were they using mana without trying to suppress him through laws? Maybe their goal is the same as mine. Damien dodged another mana explosion by a hair's breadth and teleported away, taking a moment to look at the wounds on his body. If they wanted to corner him against the boundary steel, they were doing a great job of pushing him towards it. These wounds aren't too deep, but they're hard to heal. The authority of immortality that evolved from my natural healing and traits like transcendent regeneration can't get rid of them as they happen, so they're accumulating nicely. It was a weird way of thinking considering he was talking about his own body, but Damien was used to viewing himself objectively for the sake of research. The authority of immortality was powerful. He'd seen its power firsthand in the years he spent as a mercenary for the Veritas clan. If the wound was made by a demigod, no matter how powerful they were or what methods they used, it would heal in seconds. Even a severed limb could be completely recreated and strengthened to its former capabilities before an enemy could attack a second time. It was a monstrous authority, but even it was having trouble against godly divine energy. Because at the end of the day, even the authority of immortality was built on laws. Though their standing is probably pretty low amongst gods, they still stand above all laws. That was what it meant to be a god. Their pursuit was quite severe, but it wasn't at a level Damien couldn't handle. That was how it continued until they reached the boundary steels. The massive wall that blocked off the majority of the Forbidden Secret Realm, a wall that even gods couldn't break. Damien wanted to test that theory. He wanted to go beyond it. And for that chance, he brought 2 gods along with him to attack it. Boom! 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 Their mana pelted it mercilessly as Damien teleported across its surface. Despite his ability to flee being limited by its presence, the omnidirectional movement ability that teleportation allowed him wasn't something that could be inhibited because a single direction was blocked. The 2 Stria gods became more and more annoyed as Damien evaded their attempts to catch him, and by the time they reached this point in their chase, they were already using their authority, which they held back from doing until now. It was a shame, though, because Damien was still toying with them. It's a little funny. He thought to himself, considering their attack power, if any of these attacks hit me, I'd be out of commission long enough for them to capture me and do whatever they pleased. But that's only if they can hit me. This definitely wasn't the fullest extent of their capabilities. Attacks like these were at the level of complexity that someone like Immortal Blood Azura could replicate, even if the power was far greater. Where was that ability he saw earlier? Where was the natural movement of ambient mana that supported each and every movement, the true terror of a god? Are they mocking me? Damien glanced over at the 2. Their expressions were twisted, especially that woman. She wouldn't have such an expression on her face if she was just toying with him. Then, is that why they haven't been able to break the boundary steel until now? Maybe it wasn't a matter related to them in any way. Maybe the boundary steel itself restricted a god's control, leaving them as what could basically be called overpowered demigods. If that was the case, then it makes sense why they never managed to break the steels. If their power was that restricted, then breaking the steels would be a truly impressive feat, but if that's the case, then how am I supposed to get past it? Damien had no plan to resign. Every time he'd felt a calling like this, he'd encountered something that was monumental in his journey to power. Damien had no plan to resign. Every time he'd felt a calling like this, he'd encountered something that was monumental in his journey to power. He couldn't just leave it behind because the steel felt unbreakable. It was troublesome since he had to focus most of his attention on dodging and evading, but he did have just a small piece of his consciousness focused on breaking through the wall. Oh, I could also do that. He thought they would become useless once he came to the heavenly world. But this was the perfect situation, wasn't it? While Damien held the attention of those 2 gods, another figure quietly appeared on the ground below and pushed towards the boundary steel. His flaming red hair stood out in the lush greenery, but within a second, he'd already hidden himself so he couldn't be sensed easily. Plus, with his strange existence, he wouldn't be regarded in the perception of others as human unless they truly looked into his origin. That man, Alexander, pressed his hand against the boundary steel and inserted his awareness into its surface. He studied it using all his memories as Damien Void, and after almost an entire minute, he found a trace. That is, his eyes widened. His main body's eyes widened as well. It wasn't what he was expecting at all. There was a trace of mana hidden in the steels. It was the secret behind their mysterious strength and purpose. It was a trace of existence, in a form that Damien had never seen before. Chapter 13, 82 Steel. Chapitre 1382 Stèle en existence. Damien focused most of his attention on Alexander's body when he found it. His main body was moving with the bare minimum intelligence, using mainly its instincts to dodge and weave away from the gods that were attacking him. Naturally, if they challenged him in close combat, the situation would be different, but that was exactly the situation Damien was working hard to avoid. He didn't just stay near the boundary steel. The two Stria gods realized their distanced attacks wouldn't hit pretty early. Once they had him cornered, the first thing they tried to do was get in close and stop him from teleporting. However, Damien moved behind them and led the chase in a separate direction. He needed them to keep their attention completely focused on him. Alexander was already working through the boundary steel's mechanics to find a way past it, so his job was now to stop the two from realizing Alexander's presence. There was no need to talk about the process. Damien's awareness was great, and with teleportation supporting him, even gods would be hard-pressed to catch him. His movements had no pattern or direction. He was never inhibited by the environment, and his range wasn't something they could easily place their finger on. Damien made sure of it. No matter how hard they tried, unless they had powers so absolute he couldn't evade them, they couldn't catch him. And for what they showed so far, he was confident they didn't. I'll call them low-rank gods for now. At this level, they've pretty much just reached a point above law. So in terms of control, they aren't nearly at the level they can express in the heavenly god plane. The heavenly god plane had a supportive environment that allowed a god to show anything and everything they could without restriction. However, the real plane was different. It didn't directly restrict them, but the heavenly order stood above all beings and put them all under a blanket of its domain, which forced a god to do far more work to exhibit the same level of power. Low-rank gods couldn't overcome that domain. Perhaps it was due to the matters of soul Damien explored earlier, or perhaps it was something else, but the facts didn't change. As long as I don't let them hit me, they can't catch me. It wasn't like there was no danger. They were still gods, at the end of the day. Their legends were great, their souls were great, their mana was great, and their laws were great. Damien was also great in his own way, but objectively speaking, they had more power than he did. So he could only run and confuse them for as long as possible before they healed from their previous injuries and cornered him. Before that happened, Alexander had to break past the boundary steel. On that topic, this is difficult. He was able to sense the trace almost instantly because he himself controlled existence. However, actually moving that trace was a different matter altogether. What was the problem Damien was dealing with in the first place? It was his inability to move existence as he pleased. So if the answer here was exactly that, what was he supposed to do? No matter how talented I am, it's impossible for me to find that method before my main body gets fucked. If so, he needed to find a workaround. From what I'm seeing, it's a pretty simple puzzle. More than anything else, people couldn't solve it because they tried to use brute force. But there's also the fact that they couldn't sense the presence of this puzzle in the first place. If someone before Damien could perceive what he was perceiving now, the boundary steels would have long been taken care of. But since they couldn't, such a simple puzzle inhibited them for untold millennia. Still, is it possible to do this another way? He latched onto the trace of existence with his mana and tried to find a way to move it. It wasn't like an ordinary puzzle block, so this method naturally didn't work. After that, he tried to move the environment around the trace of existence to change its relative position to the puzzle's exit point. However, even that didn't work. Halfway through his trial, he lost control of the area and it reverted back to normal. The third strategy he tried was the most blunt, but it also felt the most rational. He poured existence law into the puzzle. There was a route to pull the trace of existence out. When one made it to the end, the boundary steel would likely collapse, and one would gain the trace of existence for themselves. But since Damien couldn't do it, he filled the pathway with his own existence law, using pure quantity to overcome the puzzle mechanism. As for its effectiveness, it's definitely working. It didn't work immediately, but unlike his other attempts, the puzzle didn't force him to stop trying. Maybe because I just poured it all out, it doesn't count. If I just contain it to the pathway, without letting it leak into the surrounding area. He worked tirelessly. The seconds passed extremely slowly, and within his mind, he saw the various changes that were taking place within the steel. Contrôling existence. It was just as grand of a task as it sounded. There was no way to take shortcuts to reach the final goal. Even now, as Damien used a shortcut to get past the puzzle, he still had to learn to at least somewhat bend existence to his will. Alexander put his whole focus on the task to the point where his surroundings were drowned out. Damien, who stayed relatively in the vicinity, sent down a few clones to protect him as he maintained the attention of those two gods. The time had to be counted in seconds. Not even a minute had passed since they first reached the boundary steel, but each second was used to its fullest capabilities by every party involved. It's getting harder. The main reason Damien could lead them along like this was because the two Stria gods were injured beforehand both by him and the Veritas Grand Elders. But as the time passed, their injuries got less and less severe, and their attacks became more powerful. They were stalling too. That was why they never tried using their laws against him. Just as he was stalling until Alexander opened the boundary steel, they were trying to get their power back before engaging in battle with an unidentified enemy. They weren't idiots. No matter how angry they were, they used their heads to keep themselves secure. Damien may have appeared as a demigod in their perception, but he was able to break through all of their protections to attack them while they were in the heavenly god plane. He couldn't be as simple as he appeared. So, instead of needlessly risking themselves, they chased him and probed him while recovering their strength. But now they had reached that point. They no longer needed to play it safe, and they'd somewhat surmised what Damien was capable of. Though, the timing really was perfect, because just as they lost the need to stall, Damien did as well. The ground rumbled and dust rose into the skies. Something was happening to the boundary steels. Chapter 1383 Steel. Chapter 1383 Steel 2. Everyone saw it. No matter where they were in the secret realm, they all saw the great boundary steels blocking off the remaining 4 to 5 THS of a crumble. It was a grand scene, as if countless feats of humanity were being both destroyed and revealed at the same time. To the Veritas clan, who was currently regrouping, it didn't mean much. They had other work that took priority over exploration, and even if they didn't, they weren't about to enter uncharted territory when their younger generation was present. The Vega clan had similar thoughts. They stayed back to see how the others would react. As for the Kyushu Federation, they immediately sent word to their superiors and established a force exclusively with their older experts while leaving their young geniuses behind. They could smell the money on the other side of that steel, and they couldn't let someone else reach it first. Unfortunately, they failed to see the reason why the steel broke in the first place. The Stria clan was already ousted from the secret realm. All of their geniuses, forces, and protectors had been killed except for 2 gods. And those 2 gods were chasing the very man who opened new horizons for the entire eastern region. "Brat, you're dead!" The man, Gerald Stria, shouted as he gathered his laws and mana. The woman he was with, Priya Stria, was quieter, but her emotions were just the same. They both gathered their power as gods, ignoring the falling boundary steel, and attacked Damien. Boom! 2 massive tsunamis of power were let loose into the world. From the heavens to the earth, the entire world changed color into a deep crimson red. That oddly colored world devoured the true colorful world with every passing second as it approached Damien. From his perspective, it was absolutely terrifying. That's all the power of law. Their laws didn't just interfere with or affect the atmosphere. They completely swallowed it. If Damien was struck by that, even he couldn't say he wouldn't be devoured. I have to run first. Now isn't the time to be arrogant. He knew it from the start, but seeing it directly made him feel it on a completely new level. Gods were called gods for a reason. He pushed his mana and teleported as fast as possible in the direction of the newly opened territory. On the way, a red blur approached him and disappeared into his body. Collecting Alexander was his only worry, and since it happened so quickly, he lost all need to slow his pace. Flash! His speed suddenly reached unprecedented levels. The steel that had once become a shadow in the distance was already directly in front of him, and he pushed towards it without any thoughts about the dangers that lay beyond. But Damien was a demigod. His teleportation had been restricted ever since he came to the heavenly world, and he was now seeing the true face of the gods he challenged. That crimson world followed him without any problems, keeping up with the speed of his teleportation. As if to tell him it was useless to try running, Gerald and Priya put even more divine energy into their manifestation, increasing its speed beyond what Damien could outrun. The crimson world swallowed him. Kaha! Damien coughed up several mouthfuls of blood as his entire body was assaulted by their laws. His own laws tried to fight back, but there was a huge difference between a general and a commander. No matter how close Damien was to his laws, he couldn't twist them with enough freedom to combat the opposition as fiercely as he needed to. Still, he did his best to keep that energy out of his body, and as he found through this attack, the Void physique's integration had another useful effect. Void energy circulated through his body naturally. He no longer needed to wait for it to enter his body and suppress the invading forces. From every direction, from every pore, vein, and nerve, Void energy let loose its force and tamed the foreign energy. It kept Damien from getting too injured, but the authority of immortality was having trouble keeping up, so he was still getting injured. Fuck! He roared, using his voice to project mana since his body was being inhibited. His energy burst into the surroundings and repelled the incoming force. With the single instant of freedom he bought, Damien mobilized all the force hidden within his body and pushed against the crimson world. Boom! The colliding laws painted a beautiful picture, but Damien didn't have the mind to pay attention to it. He was spit out of the crimson world by the repulsion caused by the collision, and finding himself with the freedom of movement again, he teleported once more. He made it past the border, and, of course, his enemies chased him there as well. Would these Striya clan gods give up on him so easily? Truthfully, their rational minds told them to. Damien's life wasn't a reward great enough to offset the risks of this endeavor. However, they still did it. Perhaps if their pursuit had just started, they would have been able to drop it. But now, it wasn't just their personal grievances on the line. It was pride, and it was the reputation of their Striya clan. If they were outsmarted and outplayed by a mere mercenary from the Veritas clan, what would people say about them? While it seemed strange, the Striya clan was a place that relied on its reputation more than others. The northern region they ruled over had a special categorization among the other cardinal regions. It was called the Lawless Zone. If the Striya clan lost the ability to strike absolute fear into the hearts of those living there, if they lost their indomitable reputation because of a stain like this one, their authority would be challenged over and over again until they had to face great losses to protect themselves. Those were the nuances of governing the northern region, something the Striya clan had to deal with since they ruled by fear, not trust. So even while knowing the risks they were subjecting themselves to, Gerald and Priya followed Damien into the new territory and continued their attack. Damien kept them in mind, but he was more focused on the environment around him. I have to find a route to escape. Battle isn't an option right now. He couldn't even guarantee that he could approach the two Striya gods now that they were healed. He couldn't risk a battle. If fleeing was the only option, he had to do so properly so he didn't encounter something worse than them in this forbidden area. For now, I just have to bang. Arc! A fist slammed straight into his side, blasting a hole in his body and throwing him several hundred kilometers to the west. His eyes went on alert. If I was even an instant slower, I would have been bisected. He didn't notice Gerald until the last moment. That man's speed was far greater than what Damien thought possible for him. He spread his awareness in a contained area around his body and heightened his senses as much as possible. Gerald was already coming in for a second punch. To the head this time. Damien slightly tilted his head to dodge it, and instantly, a rush of wind pelted his face. Whoosh! The fist was only a few centimeters from his cheek, but its force was enough to tear a chunk out of his shoulder despite the lack of connection. There was already another fist flying. Damien sensed it coming towards his stomach. However, his eyes suddenly went wide. Without a second thought, or even a fraction of a spark of an instant's hesitation, he teleported 6 times in quick succession, allowing the force to rebound onto his body for the sake of escape. It was an absolutely instinctive reaction that sacrificed his safety for survival. It was an instinct that Gerald didn't have. It was like time slowed down. Damien reappeared in the real world after his consecutive teleportations. His body was only half materialized when he saw it, in the space where he and Gerald were, in the place where only Gerald stood now. An open maw, a mouth lined with hundreds of thousands of razor-sharp teeth. The bottom jaw was out of sight, while the top of the jaw was standing tall like a million-kilometer skyscraper. It was a maw that could devour worlds. And in the same instant it appeared, it snapped shut. Gerald's life aura disappeared instantly, as did that thing. Only Damien and Priya remained in the air, and neither of them could move. That thing, they shared the same thought. What the hell just happened? Chapter 1384 Trace. Chapter 1384 Trace. I have to go. All other thoughts were gone from Damien's mind. There was no place for them to exist. He didn't even wait until he'd fully processed what just happened. Without paying any mind to the remaining enemy god or anything else that could be lurking below his feet, he furiously teleported deeper into uncharted territory to get away from whatever that thing was. That boundary steel, there's no doubting it now. It was there for a reason. He expected it to get more dangerous. That was granted since he was opening an area that was forbidden until now. But to see a true god, one of the strongest people present in the forbidden secret realm, die in a single instant was a completely different matter. It was terrifying. Even with all the power Gerald had, despite being someone who could even kill Damien, he died in a single instant without a hint of a chance to fight back. If even he suffered a fate like that, then nobody stood a chance. But people were still going to come. The clans would still explore these uncharted lands, and they would eventually send people strong enough to stand against the ecosystem and explore. However, that was a story for another time. As long as Damien would be involved with this realm, it would remain a cemetery for gods. Damien didn't let himself think too much. He single-mindedly followed the force that called him past the border in the first place. He didn't look back. He didn't look down. He barely even looked ahead. He was entirely focused on that force, putting everything else he had into fleeing. The destroyed boundary steel, Priya, Striya, and everything else he brought with him through the barrier was left behind. And when the surrounding environment changed from a lush rainforest with verdant greenery in every direction to a more rocky and arid terrain, he finally slowed his pace. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. That was insane. It wasn't his first time experiencing an event like this. There had actually been several instances in the past where a strong character was caught by surprise and killed by something far stronger. However, what separated this incident from the rest was power. Godhood was the ceiling. There was nothing higher than it, not that Damien knew of. Yes, Gerald was hardly a god. He was at the lowest of what gods could be, as were all the gods that were sent to the secret realm. But did that change anything? Someone who crossed the threshold and created a godhood was killed in a single instant. Someone who'd reached the ceiling was still so vulnerable in the face of true power. Damien was not a coward, but he was not an arrogant brat either. He had no plans to die because of a mistake like Gerard made, so he didn't think of anything but fleeing until he reached his current distance of at least several billion kilometers away from the location. Here, as the ecosystem changed, the creatures living on the ground below became visible. The canopy hiding them disappeared, and the environment became discolored, so it was difficult for the largest of them to camouflage. This kind of landscape usually supported the growth of subterranean creatures, so Damien didn't let his guard down, but he was at least confident he could react before dying in a place like this. After all, Last time it was definitely luck. The thing that's calling for me is close. If I'm reading it right, it should be right over there. Around 50 million miles away, there was a mountain range. It extended past Damien's eye line, but he didn't actually have to go into the mountains. Instead, his target was the massive ravine that formed at the base of the very first mountains, acting as a natural barrier between the separate terrains. I've scanned with my awareness too many times, but I haven't found anything of note. Rather than feeling safe, I feel even less secure. There were tons of beasts below, but he couldn't sense any that would pose a real threat to him. However, an attack like the one that killed Gerald couldn't be uncommon in this place. Perhaps the creature that ate him was the ruler of the rainforest area, but that also told of the existence of a ruler of this new area too. Since Damien couldn't sense anything of the sort, it was either extremely powerful, extremely stealthy, or extremely smart, none of which were good for him. Awareness isn't enough. If he wanted to practice safety in a place like this, he had to do more. Damien's mana flared out calmly, growing bigger and bigger before turning into a sea of clones. These clones scoured the skies and the earth without much purpose at all, just wandering. They were made to observe and be killed. They were Damien's eyes and ears, so he wouldn't encounter surprises as he made his way to the ravine. The trek wasn't very exciting because of these precautions, but it was better that way. He made it to the ravine quickly, and after sending a few clones in, he entered himself. It's dark. It was natural from space like this, but Damien's eyes were taking longer to adapt than he expected. That can only mean it's being artificially enhanced by something. He focused on the connection with his clones. Nothing seems to be going on, but that could also be a facade. The force calling me is somewhere near the bottom of this ravine, so I have to keep traveling downward regardless. It was damp and musty, despite the space being open to the air outside. The further down he went, the less prominent its effects were. The atmosphere was suffocating, as was the darkness itself. It gripped Damien's skin, crawling over him like a colony of ants. It was quiet, too. He knew there were beasts living here. He could hear them scampering across the rocks and leaving traces everywhere. He could hear them in the distance, growling and crooning for their individual purposes. But nothing approached him. Some came within a few feet, but any who did just stared at him with their big beady eyes as he continued his descent. Honestly, it was scary. It was far creepier than it would have been if they just attacked them as they usually did, because something was making these beasts ignore their instincts and watch him. And the worst part, spiders. Tons of them. They were the main species inhabiting this ravine. Damien was a grown adult now. To say he still irrationally feared spiders was just a bit much. However, for this to be one of the things that stayed with me through all that growth is a little crazy. His fists itched. Every time he saw a spider, he wanted to crush it into oblivion. Spiders were surprisingly uncommon in his journey. He saw them in the Severed World, but back then, there was too much going on for his irrationality to play any role in his actions. This situation was different. It was a situation that pushed irrationality to the forefront and made one doubt everything. As the darkness became darker, the light that guided one's thoughts was dimmed, and those fears and negative emotions hidden in the shadows were given a chance to act. For Damien, those emotions weren't as prominent as they were for most people, but there was still something there. Something he had never been able to get rid of. Indifference and destructive tendencies. Those things he suppressed as much as possible, tied to physical motivators like spiders, made his thoughts go awry in the strangest ways. Damien didn't know what was happening, but there was something wrong with this ravine. Something twisted that he couldn't begin to explain. Chapter 1385 Trace. Chapter 1385 Trace to Hugh. His breath was the only thing he could hear. After passing a certain point, even the sounds of creatures crawling around him disappeared, and the walls of the ravine kept closing in. Damien barely had space to squeeze his body through them, and he didn't have the choice to break them either. After all, behind those walls, I don't even want to know what's behind those walls. The fluctuations alone were horrifying. Damien's body instinctually froze when he first sensed them, and his senses screamed, telling him that if he tried to scan with his awareness, he'd die. There was a beast here, a beast beyond even what Damien saw kill Gerald. And the only thing separating him from that beast was the walls. Hugh, did he mention the darkness earlier? It was even worse now. The environment couldn't get any darker. The suppression weighing down on Damien's shoulders from the ambient darkness was already sinking him deeper into the ravine, but his senses were now also being suppressed. The all-seeing eyes were functioning properly. His soul sense and whatnot were all working as they should have. But his physical vision was darkening, his sense of smell was gone, his sense of hearing was dull, and Hal's sense of touch was numb. Damien looked up. There was only the color black. He couldn't see the exit to the ravine anymore. He looked around. It was all black. He could barely feel the walls anymore. He just kept moving down, getting closer to the thing that called him here. Hugh. Damien stayed as quiet as possible. He reined in his mana and hid his presence as he descended. He kept his hands on the walls to keep his sense of the surroundings intact. But as he did so, he felt the walls getting further and further until they were too far to reach unless he moved his entire body. Evidently, the area had widened into a cavern. Damien used just a small trace of mana to levitate, turning to look around himself. Hugh. Damien's eyes widened. He held his breath. That. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. What is that? It was just a shadow. Could it even be called a shadow? The only reason he could see it was because of the bioluminescent life forms living on its scales. It was also because of them that he could see the true extent of this cavern. It was at least several billion miles long, spanning deep into the mountain range above. It was so large that the ground above logically shouldn't have been able to remain stable. But because of the densely packed rock that made up the soil in this area, similar to that of the ancient battlefield, such problems were absent. Really benefit him much at all? That was the worst-case scenario, but he had to consider it at least once. However, the more he thought about it, the more dissuaded he was from retreating. The biggest reason was the boundary steel. This place was locked away by a trace of existence. That's rarer than rare to find in nature. And in the first place, the boundary steels aren't naturally made structures. The presence of that trace makes one thing clear. Somebody who'd comprehended existence came here at some point and established the boundary steel. And something beyond that boundary steel was calling to Damien, another person who comprehended existence. It wasn't a matter of what if anymore. Damien knew exactly what was waiting for him, and he couldn't give it up. I have to try. He descended slowly, atop being 1 billion kilometers long. The dragon was several 100 million kilometers wide and tall. Damien didn't have more than 10 million kilometers to descend before he was already on the dragon's body. He landed with light steps on the beast's back and continued moving as covertly as possible. I should change my footwork. He stepped on a strange path, almost making his movements appear like those of a beast. It wouldn't be strange for some smaller creatures to create habitats on the dragon's body or move along it, so as long as Damien pretended to be one of them, the dragon wouldn't react. That was his thought process as he tried to find a way around the beast, but it didn't last for long. Because the ground rumbled, nothing really changed around him, but far, far away, an orb of light appeared at the end of the cavern. No, it wasn't an orb of light at all. Damien froze once more. Fuck! There was no turning back anymore. That was no glowing light orb. That was no moon. That was the eye of a dragon, and it was staring right into his soul. Run? Run. Damien turned around and instantly teleported away. Or at least he tried to. But the space around him was already locked. The spatial layers refused his presence, and as he realized it, he pushed his feet to the ground and started running. But what did logic matter to a being of this capacity? Damien had no way of knowing how it did it, but the dragon moved its head all the way around until it was looming over his body. And within the same second, it opened its mouth and roared. The sound waves popped Damien's eardrums and made him dizzy. The authority of immortality immediately healed him back to normal, but immediately simply wasn't fast enough. The dragon's jaw snapped shut around him, and with a strong suction force like something out of a nightmare, it swallowed him into its stomach. It all happened in but an instant. In the next, the dragon had already returned to its slumber. The cavern went silent, leaving Damien's fate completely unknown to anyone but himself. Chapter 1386, First Piece. Chapter 1386, First Piece. 1. The inside of a dragon. What was it supposed to look like? If one took a reasonable approach to this question, it would probably be dark, sticky, and filled with strange liquids that nobody would want to be slathered in. It wasn't like it mattered in the first place. Before one was even given the chance to experience it, one would either have been killed by the dragon's jaws or melted down by its bodily fluids. However, Damien didn't experience any of that, nor did he experience what it felt like to be inside a dragon. The second he was swallowed, he found himself in a different space. He fell through a winding tunnel of multicolored visions. It was a hallucinogenic experience, with countless memories from Damien's memories and the world's history floating around him and melding together with no sense of continuity whatsoever. It was like a rabbit hole to another world. He looked all around himself and tried to make sense of the things in the passage, but there was nothing coherent enough to understand. These scenes were too broken. They were too strangely intertwined, and none of them remained what they used to be. Damien fell without being able to do anything. Like he was on a slide to oblivion, he simply sat there and took in the experience without access to any sort of mana or energy. Minutes passed, hours passed, and at some point, once Damien started to get bored of the confusion, he was spat out of the other side of the tunnel in a completely new area. It's here, he noticed immediately. The force he'd been searching for was somewhere in his vicinity. Of all things, I didn't expect it to happen like this. If he knew he could have just run into the dragon's mouth and found this place so easily, he wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of being covert. Wasn't this so much easier? Obviously, his mindset wasn't a normal one. No sane person would just jump into a dragon's mouth because they knew there was something mysterious waiting for them. But since when was normal? The experience was definitely odd. Several hundred more words could be used to describe it, but they were unnecessary because Damien himself didn't place any relevance on it. Therefore, when he arrived in the new space, he completely forgot about all things related to the dragon and focused back on his original goal. The area was filled with it. This place had no real form. It was a cave when Damien thought it was a cave, and it would turn into a great expanse the second he had that thought. It wasn't an illusion, nor was it reality. It could be either depending on how it was viewed, because this place was filled with it. The aura of existence. It was a mini-world that acted as a manifestation of existence. As long as it was a concept under existence, this world could become a representation of it. Damien walked through the plains as they narrowed into a valley and rose into mountains. He followed as the mountains crumbled into rivers and flowed into the sea before freezing over and becoming a snowy tundra. He walked through all sorts of environments that turned into people who turned into energy, and energy that turned into the genesis of all things. He didn't know where he was going, nor did he know what his purpose was. He'd already reached this place. He already found what he was looking for. But what was he supposed to do with it? There was no way for him to understand easily, so he continued to walk. From the vastness of space to the tiniest quantum particle, from the tangibility of a human body to the esoteric workings of the consciousness, he ambled and strolled. He sauntered and trudged. He plodded and hiked. He trekked and marched. He wandered and tread, until he eventually reached a place that seemed like the end of the path. It was a skeleton sitting against the wall. The wall wasn't attached to anything, as if this place was isolated from the existence manifestation that was the space around it. An oasis, or rather, an imperfection within the perfect painting of reality. Damien looked at the skeleton curiously. There wasn't anything wrong with it, even when he scanned it with his awareness. At least in the physical plane, this skeleton was truly nothing more than someone's decaying bones. However, existence had two sides. When one thought of ethereal existence, the first thing that came to mind was energy. Ethereal existence accounted for mana and all other possible energies that existed in the grand cosmos. However, energy was only a single facet. Ethereal existence dug deeper than that. The human mind, consciousness, emotions, and complex thought, these things that could be half explained through brain chemistry, but otherwise remain mysterious due to their complexity, were also included in the ethereal side of existence. So Damien didn't sideline the skeleton just because he couldn't immediately see anything from it. He put his hand out. His hand turned ethereal and passed through the skeleton's skull. He gathered mana, creating a small ball of light within the bone. And using that energy as a medium, he accessed the vestiges left behind by the owner of the skeleton. The world around him changed again. Damien pulled his hand out of the skeleton's skull as it and the wall it rested against vanished. In its place, roughly 20 feet in front of Damien, there now stood a man. So, eventually there was someone. The man spoke, both addressing Damien and speaking as if he wasn't present. "Child, I cannot see you," he continued. "However, I am aware of your existence." It meant this wasn't a meeting with that man, but a recording Damien was watching. "I do not know when you will come, for the future becomes blurry after eons of waiting. When you arrive, perhaps this world will not be the same one I left for you." The words contained plenty of hidden meanings that Damien couldn't quite understand. The man's eyes were open, but there was nothing there. Within his eye sockets were scara made of white light with no sense of self behind them. Damien couldn't tell if the man really existed. No, that's the whole point. At some point, the man was real. He was present within existence. However, at some point, the line between existence and non-existence blurred for him. His fate was unknown, but he knew there was someone else who would appear, another person who understood existence. So he left as we'll hear for that person who would eventually come. It is confusing, but even confusion is a matter of existence. Rise above it, understand it, and learn to control it. Damien listened as the man kept talking. Most of it was rambling, but within that nonsense, there was enough truth for Damien to grasp. This was a lesson for him. The man was telling him to truly see through reality and truly take hold of existence. Not just that, he was telling Damien how to do it. This was the key he'd been looking for, the truth that would let him reach new heights in his stalling growth. And Damien did not plan to waste this opportunity at all. Chapter 1387, First Piece. Chapter 1387, First Piece 2. It was useless to repeat the man's words. In the first place, there wasn't much rhyme or reason to what he was saying. Damien could understand it, because he was also comprehending existence. The words themselves meant nothing. It was the essence behind them, the movement of energy and worlds they caused, that really mattered. So as Damien listened to the man speak, he learned. Existence was that type of concept. It didn't have an end, but it had a clear beginning. It was a line that expanded infinitely in a single direction, and, as a byproduct, other things were established around it. There was no real method to control existence. Everyone who had the ability to rule, it would do so in their own unique way. For this man, it was through words. Every word he spoke had divine effects, changing reality to fit his image. But he also knew this method only worked for him. To even find a method, one needed to first learn how to consciously manipulate existence rather than just tapping into its power as Damien had been doing. And after listening to the man speak for what felt like ages, Damien understood the crux of what he was saying. That man was nameless. He didn't have any sort of record or legend denoting his existence, and he went completely unknown in the cosmos. However, he was also someone who managed to control the esoteric force of existence. How he remained unknown was even more unknown than he was. It was impossible for a grand character with this kind of talent to be swept under the rug. But other than the shame of not being able to bring respect to his predecessor's name, Damien didn't care much about his story. That man was unrecorded because that was the path he chose. Since it was so, Damien focused on absorbing his teachings and finding a path for himself to control existence. The key was understanding. Damien had an understanding of the nature of existence, but that wasn't what he needed here. That was only the first step he took to gain acknowledgement from the concept. If he truly wanted to control it as his own, he needed to understand the will of existence. It was such a vague task that Damien almost raged right then and there, but naturally, the man was providing him a method to understand, not just telling him to do so. No, it's not a complete method. It's just a portion of it. It couldn't be helped. Old monsters never made it easy for their descendants to gain their legacies. It was always a journey of self-discovery and intrigue that finally led to a conclusion not just in terms of power, but also in identity. The growth of the mind, soul, and body was half of the reward. It was the reward the descendants would gain through their hard work as they tried to take the easy way out, which would eventually lead to life-altering events that shaped them into good men and women. Damien understood why experts usually separated their legacies into multiple parts, but as someone who didn't think he had much growing left to do in his mentality and whatnot, he was definitely a little annoyed. Regardless, he would still follow the man's legacy and search for the other hidden locations. Because what he learned from this one was great. There were a total of 6 steps for what he could gather. 3 were related to material existence, while the other 3, its ethereal counterpart. It wasn't like comprehending laws where one needed to understand concepts within the law to use it. It was more like one needed to understand the workings of reality. The first step that Damien learned here was harmony. To harmonize with the world and become a part of its body, then to make the world a part of one's body and stand above the heavens. It was impossible to rule something while being disconnected from it. An emperor lived for his people and his empire. If he tried to act on personal feelings without considering his people, it would only lead to tragedy. So Damien needed to understand his people. He needed to understand the earth. He needed to understand life. And he needed to understand the mind. He already had partial understanding of the concept. Through absolute perception, he was able to access the world's eye. It was only at a base level that let him see for longer distances, but the world's eye was exactly as it was termed. If Damien could master that ability, he'd truly be able to see all things from the perspective of the world itself. Once he'd achieved that step, he'd gain a level of control he couldn't imagine yet. There are 6 levels, but according to what the man said, this world was created with only the concept of harmony. But it wasn't a concept that could actively be mobilized. Essentially, the man used harmony to form a vessel, and the world itself did the rest. The so-called manifestation of existence that peered into the very core of reality. The illusory reality Damien had been walking through until now was entirely natural, not the product of outside interference. How is that even possible? He couldn't imagine it. This place could read into his soul and read into the cosmos itself like nothing. Yet it was a simple creation using only the concept of harmony. It was a massive moment of realization for him, almost like enlightenment. He suddenly realized that the existence he'd been taking so lightly was not light at all. Just like the old universal core of grand heaven's boundary said, his steps were far lighter than they were meant to be. Existence was everything. Because non-existence was also a concept, because of the ladder he climbed to reach existence, Damien never really considered it properly, but that was the truth. There was nothing he could think of that wouldn't fall under the umbrella of existence. The human brain had no way to fathom the truth of non-existence. Even the things considered nothingness by humanity were just representing the absence of other things. Yet, even those concepts that filled the absence existed. Even they were part of existence. The authority Damien currently had so much progress and was meant to control all of that. All of existence. Anything and everything. How did he never realize how grand the path he was walking was? How did he never see how beautiful it was? The mysterious man was still talking, but Damien could no longer hear him. He no longer had an interest in his predecessors or successors. He was living in this moment, no other thoughts in his mind. He was feeling the weight of existence, and through that feeling, he suddenly felt in tune with the world. His body became hazy. His mind left the vessel it called home and drifted into the sea of wonder that was the fabric of reality. There was so much to explore, and he had only stepped a single foot into the water. No more. No more would he remain naive. No more would he underestimate this amazing power. He dove in head first and enjoyed the coldness of the depths against his skin. The concept of harmony was his starting point, the real starting point that would allow him to reach the end of this path. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 1388 Grudge. Chapter 1388 Grudge 1. It was a genuinely surreal experience. Damien wasn't a person with doubts. He was assured in himself, and he was assured in his power. So, something like enlightenment wasn't an experience he had often, if at all. Every time he'd been enlightened, it came as a result of his consistent effort, or as a result of a clue given by someone else. Then what about this time? While the unrecorded man's words that gave Damien knowledge of the 6 pieces he needed and the concept of harmony could be considered a clue, it wasn't much at all. It gave Damien a path forward, but it didn't tell him how to walk it. It told him what could be done, but it didn't tell him how to do it. And more importantly, it didn't really touch upon the grandiosity of existence. It actually did the opposite. By separating the concept of existence into 6 pieces that, when put together, would absolutely reign over it, the man's explanation grounded existence and made it something tangible. So for Damien to realize the greatness of his authority and gain enlightenment was an unexpected occurrence, almost as if it was willed by the heavens. He sat down right then and there. He didn't have time to waste on meaningless thoughts. He delved into the deepest recesses of his mind and sank into a state of realization, capitalizing on the sudden enlightenment and expanding on what he learned from it to gain even more. This process was extremely vague. He was merely thinking, if one wanted to look at it objectively, but the results weren't things that could come out of mere thoughts. Damien was exploring the concept of harmony. He was in a state similar to absolute perception that only spanned a few tens of meters, a state where he was completely in tune with the world. Within this state, he was able to see everything. This sight wasn't just physical like it was when he used his ability normally. He could literally see what the world saw. Whether it be the energies harmonizing in every particle of existence to create that very existence, the existences that were created through these particles and roaming the various areas of the manifestation of existence under his guidance, or anything else within his domain of sight, he peered deep into them and aimed not to control them, but to understand them. The concept of harmony didn't have much use, but it was important in understanding the true meaning of existence. How could one aim to control a concept they couldn't even begin to perceive? Damien fell deep into his trance and lost his sense of self within it. He pondered and wondered, ambled through the fabric of reality, and completely became one with the world for a brief period of time. Well, it was only brief in his mind, as he asked and answered countless questions that led to countless more that he simply couldn't answer with his current knowledge, as he speculated on what the other pieces of existence were and how to find them, as he planned for several hundreds of potential futures that could occur once he left this special space. Time passed like a flowing creek. It was quiet and calm, more peaceful than anything else, but underneath were currents that the beings living within it could hardly fathom. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Damien remained completely still, surrounded by an ever-changing canvas that molded to his thoughts, until eventually his eyes fluttered open. I've grasped it. He looked down at his hand, clenching and unclenching his fist. His body almost didn't feel like his own anymore, but the comfort of returning to it begged to differ. What an experience! It was only in this tiny portion of the world that was disconnected from the real world, but he felt it. He harmonized with existence. He became part of the fabric of reality. And in that state, he experienced vision like he'd never felt before. I guess it's gone. He looked around, his eyes readjusting to their physical limits. The manifestation of reality and the unrecorded who created it were gone. Only he remained in the darkness, floating in a void of emptiness. I must depart. He couldn't describe the experience he'd just had. He couldn't put into words what it felt like to become a part of existence itself, rather than one of the countless existences within it. But it was so jarring and fantastical that he felt a burning desire to exit this blackness that seemed to lack all of its wonders. As he observed his body, He learned that a much larger amount of time than he'd expected had passed since he arrived in this place. And when considering the timeline of events outside, he didn't know what could have happened. First things first, I should regroup with the Veritas clan. The 5 years period he agreed to serve them for ended while he was in seclusion, but he still needed to meet them again. Plus, he had to make sure the ones he left were still safe. If anything happened to them, he could bid his freedom goodbye. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything else that can harm them. The Stria god Gerald was already dead, and the one named Priya was stranded in the uncharted territory. Whether she survived or not, she surely didn't have the energy to return past the boundary steel and threaten the Veritas group. Still, I should check before I leave. It was better to be cautious than unaware. Damien glanced around once more in search of a way out of this place, but there wasn't one. Instead, once thoughts of departing became concrete in his mind, he was directly teleported away. He found himself outside the ravine, as if nothing he'd just experienced was real. However, he knew very well the veracity of those events. He didn't need to question himself. No, thoughts like those had no place in his heart. How could he be doubtful when he was so excited? The problem he'd been dealing with for the past 4 years was solved, albeit partially. He was ready to set foot on a new path, one that truly ingrained him in the heavenly world's makeup. Absolute perception. He made use of the ability. With his newfound knowledge and mental strength, covering tens of billions of kilometers wasn't a problem. He could see all the way back to the boundary steel and even a bit beyond it from where he stood, and more importantly, he could see a large portion of the uncharted territory. It looks like the Veritas clan stayed put like I told them to. As for the rest, he didn't see anyone he recognized from the Vega clan group, but he spotted an expedition party from the Kyushu Federation slowly making their way across the ground. And the remnants, led by a familiar face, were roughly 6 people from the Stria clan, the last remaining members of the large group they used to attack the Veritas party. Since I'm already here, Damien's eyes sparkled with killing intent. Then I should finish the job I started. Chapter 1389 Grudge. Chapter 1389 Grudge 2. He didn't particularly hold a grudge against Priya, and the Veritas clan's hostility had nothing to do with his own, but Damien had learned a great deal in the 4 years of mercenary work he did before coming here. He never forgot about Void Palace, after all. Once he learned the severity of their situation from Yulia, he was constantly searching for deeper knowledge on the hidden undercurrents breaking down their influence. And among them, 2 influences came up more than any others: the Stria clan and the Divine Order. These 2 forces were the ones truly targeting Void Palace. The Kyushu Federation was involved at a surface level, but they never truly tried to destroy Void Palace. They only acted to take territory that would be beneficial to them. However, the 2 aforementioned clans weren't just targeting Void Palace's territory, but the Great Clan itself. They wanted its total destruction, and since that was the case, Damien wanted their total destruction in return. It was a little funny for him to be thinking of challenging a god when he'd just been forced to flee so miserably from them. But he wasn't acting arrogantly. He didn't have the power to fight them head-on. This much was still true. However, he was different now. It wasn't noticeable, but he had changed greatly in the last few months. If one looked at the current Damien, they'd find that he currently looked extremely similar to an average mortal. His aura was completely reined in, and, as if he didn't exist at all, he completely blended in with the environment. It was unknown whether even a low-class god could realize his presence if he didn't actively reveal it. He had reached a level of harmony. It wasn't complete, but it was definitely more than just a preliminary state. Because of that, and because of the absolute perception he used moments ago, he had gained far more knowledge on the uncharted area than anyone else, which means I can kill them without actually facing them. He smiled. Using someone else's knife to kill wasn't usually his style, but he had no qualms about doing it when he needed to. His body disappeared, flashing away into the surrounding greenery. A great scene was going to unfold in the uncharted territory soon, and it would become the main reason this place remained unexplored for many, many years to come. Deep underground, in a familiar ravine that only 2 men had ever set foot in, an eye pried open. "Hush! A light wind breezed through the space, shaking the rock and causing a minor earthquake that didn't spread to the surface. "Is it over?" A voice resounded afterward, making the earth shake even harder. It was too filled with power without being infused with power at all, simply causing natural disasters with its presence. A dim light encompassed a massive being slumbering in the depths, and soon after, that massive being was no longer. In its place was a woman roughly 40 years in age whose beauty rivaled those half her age. She had pure white hair and crystal-clear blue eyes, completely contrasting the terrifying appearance of her true form. In the end, he truly came. Her voice was filled with melancholy, as if she was speaking to someone who could no longer hear her. "For 50 million years I have waited. For 50 million years I dutifully fulfilled the task you gave me." Her forlorn expression could dig up the ounce of pity hidden in the hearts of even the coldest men. However, her eyes had a trace of relief that was hard to notice. "Will it truly go the way you deemed it would?" It was a question nobody could answer. "Despite all of us believing you would be the one to overcome all things, even you met your end to that being." The unrecorded. He wasn't unrecorded by choice, but that was the result of his existence. He lived a life that should have been remembered for generations to come. But in the end, he made a bet he couldn't win. He bet his existence. And when he lost, his everything was erased from history. Only a few beings, enough to be counted on one hand, remembered his true name and remembered his legend. Only they remembered the timeline that was erased from history. However, even they could not speak his name or publicize his legend, because if they did so, even they would be erased from this world. They could not die, because the unrecorded left a prophecy in his wake. He saw the future where his path would be continued by someone else, someone better. He said that the heights he could never see would finally be breached by that man. Yet, she couldn't see it. He is certainly talented, but can he truly go as far as you said? She knew exactly what stood at the end of that path. It was a guardian that nobody could beat, a being that toyed with others like puppets, no matter whether they were mortals or gods. Could a mere young man, not even 100 years old, surpass that wall? No matter his talent or potential, I cannot see it, but perhaps that is why you were the one to go higher than the rest of us. There was never a time when I could truly read what was on your mind. She spoke to nobody but herself. The hope that he reincarnated and heard her words somehow couldn't exist in her heart. She was well aware of what his end meant, but she spoke anyway because she had to get these thoughts off her chest. She sighed to herself. I could do nothing but watch. She didn't like it, but that was the role bestowed upon her. She was a loyal person. Despite the grievances in her heart, she wouldn't shirk on the duty left to her by the only person in this world she'd never considered family. She looked into the ceiling above, her gaze piercing it to view the outside world. I will judge for myself whether he is worthy of your post. And if he isn't, her eyes turned cold. A horrible aura filled the entire ravine, directly slaughtering the weaker creatures while forcing the stronger ones to prostrate themselves in submission. Then I will end him with my own hands before he can become someone truly unstoppable. The happenings in the ravine were known only to one dragon and would never be known to the outside world. As for the person that dragon was now observing carefully, well, he had just finished setting up a trap for enemies he had no business trying to kill. It was rough doing all that without dying, but I managed somehow. He didn't know much about the environment, so it took time, but after a few weeks of careful experimentation, he finally completed it. His work of art. He grinned to himself, wiping the sweat off his brow. If I'm not mistaken, they should arrive here in a few more days. When that time came, he truly couldn't wait to see what would happen, because this was truly a work of art beyond anything he'd accomplished with his brain before. And if it worked as he intended it to, the consequences would be treacherous. As the creator of such a thing, how could he not be excited? I think I finally understand the whole mad scientist thing. Damien camouflaged himself and hid within the terrain itself. Just a few more days until he could see it. A few more days that passed in an instant. Chapter 1390 Grudge. Chapter 1390 Grudge 3. Damien was a man of great destiny. Upon almost dying in the uncharted territory, he found his way to a treasure and made great gains. However, this experience was only limited to those who had great fortune. For those who weren't so lucky, it was completely different. Gerald died immediately. Priya was luckier because she was further away, but her fate wasn't much better than his in the coming days. She had to endure and endure in an environment where she was no longer an illustrious god, where gods were the norm and all those who were weak would be killed. She had to struggle to survive. She barely even made it back to the area past the boundary steel where she could find some safety, and when she did, she learned that most of those who entered the realm with her were dead. There were a few demigods left, those who stayed back in case of an emergency situation, but that was it. Their numbers weren't great, nor was their strength. It was impossible to strike Veritas again, no matter how much she wanted revenge. She didn't know where Damien was, and without Gerald, she couldn't stand against the Veritas Grand Elders. It was unfortunate, but it was reality. She had to grit her teeth and push down her personal feelings. There was still time left before the secret realm closed. Was she supposed to just sit around and wait until she could go back to the heavenly world and report the situation to her superiors? No. If she did that, not only would she die, her reputation would be sullied, and she wouldn't gain peace even in death. If she wanted to survive, she had to show results that offset their failure against Veritas. Thus, with the few that were left from her clan, she went into the uncharted territory to explore. Priya spent several days there before she managed to escape. She was hiding for most of it, terrified of creatures like the one that killed Gerald, but she at least knew more about the ecosystem than the Kyushu Federation's team. With that knowledge, she led her expedition team deeper into the realm with incredible speed. As the months passed, they gained knowledge of the habitats and habits of several creatures that didn't exist in the heavenly world, gathered resources that would benefit the Stria clan, and overall made good progress. Today was no different than any other day, or at least it wasn't supposed to be. They'd been trekking in the same direction for a while now, and it was almost time to switch paths so they didn't run into the Kyushu Federation group. Everyone, be careful. Priya gave the same warning she'd given many times thus far. She couldn't stress it enough how wary they needed to be. And despite the repetition of the warning, nobody in her group complained. After staying in the uncharted territory for some time, they'd seen enough to traumatize a grown man. It was a truly horrid environment. There wasn't a place in the heavenly world where gods could die so easily. Even when they died, it was usually either a big event of some sort or a duel that deserved to be their end. Regardless, they'd die after a hard-fought battle. Here, there was no such thing as battle. At their level, if they got too close to the wrong creature or organism, their deaths would be instant. They probably wouldn't even realize they died until they found themselves in the afterlife. Nevertheless, with the caution they'd exercised until now, they'd managed to survive. It wasn't a caution they were willing to let go of. They quietly made their way through the tall and thick leaves that densely packed the rainforest, completely unaware of the predator stalking them from the dark. It's time. Damien grinned. Truthfully speaking, he didn't do much. His job was just to bring together certain elements to make natural processes take place far faster. But in reality, the trap he prepared was just taking full advantage of the ecosystem to kill outsiders who knew nothing of its function. The start of this process was simple. What was a rainforest without rain? It had been over a year since. Damien entered the forbidden secret realm, and though he'd spent several months in the ravine, unaware of the outside world, he hadn't seen rain at all in the time he spent on the surface. It was strange, wasn't it? When he dug into the truth of this matter, he found that this realm didn't actually have weather. It was created with a day and night cycle, but its weather would remain consistent regardless of condition or season. So, then, why was the ecosystem able to breed into a rainforest? It was quite literally impossible without any sort of weather conditions. The answer to that was simple. It should be arriving by now. Damien put the bait down a few days ago. Accounting for the time it would take for it to arrive here from its perch, its arrival was imminent. He glanced over at Priya's party. They were roughly 1 million kilometers away, extremely close to said bait. I want to watch from closer, but it's a shame that I'd die if I tried. He shrugged and watched as it happened. A shadow appeared over the land, blotting out dozens of millions of kilometers of rainforest with its size. The clouds in the sky parted under its weight, and the textured outline of a creature appeared in the eyes of those below. God-beast, Thunderbird, an existence beyond divine beasts, an existence that established its place in the heavens and became one of the countless bloodlines that created the basis of all beasts. It was a true god-beast, perhaps the first of its kind. When Damien discovered it, he almost couldn't hold his excitement and curiosity, but he was forced to because of its strength. Instead, he spent great heaps of time watching it carefully from a distance as it went about its duties. It mainly preyed on larger carnivorous species, but it had a soft spot for a certain type of herb called the silver moon leaf. These are like a delicacy to the Thunderbird, and when Damien found out that fact, he immediately established the entire plan he was currently putting into action. In fact, while Priya and the rest didn't know, they were surrounded by silver moon leaves right now. And as the Thunderbird came to collect them, its natural abilities were activated. The Thunderbird had a role in this realm that couldn't be replaced. It was the reason for the flourishing ecosystem that existed here. It was the rain. Drops of water fell from the air, guided by the Thunderbird's presence. Everything under its body was enveloped in heavy rainfall, and as the mist rose over the rainforest, countless creatures came out of their hiding places. This was step one of the plan. The Thunderbird didn't care about humans. It would leave after it took the prize it came for. But what about the rest? Damien made sure they wouldn't let go of the appetizing prey he prepared for them. Chapter 1391 Grudge. Chapter 1391 Grudge 4. Rain was important not just for the fauna of this realm, but the flora. It was obvious, but it had to be mentioned. After all, while it was far more difficult for plants to gain sentience, they still could once they had lived for long enough and gathered enough power. A lot of the flora in the Forbidden Secret realm was sentient, so when the rain came, they'd become far more active than they were in usual times. Priya and her group were currently hiding. They didn't move an inch, crouching in place with their auras reined all the way in so they didn't have any presence. They were petrified by the massive god beast that appeared above them, but they made the wrong decision. Because the Thunderbird wasn't the one who wanted to eat them. All around them, plants raised their leaves towards the sky, competing to gain as much water as possible while the Thunderbird was present. They irked a beautiful tapestry in the air between the great trees that made up the rainforest, like a three-dimensional painting made by the most talented of artists. The plants themselves weren't harmful, but they did give off a slight air of poisonous particles as they finally rid themselves of the fluids injected into them by the species that feasted on their leaves. And while those fluids were harmful and needed to be expelled, they also acted as a natural pheromone that attracted the very same predators that left them in the leaves. The buzzing of tiny wings filled the rainy atmosphere. Tens of hundreds of bugs crawled across the ground and made their way to the plants they considered food. Priya's group was left in the middle of this interaction. They had to stay silent and still. They couldn't move even now. Those bugs were smaller. They spanned from as small as regular bugs to as large as a human head. But relatively speaking, they were quite small. Yet, their power wasn't different from the rest of the ecosystem. Thousands upon thousands of them flooded the area, each and every one of them with power that at least rivaled a demigod. Luckily, they were herbivores. As long as they didn't feel threatened, they wouldn't attack other fauna. Priya and the rest didn't know this, of course, but they could gauge it from their extensive knowledge. They sat still, shivering slightly as these overpowered bugs crawled over their bodies to reach the leaves above. K-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. It wasn't a sound she made outwardly, but she was making it excessively in her mind. It was disgusting. This experience was the worst. She, as a god, couldn't believe she was being disgraced like this. However, what else could she do? She had to wait so she could survive. She had to explore so she could survive. She didn't have any other path, so she could only watch as the bugs reached their desired plants and began their feast. and she could only watch as a group of frogs that were roughly 10 feet tall and twice as fat appeared in the periphery and started targeting those bugs. Damn! Priya gritted her teeth. She ducked her head and laid down flat on the ground, prompting her group to follow her. The frog tongues that whipped around held force enough to behead any one of them, and more importantly, they were covered in a poisonous liquid that splashed around the area as they carelessly hunted for their prey. Despite the attempts they made to avoid detection or harm, they couldn't stop heaps of that poison from falling on their bodies. It burned through their clothing and a bit of their skin, and when it made its way into their bodies, it inhibited their mana, making it even harder to counteract. Priya finally realized the consequences of her decision. We have to leave. Now, regardless of how difficult it would be to evacuate, they had to get out of this area and find a safer place to hide until the storm passed. The rainy ecosystem that appeared along with the Thunderbird was far more dangerous than the regular, relatively peaceful environment of the uncharted territory. Follow me carefully. Do not step anywhere but in my shadow. Priya sent a mental transmission to her team and slowly began to crawl. Humiliation was no longer an issue. Even if it meant she had to grovel and beg, she would find a way to live through this. One arm after the other, one leg after the other, Priya moved away from the frogs and the leaf canopy. Luckily, it was mostly concentrated in one area. While several similar leaf canopies existed in the surroundings, none of them were as violently packed with fauna as this one. 100 meters. 100 meters away, there was a cave to hide in. As long as they made it there, they would survive. That was the truth. The truth of the situation if it wasn't a trap designed specifically for them. Rumble. The entire world rumbled. Bugs preyed on plants, frogs preyed on bugs, and snakes preyed on frogs. That was the natural order. And when the natural order ballooned to a scale where even the smallest bugs could be the size of a human head, we're dead. Existential dread. That feeling filled Priya's entire body. As for the demigods behind her, they couldn't even think in that being's presence. It was a massive python. Its body was as thick as several tree trunks tied together, and its mouth was large enough to swallow the entire area whole. The second it appeared, it hissed loudly, striking fear into those frogs who were hunting wildly, and in the next instant, it snapped its mouth open and shut, devouring 6 of them at once. It was truly a dreadful sight. To the python, humans who were weaker and smaller than those frogs, yet had the same amount of energy contained in them, were easy prey. Priya was aware of that. She saw it in the python's eyes, but it had yet to sense them. Just keep crawling. She told her allies to do so, but it was a question whether or not they could follow her words. After all, the python's aura froze them in place. Hisses. Its spine-chilling hiss filled the area again. In a place filled with so much prey, how could it not be excited? Boom! 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 They weren't explosions. It was merely the sound of trees collapsing and slamming into the ground below as the python carelessly moved through them to capture each and every frog in the vicinity. It's moving away from us. Priya almost had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Almost. Bang! Another tree fell to the ground. It was roughly 3 kilometers tall, relatively small in comparison to its peers. However, it was the last straw among the tens of them that fell. Hairline cracks spread across the ground. Those cracks widened almost impossibly fast, spreading several dozens of kilometers in every direction. That's when Priya realized it. This whole time, the ground was hollow. They were never on a stable surface to begin with. It was fine when there wasn't much impact force striking the ground, but with the python thrashing around and the trees that weighed thousands of pounds, if not more, crashing down, the ground didn't stand a chance. Rumble. It quaked furiously, and just as Priya came to terms with her fate, it collapsed. The plants, the bugs, the frogs, the python, and the poor humans caught between them all fell into the huge sinkhole that opened up below them. And deep in the depths under the piece of land where they once stood, a pair of eyes opened. It was the last piece of Damien's plan. The second god beast he'd found in this realm. An earth dragon. A hungry earth dragon that had been starved for over 2 weeks looked up at the ceiling that was crumbling above it. and it saw them instantly. The heaps of prey falling through the cracks. Chapter 1392 Preparation. Chapter 1392 Preparation. 1. A question arose after this series of events. How much of this did Damien plan? What was his role in the happenings that took place? The answer was everything. He was the one who grabbed the silver leaves and placed them in the area, as well as the one who used life laws to accelerate their growth until they matured. He was the one who attracted the Thunderbird by taking all the other silver leaves in nearby areas and hiding their ores away. He was the one who drew the bugs to make their colonies in the vicinity, and he was the one who led the frogs over to eat those bugs. He was the one who chose the area where the attack would take place, knowing it was the python's habitat. And he was the one who found the earth dragon, perfectly bringing everything together. It could have ended at the python. No, it could have ended at the frogs. There was really no reason to do as much as he did to kill Priya's group. But he wanted them to feel fear before they died, just as he planned to do with the rest of the Stria clan. There was no need to talk about what happened after the ground collapsed. The Thunderbird had no interest in humans, but the Earth Dragon was different. As a subterranean creature in a landscape without too much subterranean life, it needed to either conserve its energy and hunt underground or rise to the surface to search for food. Damien lured the Earth Dragon into a place where it couldn't do either, and as if to compensate it for its troubles, he gave it a massive feast afterward. It ate everything, whether it be the plants, the bugs, the frogs, the python, or the humans that got caught between them. Nothing could survive against a true god beast whose hunger had been aroused. The sequence of events took weeks to plan and execute, but it ended within just a few minutes. Damien watched it all from the side, and as the Thunderbird gained the reward it came for, and the rain left along with it, he revealed himself with a smile on his face. That was great. It was extremely entertaining to watch. Priya wasn't the best of the best. She was a god that was hardly a god. However, she still managed to attain that level. She was still someone Damien couldn't fight, regardless of how weak she was compared to her peers. So seeing her helpless, forced to crawl meaninglessly before meeting her eventual end, was quite satisfying. Because once again he saw it. The fact that even gods were just practitioners. I should get moving. There wasn't much left for him to do in the secret realm, but there was plenty to do when he left. I should start planning to leave for Void Palace. And while I do, it wasn't bad to raise the geniuses of the Veritas clan to a new level. The Stria clan and the Divine Order. They were the enemies he knew, but there were sure to be others in the dark as well. Since that was the case, since Void Palace was struggling, he needed all the help he could get. And if that help came genuinely, it was even better. The Veritas clan was filled with good people. He was certain Yulia and the rest at her level would help Void Palace as they promised. However, Damien couldn't guarantee all of them would help genuinely. The younger generation was different. If he could raise them properly and make them indebted to him, wouldn't they push for a more sincere approach to their cooperation? He didn't know how well it would work, but it was a plan worth trying. After all, in the end, a few characters from a younger generation were the ones who rose up to save Grand Heaven's boundary. He had seen it work before. Damien turned his eyes away. He glanced over a few 100 million kilometers and took a peek at what the Kyushu Federation group was doing before heading back into the known region of the Secret Realm to regroup with the Veritas clan. The Kyushu Federation. They were a completely different problem. He didn't need to think about it right now. I need to focus on what's in front of me. My plate is already too full as it is. He sighed to himself. He didn't want to do this. Again, being the sole supporter of something he had no business being the only one supporting was annoying. He already knew how it felt from everything he did for Grand Heaven's boundary. But information about Void Palace has been restricted to the extreme. I haven't found anything about the internal situation no matter how much I searched. So, there was hope. They weren't defeated yet. They were merely playing on the defensive. Void Palace, huh? He'd been researching about them for so long, but he never really stopped to think about it. That place was his origin. That place was his home. And frankly, he couldn't wait to see it for himself. The months passed swiftly after that. The clans remaining in the secret realm didn't interact with each other much, focusing on their own growth. As for Damien, he returned to the Veritas group and resumed his role as a protector as if nothing happened. However, he was more involved than before. Rather than just protecting from the shadows, he gave the geniuses advice on how to properly utilize their mana and laws. He focused mainly on Celeste, since she was the one who showed the most promise, but he didn't skimp on helping the rest of them as well. Aside from Celeste's constitution, Romulus and Riva Veritas had pretty interesting powers as well. The two of them were truly twins. Their abilities enhanced each other, and though they were great practitioners on their own, their potential could only truly be realized when they fought together. Damien had met people like them before. It wasn't rare for twins to be born with such complementary abilities. Since he knew how they looked when they acted at peak efficiency, he was able to advise them without experiencing that kind of synergy himself. Nevertheless, Damien's role in the Veritas group suddenly became far greater than it was before. Not just the demigod elders, but even the two great elders treated him with respect and put his word above their own. He became the leader, and with that authority, he led the geniuses to gain as many opportunities as possible. The Forbidden Secret Realm had a mechanism that only let people take a single item out with them. However, what they did within the realm was their own business. If they found a material they could ingest, they would ingest it right then and there with Damien watching over and helping them do it as fast as possible. If they found something that could be made into a weapon, as long as it wasn't too complicated, Damien had the forging skills to make it for them. And with those skills as their support, the geniuses of the Veritas clan made more gains than they ever thought possible. Another 6 months passed like this, and then another 6 months after that. By the time the second year in the Secret Realm ended, Damien started to feel it. The density of space is getting weaker. The fluctuations were getting more intense every single day, which meant, soon enough, the Forbidden Secret Realm expedition would end. Chapter 1393 Preparation. Chapter 1393 Preparation 2. The Secret Realm expedition wasn't too crazy of an event. Well, depending on who one talked to. Perhaps the Veritas clan would have plenty of stories to tell. The Kyushu Federation also had a lot of new things to discover from the samples they collected in the uncharted territory. The Vega clan spent the Secret Realm this time relatively the same as every other time. And Damien, well, Damien wasn't one to overhype his achievements. He definitely did a lot. He killed a god, albeit by cheating a bit, and he discovered a hidden piece he never expected to find. However, this was just one step of many. Since it was ending, he needed to collect himself and get ready for what came next. Though, he first needed to wait for the Secret Realm to actually open. From the day he first sensed the fluctuations in space, it took roughly 2 weeks for the Secret Realm to actually decide on closing and send him out. Afterwards, there was naturally a huge show. The Stria clan raged. Not a single person from the tens of those they sent into the realm returned, whether it was those who entered legally or illegally. And who were they going to blame? Naturally, it was the Veritas clan. Who else could they drag into this mess? They'd lost 2 gods and several demigods in a plan to destroy the Veritas group. But the Veritas clan members came back only missing a single elder. If they weren't infuriated, they were stupid. No, either way, they were stupid, since they were placed in the same position they expected their enemies to be in at this very moment. Nevertheless, what could they do but make a scene? They had no just cause to blame Veritas, and even if they did, it'd only reveal the fact that they attacked first, that too using underhanded means. The Stria clan couldn't be the one injured by this incident, especially now that they'd already taken hits. Therefore, after a few back and forths with the Veritas clan group, where quite the harsh words were spit from both sides, they had to gnash their teeth and retreat. Damien watched from the side with a smile on his face. It was great seeing Stria struggle, and once the commotion died down, after the Grand Elders had some brief conversation with the Vega clan group, they returned to their spirit ship, headed straight to the Veritas estate. Regardless, it was a good trip, Damien thought, looking out of one of the spirit ship's windows. He improved unexpectedly. He got to take action against his enemies, though the level was negligible in the grand scheme, and he was able to find talents worth raising. Overall, he gained a lot more than he ever thought he would from a simple protection mission. The time had come for his relationship with the Veritas clan to change. It would no longer be one of client and mercenary, one of leader and subordinate. They would now be on equal terms. Two sides of a negotiation between giants. Everyone went their separate ways when the spirit ship landed. Damien gave his goodbyes to the elders he got close to and the rest as a show of respect before leaving for the main estate. It was a place where only high-ranking Veritas clansmen were usually allowed, but for this instance, Damien was given special permission. He was currently sitting in a relatively simplistic study room. Its design was minimalistic, using mainly wood as its building material, and aside from a few bookshelves and paintings against the wall, a desk, and a few couches for guests, there wasn't much to note. "It's good to finally meet you." "Ah, yeah, you too." A polite greeting and an awkward reply. Damien glanced over at the man who had just spoken. He was one of two other people in this room. Julian Veritas, the patriarch of the Veritas clan. Damien's eyes turned to the second person, narrowing as if to ask, "What the fuck is this?" Yulia smiled and shrugged, telling him outright to just deal with it. "Ah, this." Damien sighed inwardly. He was expecting to meet Yulia today, but seeing Julian was a completely different matter. After all, no matter what he did or what happened in his mercenary days, he didn't see a wink of this man's visage. But now that his time with them was coming to an end, the patriarch had called him for a meeting. They exchanged several words after their greeting, mostly covering minor things and engaging in small talk. Damien had a report about the happenings of the forbidden secret realm as well, since he was the one most involved in it all. He told a simplified story about how he killed the Stria demigods and led the gods into the uncharted territory, where they died to the ecosystem itself. He, of course, skimmed over his involvement in the boundary steel breaking and their deaths, along with his little trip to the ravine, but those were just insignificant matters. His ability still needed to be hidden. He had to appear strong, but not uncontrollably strong. He couldn't let Veritas view him as a threat. Nevertheless, after tens of minutes of conversation, the topic finally arrived where Damien wanted it to. "As promised by my sister, we, the Veritas clan, will actively support Void Palace in its future endeavors," Julian said. "Then, I'll graciously accept your aid." Damien smiled as he shook Julian's hand. The terms weren't so simple. When they first made the agreement, Damien made sure they couldn't half-ass their assistance in any way. Whether it be military or financial support, Veritas would provide it as long as it was within reasonable bounds. They were not becoming subordinates, but it wasn't wrong to say this was the moment Veritas truly became a sister sect with Void Palace. From this point forth, there would be two peas in a pod, two influences who stood together in victory and defeat. Negotiations continued from there and didn't stop until a day had passed and both sides reached a satisfying conclusion. With their business finished and the details sorted out, Damien once again shook Julian's hand before leaving alongside Yulia. "Do you plan to return immediately?" Yulia asked, glancing at him in intrigue. What was his next step? He could very well head to Vega territory and gather even more supporters. But how much time had passed? Back then, Yulia gave Void Palace a decade before it collapsed. Though her judgment wasn't completely accurate, over half that time already passed since then. Damien couldn't delay any longer. "Yeah, it's time for me to see it." His words were said without much hesitation. He looked out at the horizon. His disguise melted away, revealing the amethyst-purple eyes and chiseled features he'd kept hidden for the past 6 or so years. "I like to see how great my birthright really is." Yulia smiled. Damien was great fun to be acquainted with. He didn't seem to realize himself, but even when he tried to hide his true worth, he shined like the brightest of diamonds. He had accomplished a lot of unexpected feats in the time they knew each other. She never told him outright, of course, but he really did perform feats above what even those eternally blessed by heaven could pull off. So she'd been waiting for this moment. "I'll prepare the portal," she said. She could sense it. She'd been sensing it from the start, and when Julian finally met Damien, he sensed it as well. The moment Damien Void returned to Void Palace, the landscape of the heavenly world would change. And both of them were absolutely sure they wouldn't regret the decisions they made here today. Chapter 1394 Preparation. Chapter 1394 Preparation. 3. Damien wanted to leave immediately, but that wasn't a freedom given to him. The day after their meeting with Julian Veritas, Yulia approached him with a message. There are other people who will be joining you on your trip to the southern region, so you'll have to wait. Don't worry, it won't be longer than 2 weeks at the very most. To summarize what she said, a teleportation array that could cross hundreds of trillions or even more kilometers in one smooth jump wasn't cheap to run. The materials were actually nonsensical to gather, so in terms of usage, the array was quite inefficient. It could at most be fired once a year in order to do so without wasting resources that were needed elsewhere. Damien wanted to look at the array and see if he could improve it, but there was no reason to. At least, not before he got to the southern region. Plus, he didn't really mind. 2 weeks wasn't a short time, but it also wasn't too long. It was just enough for him to finish up his business in Veritas. Currently, Damien was in the process of relaxing, or at least that was how outsiders saw it. He spent most of his days meditating, sunk deep into his thoughts as he perceived the concept of harmony. When he wasn't, he was ambling around the various compounds of the Veritas estate, doing this, and that without any clear goal. But that was nothing more than a front. While Damien did want to comprehend the concept of harmony as soon as possible, it wasn't something that could be realized through meditation. Harmony had to be achieved naturally, because that was its entire purpose. Damien would eventually harmonize with nature, but he couldn't force it at all. He spent a lot of time in what looked like meditation, but in reality his mind was elsewhere. He just left his main body alone so he could keep up the image of being aimless. But Damien didn't just have one body. Putting aside the nigh-infinite number of mana clones he could make, he had 2 other true bodies he could use as he pleased. The first was Alexander, and the second was his non-living avatar, which he'd been calling Damien for convenience. Alexander and Damien were undergoing the tasks he assigned to them. On one hand, Alexander was building prominence in the eastern region. His job was to build a sect. He would take in disciples, train them, and prepare them as a secret army for whenever they were needed in the future. Alexander was also in charge of the sanctuary. Ever since he came to the heavenly world, Damien used Alexander to help those in his pocket universe ascend through the things he knew and the laws he used. Rose, Ryue, and Elena were already at the cusp of divinity. All they needed to do was cement themselves on the paths they wished to take and form the nature of their divinities to undergo cosmic rebirth. However, those like Elvira, Bai Yuxuan, Feng Yuxiang, Bianca Snow, and Lucius, who had been stuck in 4th class for a very long time, were able to make rapid progress under his guidance. The sanctuary was no longer what it used to be. Rather than a sub-universe or a separated plane, it was now a true universe in its own right. It had the capability to provide cosmic rebirth for its inhabitants, and it had the ability to contain those who completed the process. If there was a difference between the sanctuary and Grand Heaven's boundary, it was what happened after. There was no ascension mechanism, since the sanctuary didn't have any connection to the heavenly world, but it also didn't have the restrictions of Grand Heaven's boundary. Damien constantly shared the knowledge he gained with his personal universe, and now the demigods who lived there had a clear understanding of where they stood in terms of power scale and where they needed to reach. They had the ability to do so with the sanctuary's firm universal law that was edging closer to a heavenly order with every passing day, and for the majority, they didn't even feel the need to leave for a higher plane. The sanctuary had everything they could ever ask for. There were several secret realms that could aid demigods, and more popping up every few months. The existence of the Void Library meant they could be assisted on their lonely roads to true power and didn't have to walk in the dark, as they'd have to do if they left. And most importantly, there was a sense of community. The sanctuary was one big family. Yes, there were those who wanted to ruin order. Yes, there were countless conflicts across the vast expanse of worlds. However, that couldn't be changed unless one removed free will from the equation. What made the sanctuary different was that people who threatened its overall security were never allowed to fester. A threat that could tear its denizens into factions that absolutely hated each other couldn't exist. Therefore, Not to mention safety, just the environment of the sanctuary was far more welcoming and promoted thoughts of growth and prosperity. Damien was still taking his stance as an absentee creator. He didn't want to be too involved in the sanctuary's development, because he wanted those people to grow in the way they felt was best for themselves. It was their home, after all, not his. But Alexander was the one who facilitated their ideas. Alexander was the one they could use to adapt and change the sanctuary itself to best support them. So he worked alongside Lynn to do the most important things without actually giving his input on many of those decisions. Alexander had quite the busy life, but since he was an autonomous clone, Damien didn't have to directly control him. Damien was different. Damien did have a portion of Damien's soul, but he didn't have any sense of ego. He was a husk, to put it simply. If Damien wanted to use Damien, he had to place his mind in the avatar body and move it on his own. That was the reason his main body was relatively dormant. Because while Damien stayed in the eastern region and Alexander worked ceaselessly for the future, Damien was already on his way to the northeast. The Stria clan wasn't easy to deal with. In fact, they were a downright diabolical force without any sort of morals. The only reason they could keep their status was because they had unreasonable strength. Damien had to focus on the Stria clan itself, but that wasn't all there was to deal with. Under the main clan were the four evils. They were not clans or sects like the Sapientia clan under Veritas, but four individuals who had the same standing. Because those four individuals each had the power to rival a minor clan like Sapientia. To combat them, Damien needed more assistance, and he had the perfect people in mind. Damien wasn't headed to the northeastern region without a plan. No, he was going to gather the connections Damien made while acting as a mercenary in their territory. With two great clans at his side, what did he have to fear? As long as everything went according to his plans, saving Void Palace wasn't even a question anymore. Instead, it was only a matter of time and effort. Chapter 1395 Preparation. Chapter 1395 Preparation. 4. 2 weeks really couldn't be counted as any time at all when events kept unfolding. No, even with a boring schedule, one would find 2 weeks passing before one even knew what to do with oneself. For Damien, who was constantly working in one way or another, 2 weeks were like a passing breeze. They were gone before he could even hope to feel them. Are you really leaving? The one who spoke was the one he'd spent the most time with over the past 2 weeks. She was a familiar face as well, Celeste Veritas. Of course I do. What? Did you expect me to stay here for the rest of my life? Damien returned with a smile. I mean, that's a little much, but... Celeste frowned, hiding her face behind a towel as she glanced at him. She was the one who found him first. When they were in the Forbidden Secret Realm, she learned so much from him that she almost couldn't believe it despite feeling the changes in her body. Unlike others, who shakily guided her to the best of their abilities, Damien knew exactly what she needed. He knew how to help her improve, and with his help, she saw results unlike anything she'd ever seen before. Thus, when they returned to Veritas, she found him without hesitation and asked him to teach her. Damien naturally obliged. He had no reason not to, and he was quite fond of Celeste as well. She reminded him of Astoria, and her power was interesting. He enjoyed both teaching her and watching the mysterious chaos within her grow more formidable with time. Today, they'd ended a training session like any other. The only difference was that it was more intensive than usual, but even that was expected from a demonic instructor like Damien. But Celeste knew it just as well as he did. This would be their last time training together. I was hoping you'd stay for a little longer. She blushed while she said it, but she felt like saying it regardless. The feelings in her heart weren't particularly romantic, but Damien definitely became an important figure in her life in the short time they'd known each other. Unfortunately, he couldn't live up to her expectations. Don't be so sentimental, brat, Damien joked, ruffling her hair like an older brother. You probably already know where I'm going and what I'm planning to do, so why make a big deal out of this? Eventually, we'll see each other again. I know, but still, isn't it dangerous? There's no way it wouldn't be, but I still have to do it, don't I? Wouldn't you do the same if it was Veritas? She couldn't refute him. She thought she hit it pretty well, but it seemed he'd figured out her identity long ago. He just hadn't said anything out of consideration for her. Yes, if it was Veritas in Void Palace's situation, she wouldn't hesitate to take the same actions as he did. No, she probably would have been far more impatient about it. The fact that he waited so long, acting at the whims of others, so he could gain enough power to support the people he had back home, was respectable enough, because she knew she couldn't do the same in his situation. Could anyone? Celeste had no way of knowing, but she knew Damien was a special character, and she wanted to be by his side a bit longer. That was definitely the best path for her growth, but what could she do? There was no way to stop him from leaving, and she couldn't leave Veritas either. Then, she sighed to herself and stood up, putting aside the towel in her hand and facing him confidently. "What are you do, teacher?" Damien found himself interrupted by a shout loud enough to echo off the walls. Celeste straightened her body, and with a movement as rigid as a military official who'd been doing it for years, she bowed a full 90 degrees. "Thank you for your guidance." She thanked him sincerely for everything he'd done in the least words possible. She already knew he didn't like long and overly heartfelt displays. Damien smiled. "This girl. Get up." He raised her up and patted her shoulder. "I just did on a whim. Don't think too much about it, since we'll probably be meeting each other with equal status from now on. Isn't that right, Miss Shadow Disciple?" Celeste rubbed her head awkwardly and nodded. "If that's the case, then let me introduce myself properly. Though, I still won't stop regarding you as my teacher, even with this change." Celeste looked into his eyes with a smile. "My name is Celestia Veritas, and I am the future matriarch of the Veritas clan. It is a pleasure to meet you." Damien nodded with the same expression on his face. "I am Damien Void, the young lord of Void Palace. Likewise, it's my pleasure making your acquaintance. A fateful relationship, to say the least. Two future powerhouses who formed a connection when neither was aware of the other's status. A curious relationship that was both one of friends and equals in teacher and student. Only time could tell how this would turn out, but one thing was for certain. Regardless of what happened, the relationship between Void Palace and the Veritas clan would only grow firmer from now on. The goodbye with Celeste was the last one. Damien already participated in a large gathering with all the elders and even the grand elders where he drank himself to death the night prior. So when the next day dawned, he met Yulia and went straight to the teleportation array. "That's a nice disciple you have. I almost want to steal her for myself," Damien said. "Don't even think about it. She's our Veritas clan's great hope, you know." Yulia responded, a little firmer than Damien expected. How could he know? Celeste valued her relationship with him quite highly, so if he really asked her to join him at Void Palace, the chance of her accepting wasn't negligible. Yulia could only be relieved that he never brought it up, drawing the line with her early. "You have our contacts, right?" She confirmed. All the preparations have been made as well," Damien responded confidently. "Good then." Yulia stopped and turned around to face him. They'd already arrived at the teleportation array, and the time they had together wasn't much longer. "It won't be an easy fight, but we'll be fighting it with you. I sincerely wish you good fortune in all your future endeavors." Damien smiled. "This isn't like you. I was expecting a much rougher farewell at this point. I can't lie. Damn, Brad. I'm a Veritas clan Grand Elder too, you know? I could do the whole official thing if I want to. Ha. Then I'll be grateful to you for showing me such a hilarious sight." TCH. The two conversed happily as they walked towards the array. If there was someone who got closer to Damien than anyone else during his stay here, it was Yulia. The two of them were practically friends who'd been through life and death together at this point. To Damien, they were brothers, though he never said that to Yulia lest she kill him on the spot. Nevertheless, their approach could only take so long, and they eventually arrived at their final destination. There, waiting for them, was another group of 5 travelers. Until this point, Damien honestly forgot that he was waiting for them, so they could use the array together, but the second he saw them, his eyes widened, as did the eyes of a specific member of that very group. They both voiced their surprise. 2 faces that were familiar to each other. 2 distinct sets of amethyst purple eyes. It was yet another fateful encounter. Chapter 1396 Void Palace. Chapter 1396 Void Palace 1. Two sets of amethyst eyes met in the most unexpected place. Two people who coincidentally planned to return to their homeland at the same time gasped as they saw each other in the distance. Damien's eyes were especially wide. He knew this person, but this was a person he wasn't supposed to know. She had been watching him for a very long time. She spent over a decade of her life trailing his adventures for reasons he still couldn't make sense of. That woman is someone he knew from his time outside reality. Irin Voy, the younger sister he never knew he had. According to what he could understand, Irin was Dante's adopted daughter and was several decades younger than him. However, with what he knew about Dante now, he couldn't quite make sense of her existence. Regardless, she had those eyes, and she had pride in her position. She definitely wasn't someone suspicious. It was just her background that he couldn't confirm. But Damien wasn't the only one surprised. Irin tried to hide it, but she was definitely feeling it more than he was. After all, she would have never expected him here, not even in her wildest imaginations. Damien had just recently ascended to the heavenly world, which she knew would happen. But how did he manage to reach the Veritas clan's exclusive teleportation array in a short period of time? Not just that, he was now powerful to the extent that she couldn't sense his aura, and from the look in his eyes, he knows who I am. How is that possible? Irin disappeared from the lower universe somewhere around the time Damien went to the ancient battlefield. As for the old man she was traveling with, his life was ending soon. There was a conversation he very much wanted to have with a person he very much wanted to see. So he went to the abyss to amble aimlessly until the time was right. Logically speaking, unless he told Damien, there was no way for Damien to know. But knowing him, he wouldn't tell Damien anything, insisting that it was better for a young genius to find their own way. So what was this situation? What were they supposed to do now? They both knew they were recognized by the other party, and they both knew the point of connection that brought them together, but we've never interacted, so I don't know how to approach her. This is a new experience for me. Damien was an older brother to several people at this point. He'd played the role and gained a family through his adventures, but this was different. She was someone his father adopted. She was a family member he didn't know. How did he breach conversation with her? Damien took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Now isn't the time. Irin was currently together with a couple of other women, evidently her friends. Now wasn't the time for an awkward conversation between estranged siblings. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Damien sent through mental transmission. You as well, Irin replied, her tone a little vague. The two nodded at each other imperceptibly, but that was the extent of their interaction for now. They weren't the only ones here, and while others obviously noticed their interaction, nobody else thought it was strange. Their purple eyes signified their identities and how they knew each other. As for their relationship, the guesses they made could only ever remain guesses with how secretive Void Palace was, so they didn't bother entertaining them. There was no need for any extraneous conversation. Nobody present needed an explanation about how the teleportation array worked. So after a few more parting words with Yulia, Damien stepped forward and entered the formation along with Irin's group. The man operating the formation gave a few seconds' notice as he inputted the commands, and soon enough, space began to fluctuate. Hugh! Damien took a deep breath as he felt reality fold around him. His heart raced as he passed through the spatial corridor. His thoughts were so focused on the destination that couldn't marvel at the sturdiness and security of the spatial corridor, created through the array. And within a second, the scenery changed. They were in another room similar to the one they just left. However, none of the people who once surrounded them remained. It was only their group and another teleportation array operator who promptly bowed when he saw them. "Welcome back, first young lady." Irin replied dismissively. She stepped out of the array and started making her way out of the room, her group following her politely. But before she left completely, she turned around and glanced at Damien. "Are you coming or not?" "Me?" he responded in surprise. Damien saw everything Irin did while she was observing him in the lower universe. He was very clear on the fact that this sister of his didn't like him. So why was she calling out to him like this? Irin sighed, somewhat reading his expression. She could at least understand the crux of his thoughts. It doesn't matter what we think of each other. Since you're here, you're here. She turned away, hiding the expression on her face. I know it might be a little awkward, but I'll take you to meet them. Meet who? Damien knew the answer, but he still wanted to hear it. Who else? Erin responded as she stepped away. Your family. Those words. Those were the words he wanted to hear all this time. Family, huh? Damien smiled. Good then. Let's go meet them. He stepped forward as well, following Erin's group. As he exited the teleportation room and gazed at the scenery outside, it finally set in. He was here. This was it. The place he'd been longing for. Void Palace. Somewhere not very far, yet not very near, a woman sat in her private quarters, mindlessly watching the scenery outside. Some time had passed since she came here. She missed it, sure, but at the same time, she'd gotten used to the scenery she used to see every day. The tall buildings, the bustling streets, and the technology were now replaced with endless expanses of free land. There were still tall buildings, but the architecture was more archaic than what she'd grown used to. There was still technology, but it was now based on mana rather than electricity. Who would have thought? It was only a mere 50 or so years she spent in that place, yet the memories of its wonders outstripped any memories she had of this place, her home. And, most importantly, the people she held dear were missing. The two people who had the highest position in her heart. Neither of them were here. It's lonely. She wasn't alone, but she couldn't help feeling lonely at times like these. It was easy to ignore when the people around her tried their best to take her mind off of it. But what happened when she was left to her own devices? She could only think about them. Where were they? What were they doing? Were they safe? She knew their personalities. It was hard for her to believe either of them was doing okay right now, but she had to force herself to believe it, because if she didn't, she would fall apart. When can we see each other again? Her husband, the man she loved. When could she see him again? And her son, a boy with an unfortunate fate, yet a boy whose eyes always shined brighter than any star. She hoped he was living his life well. She wished she could see him spread his wings and flourish, but fate didn't allow it. And now, the boundary that separated them was too dense for her to even hope to see him soon. Or at least, that was her thought. Until the day that message came. A message from her adopted daughter, the one who'd received all the love she couldn't give her son over these years. Damien Void had arrived at Void Palace. Chapter 1397 Void Palace. Chapter 1397 Void Palace. 2. 1397 Void Palace. 2. The southern region was structured differently than the Veritas clan's eastern region. Void Palace was located in the southernmost principality, and it made the entire principality its home. The main palace was located on the southern edge of the region, bordering the boundless sea that separated it from all else. And unlike the eastern region, where everything was relatively separate, the 4 minor clans under Void Palace also lived in this same principality. They all stayed close and closed off their borders. This was where they'd made their last retreat, as they were encircled by forces from all sides. It was a beautiful region. The architectural style was mainly Western, with large castles and estates that were beautiful in their own right. Where Damien appeared was inside the main palace. Here, surrounded by pitch-black rock engraved with gold, he found himself traveling through halls upon halls filled with servants and personnel who took orders from the main clan. It was a grandiose sight, as if he was really in the abode of a great emperor. Compared to what he expected to see, a decrepit and failing palace, this was a complete 180. He hadn't seen much of the southern region, but if it was all like this, then half the planning he did would be for naught. It's too early to overestimate, though. One thing I've heard more than anything about Void Palace is the loyalty of its people, so this situation makes sense. Just because the people were loyal didn't mean they were powerful. The situation could very well be even worse than he imagined despite the state of affairs that he was witnessing. Nevertheless, he kept his thoughts to himself as Erin brought him through the halls and introduced him to the surroundings. Her friends had already left. According to her, they weren't even friends in the first place. Rather, they were members of the 4 Grand Duke clans that served under the Void Clan, and their group had just returned from an expedition. To summarize it, Void Palace was created by Dante along with the party members he traveled with during his younger days. Unlike the other great clans, this one is a real family. Void Palace had a simple structure. One lord for Grand Dukes, 12 swords, 64 elders, and several named clans under them with various positions that didn't necessarily need to be mentioned. The Void clan took the main position. Underneath them were the Eloin clan, the Crone clan, the Hugo clan, and the Solstice clan. This was the main force of the palace. As for the 12 swords, they were in a prestigious position separated from the other groups. Being a part of the 12 swords was an honor amongst honors. It was a position that could only be won through strength and achievement. This was the crux of Iren's explanation. But since she was speaking to Damien Void, who, by technicality, was Dante Void's firstborn, she went into more detail than usual. The main duty of the Grand Dukes. The 12 swords are, when it comes to elders, but more so the common people. Her rundown was quite detailed, and Damien paid close attention to everything she said. He couldn't let these details slip his mind, because they were the most important facts for him to determine the future path of this place. As they walked and talked, the number of people around them noticeably thinned until they were the only ones in a hall that was much smaller than the rest. It could allow around 6 grown men to walk side by side, and at its end was a pair of large double doors reminiscent of the entrance to a throne room. But this was no throne room. When they reached the door, Iren turned around and faced Damien with a troubled expression. "What's up?" he asked curiously. "Just." She hesitated for a second before sighing. "Don't lash out. Remember, Father's a man too." Damien raised his brow, but shrugged without being able to decipher the meaning behind those words. And the doors opened. There were 7 people standing in the relatively small hall, but Damien didn't pay attention to most of them. No, his eyes went straight to one woman who was standing among them with tears in her eyes. He hadn't seen her in decades. Last time he went to visit her, he found that she had disappeared and couldn't be found anywhere. He worried about her, but with Lynn's assurance, he put down those worries and focused on what was necessary. But seeing her again, all those worries came rushing back. Was she okay? He knew she was a god, but was she living well? He couldn't help but worry for the woman who tirelessly tried to raise him into a proper man without the funds to do so. He couldn't help but wonder if she was finally happy now that her responsibilities were lessened. He wanted to see her again and show her the man he'd become. He wanted to make her proud, and now he had that opportunity. Mother! He could barely hold back his tears. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't cry here. Instead, he rushed forward. He was in front of her before anyone could say a word. "Damien," she said, her voice breaking. "My son." He couldn't hold back upon hearing her voice. Tears fell from his eyes, and without hesitation, he hugged her with everything he had. "I'm here, Mom." He didn't know what to say, so he said the only words he could. "I'm finally here." There was a lot he wanted to say to her. There was a lot he needed to tell her and ask, but none of that came to mind now. Only the feeling of longing he had for the only blood family he knew in this world. His mother, who he'd been missing for so long, appeared in his heart and soul. Claire wasn't much different. A mother couldn't help but worry about her son. No matter how well he was doing in life, no matter how healthy or happy he was, a mother couldn't help but worry. But seeing him in front of her now, seeing his demeanor that had matured far more than she'd ever expected, she finally felt relief in her heart. He was safe. He was okay. Her son grew up into a fine man, and she was incredibly happy, to the point where words couldn't describe it. The two hugged each other for many minutes. They cried and let out all the worries they'd had for all these years before finally separating. It was a heartfelt reunion between mother and son, but unfortunately, they couldn't catch up on everything right now. There were others in the room. Claire put her hand up to his face, looking into his eyes with a vague expression. She didn't want to say anything, but she could see it. Maybe nobody else could, but she could see it. Damien was a wanderer. He never really had a place to call home. He joined several influences throughout the years for his own benefit, and he'd made many connections in those places, but he'd never had a place to proudly call home. He was a man of the wind, a man whose steps were both lighter than air and heavier than the universe. He may not have expressed it to anyone, but she was his mother. There was no way she wouldn't feel it. There was a hole in his heart that had never been filled, but no more. She wouldn't allow him to drift aimlessly any longer, because now that she was back to her original self, she finally had the capabilities to properly be his mother. "Welcome," she said with a smile, stepping back as Damien looked over the group who was in the room with them. No, that wasn't the right way to call them. Claire stepped back, becoming a part of the crowd, because she was one of them. They were one. They were family. And this, "Welcome home, my son," was the home Damien had been wishing for his entire life. Chapter 1398, Void Palace. Chapter 1398, Void Palace. 3. Damien had a family. Damien had a home. But these were things of his creation. Since the very moment his mother fell ill all those years ago, he didn't have a place to return to. He'd moved from place to place, even slept on the streets a few times, and eventually he was thrown into the first dungeon, a place where he had no choice but to move around. Whether it was any of the stops he made in the human domain, anywhere in the divine realm, or anywhere in the lower universe at all, he never found a place to truly call his home, because there just wasn't a place that could keep up with him. He would always have to leave eventually to continue forth his ambitions, so he never got deeply attached to the influences he was a part of. Instead, he made connections to the people he met within them, and they became his home. The sanctuary was created so they could always be with him, so he never lost the feeling of home that he dearly missed, but there was never a location that could fill the hole in his heart. The sanctuary was created so they could always be with him, so he never lost the feeling of home that he dearly missed, but there was never a location that could fill the hole in his heart. He filled it himself by building a family and building a home. He was satisfied with what he had, but could it ever be the same as the image of a home in his heart? It couldn't. This void was never brought to the forefront of his emotions, because Damien's unrestrained personality actually gave him the qualities of a wanderer from the start. He quite enjoyed that life, so despite the longing he felt, he never got bogged down by the emotion. But it was still there. Perhaps Claire noticed it before he did. It was always lying there in the recesses of his heart, never truly allowing him to feel complete. But all that would change today, because Claire would not allow her son to live in such a pitiful way. She would give him the home he deserved, as she always should have as his mother. "Come, Damien, let me introduce you to your family." She led him through the room and slowly helped him make acquaintance with everyone present. "Let's start with me," she said with a smile. "You?" Damien echoed in surprise. Didn't little Lynn tell you already? Your mother is quite the character, you know." Claire smiled proudly as she spoke. "While I was called Claire Watson on Earth, my true name is Claire Elowen, and I'm the clan head of our Void Palace's Elowen clan." Damien's eyes widened in surprise. Claire really started off with a bang. While the Elowen clan was now part of Void Palace's 4 Grand Dukes, it had a deep history before it gained that position. In fact, the Elowen clan alone had the ability to stand as one of the 8 great clans. It was only a subsidiary because of Void Palace itself. It was an influence created by friends, and the Void clan was only created after the 4 great clans came together. Naturally, it took the leadership position amongst them, because, and this, Claire continued, walking over to another woman roughly the same age as her, is my sister, Serena Crone. She had long raven black hair and piercing red eyes that swirled mysteriously like clockwork. When Claire walked over, she smiled and nodded, introducing herself. "I am Serena Crone, head of the Crone clan. While it is a bit embarrassing to say it myself, me and your mother are indeed sisters. It may be uncomfortable at first, but I sincerely hope you can eventually view me as a member of your family." Damien's jaw dropped. Isn't that kind of introduction usually given by a step-parent? Damien glanced over at Erin, who nodded as if to crush all his hopes. This is what she meant when she said that Bastard is also a man. So Dante Void is, but I'm also. This is definitely something. Damien's thoughts were broken for a second, and the first thing he managed to say was, "Let's make things clear. First off, who's the first wife? Who else?" Naturally, It's this mother of yours. Claire responded with the same proud look on her face. I have to cope. I'm severely coping. But this is reality. He couldn't escape reality. His father had 2 wives. He wanted to be angry, but how could he? It looked like Claire was long aware of Serena's existence, so obviously he didn't cheat on her. And as a man with 4 wives of his own, how could he fault a man with multiple wives, especially when those wives seemed to get along splendidly? But still, it's my mom. He sighed and accepted it. From the look on Claire's face, she loved each and every person in this room. If his mother and father were both lovingly accepting of his aunt, then who was he to complain? As long as mom's happy. It was all he could think without being a hypocrite. And if she's happy, I'm not going to ruin the vibe. His personal feelings could be overcome because the happiness of those involved was all that mattered. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Aunt. Damien had been thinking for a pretty long time, so the words he spoke had become anticipated by everyone present. However, the ones he spoke were words of acceptance. Serena let out a sigh of relief, while Claire patted her back supportively. Serena was definitely afraid to see how Claire's son, whom she'd heard so much about, would react about her. She thought she would be hated, and she'd prepare to be scolded, because she also wanted everyone to be happy. She didn't want to ruin Damien's introduction to the family by acting like the second mother he never knew. His acceptance not only made her relieved, but made everyone present smile. The family they had was built on strong bonds and loyalty. They didn't want it to be ruined by Damien's presence, but they couldn't help but worry about what would happen when an outlier was forced to accept their dynamic. But their thoughts were wrong from the start. Damien was never an outsider, and he never planned to act like one. He smiled at their reactions. They were really that worried, huh? He didn't know any of their names yet, but their expressions were enough for him to tell what kind of people they were. Plus, even though I've been trying to ignore it, my eyes really can't avoid seeing it. Their souls were pure. Their true emotions that were bared to him because of his perfected, all-seeing eyes showed him relationships he'd only ever seen amongst the best people he'd ever met. People like Tian Yang and Malcolm, who'd taught him and helped him through his younger years, and people like Long Chun and Su Run, who became his closest friends. All right, he said, clapping his hands. I know it's an emotional moment, but it can wait, right? I at least want to learn everyone's names before we start crying. With smiles all around and a jovial atmosphere built around them, everyone nodded together, and the introductions began. Really, the complications of a big family. Damien smiled again. He hadn't stopped smiling since he came here. It really isn't so bad. Chapter 1399 Void Palace. Chapter 1399 Void Palace. 4. Damien was soon introduced to everyone else who made up the core of Void Palace, those who would be his family from now on. First came Erin Void, his adopted sister. She was the second youngest of the batch, but her seniority was above the rest because of her unique situation. Second was a girl named Hestia Void. She was Claire's second child, his blood-related younger sister, and was the true youngest of the group. She looked just like him, with the same hair, eyes, and sharp facial features, but her personality was far removed from his. She was shy and hardly said a word when she was introduced, but it only added to her charm. She had just turned 20 years old, and she was already a 4th-class practitioner. As for how she reached that level, Damien had no idea. He only knew that the Void Clan's talent was unparalleled beyond belief. Aside from his 2 sisters on his mother's side, he also had 2 brothers on Serena's side. They were named Dominic and Darius Void. They were 150 and 100 respectively, older than Damien, but oddly enough, they didn't act it at all. Rather, the second their turn came, they rushed up to him and asked him numerous questions about his adventures in the lower universe and his power, as if they were younger brothers who'd been waiting for their older brother to return from a trip overseas. These 2 were powerful and almost at the demigod level despite their young age. It would likely only take them a few hundred more years to reach it at their current pace. And while Damien expected there to be some grievance among them, he was wrong. None of them found his presence unwelcome, including his uncle and aunt, the last 2 people in the room, Brontis Hugo and Persia Solstice. Void Palace was truly a family. Dante married Claire and Serena, while Brontis and Persia got married as well. In reality, their 5 clans could be considered one major clan. The only reason they were kept apart was because they each had their own specialty and purpose. And Damien, he was their young lord without question. The young lord position had always been designated for the first son between Dante and Claire. When Damien's fate was unknown, there was talk about giving it to one of the other sons, but when his life was confirmed, the spot was returned to him. Yet, despite the twists and turns, there were no bitter feelings more than childish grievances among the heirs of Void Palace. Dominic and Darius viewed Damien as their close brother. Hestia saw him as the older brother she'd always wanted, though she was too shy to admit it. And while Erin is more resistant towards accepting him, she stopped doubting his qualifications after seeing his growth in the lower universe. Obviously, Damien couldn't become close to each and every one of them in the short time he'd been here, but that was something that could be developed over time. Once the introductions were finished and some conversation was had, the rest of the family departed from the area so Claire could have some alone time with her son. It was clear they had a lot to catch up on. They really did. When they were finally alone, Claire practically broke down. Her tears didn't stop streaming for a very long time, to the point where Damien couldn't hold himself back either. But they eventually got into conversation. Damien was able to tell her everything, from the moment he left her in a Pyron to the moment he saw her again in the heavenly world. Claire was a god. She had experienced her fair share of dangers and fortune. However, hearing the stories of her son was a completely different monster. She almost had a heart attack hearing about smaller things like his fight against Sebastian, the butler. Her reaction when she heard about the ancient battlefield's happenings could be imagined. She didn't want her son doing so much dangerous stuff, but since she couldn't do anything about it, she at least wanted him to exercise caution while doing so. Knowing he was doing his best to stay alive was the most she could ask for. Of course, Damien conveniently forgot to mention the time he actually died, but Claire didn't need to know that, did she? My son. There was a hint of sorrow in her voice. I truly apologize for not being there for you. She knew it wasn't enough to apologize, but she apologized anyway. She truly regretted not being there for him, but their circumstances didn't allow them to have the familial relationship everyone else had. It made her infinitely sorrowful, but it was reality. No, it wasn't reality unless Damien said it was. Mom, you can't be saying things like that. To me, you're the most perfect mother I could ask for. You did everything possible to give me happiness, even when you were at your lowest. Back then, I was too young to notice it, but I'm an adult now. This time, let me take care of you. Just sit back and watch as your problems solve themselves. I'll show you what kind of man your son has grown into. Those were his honest feelings. He had gripes upon gripes upon gripes with his father, but there was nothing of the sort for Claire. His mother did everything she could with what she had. Asking for more was just entitlement on his side, and she'd always felt guilty. If she was really a bad mother, would that feeling have any sort of place in her heart? Damien didn't want her to feel it anymore. He wanted her to see him thrive and realize how great she did as a mother. He wanted her to have peace and happiness for the rest of her life. For that, he was prepared to do anything. Damien, the tears started again. She was proud beyond belief. She truly couldn't find a way to express it properly. Damien knew that as well, and he didn't need her to say anything. Rather, Mom, remember how I introduced you to some people last time we met? Claire's expression suddenly brightened. That girl Rose and our little Elena, right? Of course I remember them. Don't tell me. She remembered his strange reaction from a while back, and Damien nodded as if to confirm her thoughts. There are a few more introductions to be made. He wanted to make his mother happy. Wasn't the best way to do it by introducing her to her daughters-in-law? He made sure to tell the girls about this meeting a bit back, and they'd been rushing to prepare themselves in the sanctuary since then. They dropped everything they were doing, from training to executive duties, and prepared their appearances and hearts. And the time came. 4 women appeared behind Damien, each with their own unique charm and appearance. Yet, the one thing they had in common was how they awkwardly squirmed as they struggled to compose themselves for this meeting with the parents that happened without nearly enough prior notice. Claire looked at each of them individually before glancing back at Damien. And the look in her eyes, well, what came next was definitely a spectacle. Chapter 1400 Void Palace. Chapter 1400 Void Palace 5. What happened when Claire first laid her eyes on Damien's wives? Well, obviously, she shot him a glare beyond glares, something that terrified him to the core. As for what happened after, well, even I want to know. Unfortunately, Damien was kicked out of the room almost instantly, so the women could talk to each other. He could only hope his mother would be accepting, but he wasn't too worried. After all, she was his mother. She would definitely be snarky about it and judge him silently, but she wasn't an unreasonable person. If their happiness was real, she wouldn't cause too much of a fuss. Plus, she had the same problem as Damien. If she was too against his harem, it would only make her a hypocrite as someone who allowed her husband to have a second wife. They were both put in awkward positions by the choices they made in the past, but since neither of them regretted those choices, they were stuck forced to be happy for each other. It was a bit comedic to say the least. Personally, Damien didn't mind the situation much. He and his mother were alike in many ways, so he was well aware of how she'd react. Because of that, he didn't need to worry about anything, because if she was going to act the same way he would, everything would end up okay. Nevertheless, Claire needed her alone time with his women for many reasons. She was probably going to vet them by her standards for about 5 minutes before realizing how great Damien's taste in women was. The rest of the time would likely be spent getting to know them. Next time they saw each other, she would probably be their greatest supporter. Or at least, that's how I see her reacting. Damien made his predictions as he walked the halls of the main palace. It was a large place. It was easy to get lost, especially because it wasn't a completely real structure. The main palace was actually disjointed in many places. A lot of facilities had no connection point between each other, and a lot of others were quite literally impossible to enter by normal means. That was because Void Palace existed in a spatial pocket that was intertwined with the real plane. Every part of the palace was separated by several planar layers. The spatial practitioners that thrived in Void Palace made full use of this nuance to create a place that only they could freely travel through. If one didn't know how to properly walk between the planar layers, one would find themselves completely disoriented or maybe even dying in the void of space somewhere. But it wasn't as if everyone living in the palace needed to know a complex and accurate code that allowed them to move between spaces. Since they were residents, there were special provisions in place to aid them. However, an outsider could never raid the main palace and succeed. This is part of the reason we've been able to stay untouched for so long. They've tried in the past, but they've always failed. At this point, raiding the palace has basically been stigmatized too much for anyone to attempt it. Because of that, rather than attacking Void Palace itself, they attacked the surrounding territories so they could encroach upon the palace's influence and slowly break them down. Reunions are nice, and family is nicer. However, these are things I can't enjoy right now. Damien felt it. He very much felt the atmosphere of love and generosity that existed around him. He could tell that everyone here was welcoming him, and he couldn't help but want to sit back and enjoy the pleasantries a home provided him. But he couldn't. If he wanted to enjoy everything he'd gained today, he would first have to protect it and make sure nothing could ever take it away from him. I don't want to trouble Mom, and meeting Serena right now would probably be awkward, so he could either go to the Hugo clan, Solstice clan, or one of the 12 swords for information. The 12 swords, he'd only heard of them. They were some of the strongest masters in the entirety of the heavenly world, and they were completely loyal to the Void Palace. That raised them. However, they're like battle machines. It wasn't that they didn't have personality, but if Damien wanted something from them, he'd probably have to prove himself and go through a lot of trouble. If I want to avoid that, then Brontis is probably the way to go. He was an open-minded and carefree guy from what Damien could tell, making him the best bet at free and easy information. All right, Damien didn't know where the Hugo clan was, but he didn't think it would be hard to find it. The only issue was his position. According to what Mom said, my position is a little vague right now. Damien Void, firstborn son of Dante Void, hadn't been introduced to the palace officially, yet in fear of what external influences would do upon learning of his existence. But most of the important individuals already knew he was here. The problem was that his position was unofficial. He wasn't necessarily accepted as the young lord in every part of the palace, and there were definitely people plotting against him in the dark. On top of that, the actual power he could command within Void Palace wasn't much at all. It's basically a puppet position, a shell without anything inside. Damien made his way through the palace, easily discerning the planar movements he needed to do so as he looked for the Hugo clan's residence. But that's fine too. He wasn't here alone. No, he didn't just bring his wives or his friends or his compatriots. He didn't just bring a force or an army. He brought an entire universe with him to the heavenly world. And for the past who knows how many years, he'd been using that universe to raise an army that was loyal only to him. They haven't had much to do until now. They participated a bit in the lower universe's war, but it was just a playground for them to test some of their skills. They'd never truly operated as an army before. And more than anything, Void Palace doesn't have its own army. It has a lot of disjointed combat units, but nothing like a structured army for real wars. They never needed it. The small number of elites they used was always better than an army of weaker beings in the battles they fought. But no longer. It wouldn't remain that way under Damien's control. Because now that I'm here, we're not going to play passive anymore. They were going to take everything back from those who thought it was funny to steal from them. And they were going to take everything those people held dear as well. Once our two armies are combined, once I can control the palace properly, once we take care of all the internal problems preventing us from acting at our full capacity. Damien's eyes narrowed. I'll let the heavenly world remember why they fear our palace. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.